Defying Gravity, the creative career of Stephen Schwartz from Godspell to Wicked. Revised and updated 2nd edition. Foreword by Alan Menken, June 2018. My first awareness of Stephen Schwartz came with the daunting triumvirate of Godspell, Pippin and the Magic Show in the early 1970s. I say daunting because, as I struggled to find my footing and make a living as a songwriter and composer, Stephen was this cultural phenomenon while still in his mid-20s. He had 3 hit shows running simultaneously on Broadway, plus a prestigious collaboration with Leonard Bernstein en masse. He was the first of our baby boomer generation of songwriters, influenced by the full range of 1960s rock, pop, folk and soul styles to bring our sound and sensibility to Broadway. As I accompanied ballet and dance classes, pedalled pop songs, developed projects in the BMI Musical Theatre Workshop, musical-directed cabaret acts, penned an occasional, songed for Sesame Street, and hustled in the world of jingles, I couldn't help but wonder about and envy this wonderkind, Stephen Schwartz. Little did I ever imagine the vital and pivotal role we would come to play in each other's lives and careers. It's impossible for me to not regularly reflect upon that as Stephen and I collaborate on projects and songs, not to mention all the other aspects of our friendship. And yet, there are many aspects of my friend and collaborator that remain a wonder and a mystery to me. Like any fully evolved artist, he is a product of his personality and passions. By wrestling with all of the facets and complexities therein, he allows his work to achieve its rich emotional power and intellectual intensity. In Defying Gravity, Carol DeGear's illuminating book about Stephen Schwartz's career, readers will learn about his creative process as well as the collaborative efforts, like his and mine, that are always involved in making musicals. I am happy to introduce this updated edition with a few stories. In 1977, I teamed with Howard Ashman and began making a name for myself with 2 off-Broadway musicals, God Bless You, Mr. Rosewater and Little Shop of Horrors. A new network of stage, film and recording talent opened up to me. One of these opportunities came when an actor and lyricist named Dean Pitchford approached me about collaborating on some songs for a possible solo album project. Dean, by the way, went on to contribute songs and book for such movies and stage musicals as Fame, Footloose and Carrie. But at that time, Dean's main job was playing the title character in Pippin, which, for over 5 years, employed a virtual who's who of young musical theatre talents. Both Stephen and I were setting Dean's lyrics for this album project. Our circles were drawing closer. I first actually met Stephen face-to-face in 1985 when we were contributing writers on a topical review titled Personals, for which the writers and lyricists, David Crane, Marta Kaufman and Seth Friedman, reached out to both of us to compose music for some of their songs. As I remember it, Stephen and I compared notes on our particular songs and the show itself, which was charming and funny. Based on that one brief encounter at that rehearsal, if nothing else, part of my curiosity about Stephen Schwartz was satisfied. He was smart, friendly, and very collegial. Little Shop of Horrors led to Howard and me heading west to Burbank and Disney Animation. With The Little Mermaid, Beauty and the Beast, and Aladdin, we broke through to the kind of phenomenal success we had been dreaming of. But that success was shadowed by the effects of the AIDS crisis, which had hit the musical theatre world with devastating effect. Unbeknownst to me, as we worked on The Little Mermaid, Howard was dealing with being HIV positive and trying to keep his symptoms hidden. By the night of the 1990 Academy Awards, Howard was no longer able to shield me from the knowledge of what was happening. Any remaining work we did together on Beauty and the Beast and Aladdin was haunted by an increasingly loud ticking clock. Naturally, all of us around him were very protective of his energy level. Still, for those who were unaware of his condition, he was a much-in-demand talent. It was at this time that Stephen reached out to me, through our mutual friend, Dean Pitchford, to ask advice about working with Howard on some upcoming project. And that, coupled with the fact that my wife Janice and I were looking to move to upstate New York, near where Stephen and his wife Carol lived, led to the thrill of us being invited to visit the Schwartzes at their gorgeous house, which was just over the border in Connecticut. On a professional level, I had to walk a line between honestly answering Stephen's questions about Howard as both a collaborator and a director, and not revealing his health issues. On a personal level, the Schwartzes and the Menkens began a friendship that has been one of the joys of our lives over the last 30 years. They were wonderful, warm hosts as they showed us around their home and grounds. The prospect of moving close to them was a nice benefit. We moved to Katona, New York, in the fall of 1988, not far from them, and within a 30-minute drive from the house that Howard and his partner, Bill Lausch, were renting in Beacon, New York. Once knowing the reality of Howard's condition, Disney moved as much production as possible to facilities in the area as well. A miraculous and all too brief period of creative output ensued. Inevitably, by the spring of 1991, Howard was tragically gone, passing before ever seeing the completed Beauty and the Beast. By the time Aladdin opened, I was teamed with lyricist Tim Rice in order to complete the song score through a transatlantic collaboration. AIDS had created a new trajectory for my career. I'd already lost 2 collaborators to this scourge by this time, Steve Brown and Tom Iron. Would there ever be another collaborator on a level with the brilliant Howard Ashman? That question was to be answered very soon, and that answer was closer than I could have imagined. With my next Disney project, Pocahontas, the search for a new collaborator was on. I was blessed with having worked with many talented lyricists at that time, David Zippel, Jack Feldman, and David Spencer, but Disney was deeply concerned that I be teamed with someone who possessed the dramaturgical depth, the experience, the esteem, and the gravitas of Howard. When the name Stephen Schwartz came up, a light bulb went off. It felt inevitable and right. But I couldn't help but question how he would be as a lyricist only, and whether a legendary composer-lyricist like Stephen would be comfortable in a collaboration with me. One listen to the score of Rags answered my first question. The answer to the second was to come soon. Following his string of amazing successes, Stephen went through an extended period marked by tremendous creativity and innovation with the Baker, his wife, working, Children of Eden, and Rags, and yet also a puzzling decline in commercial success. As I've learned, Stephen's warmth, humour, affability, and tremendous work ethic is matched by a dark streak of pessimism and combativeness. He apparently felt like he was fighting an uphill battle and was tired of the struggle. He had decided to return to school to do postgraduate studies at New York University towards a degree in psychology. Then came the fortuitous moment. backstage at a benefit held at Fox Lane High School in Bedford, New York, when Stephen and I talked as we were both waiting to perform. I took a deep breath and asked him if he'd be at all interested in working with me on a new animated musical based on the story of Pocahontas and John Smith. The answer was yes, and a phenomenal new chapter began for both of us. Like a couple of schoolboys with sharpened pencils and brand new lunchboxes, the new songwriting team went to work with the assignment to make the story of Pocahontas sing. We did a lot of homework before we ever attempted our first song, which was the moment when the young Powhatan Indian maiden sings about her worldview and forever changes the English captain, John Smith. Stephen went on a relentless exploration of all the styles and sounds of Native American tribes. His thoroughness and perfectionism were a revelation. He wanted us to understand and fully absorb the American Indian ethos before we wrote a word or a note. Then he brought by his first lyrics. They were the introduction to the song, the direct address of Pocahontas to this Englishman, her defence of the Indian tradition. You think I'm an ignorant savage, and you've been so many places, I guess it must be so, but still I cannot see, if the savage one is me, how can there be so much that you don't know? In a reflection of the tribal drums, so endemic of the Indian culture, I started with a rhythmic pattern of basic open 4/4 on the piano, a sound we had drawn from the hours of listening in our research, and the song flowed from there. Henceforth, we played a constant game of tag, from lyric first to music first as needed. We were two versatile songwriters joining as one, motivated by fully exploring the potential of this new collaboration. The end result was Colours of the Wind, a song that galvanized the entire creative team of writers and animators on this project at Disney. Word was that Jeffrey Katzenberg, the president of Walt Disney Pictures, was so enamored of this song that some would joke that he was out on a street corner in Burbank with a boombox, playing the song for everyone passing by. The Schwartz and Menken collaboration debuted with a bullet, and Colours of the Wind became a classic, iconic, award-winning song, spending months in Billboard's top 10 and earning us the Academy Award and Golden Globe for Best Song. Not bad for our first effort. Once the basic DNA of Pocahontas's sound was established by Colours of the Wind, Stephen and I proceeded with confidence to the other song moments. The combination of Virginia Company and steady as the beating drum set the story in motion, establishing the seminal sounds of the two distinct cultures about to encounter each other. Just around the river bend, like Colours of the Wind, was a powerful evocation of the spirit of this young Indian girl and the philosophy of her culture, with Stephen's brilliant opening line, "What I love most about rivers is you can't step into the same river twice. The water's always changing, always flowing." The songs Mine, Mine, Mine and Savages gave voice to the basically self-serving motivation of the English, with both primal emotion and wry humour. And the score was rounded out by Grandmother Willow's Listen with Your Heart. Stephen and I were truly a team now. Besides winning Best Song, we shared another Oscar for Best Score. The soundtrack album of Pocahontas went multi-platinum and reached the top of the Billboard charts. What was most meaningful was the fluidity of our creative relationship. Right on the heels of the success of Pocahontas, we were offered a truly serious piece of literature to adapt in The Hunchback of Notre Dame. Despite our wonderful chemistry in working together, I could tell that Stephen was champing at the bit to return to writing both music and lyrics. That was totally understandable. Even as we worked as a composer-lyricist team, he would naturally reach for the piano keyboard in meetings or presentations out of force of habit. I would occasionally have to restrain myself from throttling him, but, thank God, I'm blessed with a pretty healthy ego. Plus, Stephen's intentions are so good. No collaborator has been more appreciative or supportive of my work than him. Stephen's wish to return to writing both music and lyrics was acknowledged and supported by Disney with numerous other projects. Plus, once Jeffrey Katzenberg moved on from Disney to start DreamWorks, Stephen was lured there for The Prince of Egypt. In the meantime, in 1994, we embarked on our second collaboration on Hunchback. This was the full flowering of our work together. The depth of the story, the intensity of the characters' passions, and the important cultural themes that continue to resonate in our modern world made this the most fertile possible territory for Stephen's talent and sensibility. For me, the incredible sandbox of musical influences was an amazing gift. Drawing from romantic classical music, the liturgy of the Catholic Church, traditional Romany folk music, and French boulevard brought out what many consider one of my finest scores. Our very first song was born in a totally unexpected way when Stephen and Carol were having dinner at our house in Katona. I was showing off my brand-new Yamaha Disclavier, on which I had been playing with some ideas as a way of learning to use this new technology. As soon as I played one of the ideas, Stephen became excited and said that it was perfect for a song that would express Quasimodo's desire to be out in the world and out of the bell tower. Without there, the DNA of our score was established. What followed over the next 2 years, and in fact, what has followed over the last 25 years, is incredible. This project, more than any of our other collaborations, is why fate brought us together as a team. And while I could spend 100 pages revealing moments and stories of our writing process on Hunchback, suffice it to say that, for both Stephen and me, no accomplishment in our careers, separate or together, exceeds this. The bells of Notre Dame, God Help the Outcasts, Heaven's Light, Hellfire, and Someday, among so many others, define a theatrical experience that is unique and powerful, so much so that we brought it to the stage not once, but twice. In 1998, we opened a stage musical of The Hunchback of Notre Dame in Berlin, with book and direction by James Lapine. And we currently have a successful stage version running all around the globe, directed by none other than Stephen's son, Scott Schwartz. In our only stage collaboration, Stephen and I wrote a host of new songs to fill out the score. Songs like Top of the World, Esmeralda, In a Place of Miracles and Made of Stone. Working in theatre with Stephen brought a whole new dimension to my understanding of who he is. For better or for worse, Stephen's talents know no boundaries. That can be a blessing and it can be a curse. Much as he will try to remain solely concentrated on his own department, his ideas and perspectives are of the whole. The book, the casting choices, every aspect of the production, the orchestrations, the poster, you name it. No detail is too small, no concept is too large. Stephen works like no one else I know, with single-minded determination and laser focus. In the late 1990s, I became aware that his sights were totally set on adapting the Gregory Maguire novel Wicked into a stage musical. That meant that I would sometimes spy him hunched over, at the piano, slaving over a musical phrase or a lyric. Sometimes he would need to interrupt our work to take a pivotal call or respond to an important email. He'd worked on many different projects outside of our collaboration during that time, but this one seemed extra special. Now, to be honest, we who work as musical theatre writers know how steep the odds are against any particular project reaching full fruition, much less Broadway production, and much less becoming an actual hit. We put our pride and our vulnerability at risk any time we put our work before the public. Step by step, Wicked moved towards reaching a Broadway stage. There were readings and workshops, an out-of-town production in San Francisco, and finally, in the fall of 2003, an opening on Broadway. Every step of the way, I was aware of Stephen's quiet concentration on this new creative baby. He rarely talked about it, but that's typical of him. Whereas I usually open up about my new endeavours, either out of ego or out of insecurity, Stephen plays things very close to the vest. So it was a little out of the ordinary when he and I had a conversation about the coincidence that we both had Broadway openings in October. Mine was scheduled for October 2nd for a revival of Little Shop of Horrors, and his for October 30th for Wicked. Stephen asked me, "Are you going to your opening night?" That question dumbfounded me. I said, "Of course, don't you?" And his response was, "Never. I prefer to never attend my opening nights." According to him, he and Carol were planning to go up to Manchester, Vermont, to a little inn, and Scott would funnel reports to them, messages, reactions, and reviews. In an incredibly improbable coincidence, Janice and I were planning on being in Manchester at exactly the same time, at a different inn. We agreed that the four of us would meet up there. I'll never forget the little green cake Carol had brought for us all to share. As we enjoyed the cake and drank a champagne toast, Wicked had its gala opening with the prime creator basically in hiding 4 hours north of New York City. We all retreated to our rooms after dinner, Janice and me to listen to the Yankee game on radio and Stephen and Carol to await word on the show's fate. Late into the night, the reviews started to appear. As often happens with a large, big-budget, spectacular musical, critical opinion is painful and demeaning. I went through that with Beauty and the Beast, which ran for 14 years despite relatively unfavourable notices. On the night of October 30th, Wicked opened to a decidedly mixed reaction from the reviewers. By the next morning it was clear that Stephen was disappointed and hurt, although, as is typical of him, he affected a kind of breezy gallows humour to lighten the mood in the air. I felt sad for him, assuming that there might be a disappointingly short run for Wicked. Now, 15 years later, with the show an unstoppable, massive worldwide hit, and with his royalties at an unimaginable level, I don't feel too bad for Stephen anymore. What he accomplished, coming back with a mega-hit Broadway show some 3 decades after his triumphant debut, is totally unprecedented. Through hard work, keen observation, searing intelligence, and deep emotion, he created a score that people flock to see and hear and experience over and over and over. That Stephen Schwartz wunderkind was back, and the songs from Wicked are known and revered all over the world, songs like Defying Gravity, For Good, I'm Not That Girl, Popular, and so many more. It's a masterful and beautiful score. I wondered if he would ever want to return to being solely a lyricist in our collaboration. I didn't have to wait long for the answer. Enchanted came along, and we happily re-teamed for yet one more score, earning 3 more Oscar nominations for That's How You Know, Happy Working Song, and So Close. It was stylistically a huge departure from our previous work together. It was a genuine hit, live-action movie musical. It was, and still is, beloved by fans of musicals and of Disney. We both revelled in the joys of working together again. I've admired Stephen Schwartz as a defender of writers and composers while he was president of the Dramatists Guild. I've marvelled at his willingness to give his time generously as a mentor to talented young songwriters. I've taken comfort in our relationship as musical theatre, songwriting brothers in arms. I've been deeply thankful for the collaboration we have shared over the last 25 years, and of course I've been a flat-out fan for the 47 years since he first emerged as a young musical theatre songwriter. He is a wonder, he is a mystery, and he has always been and still is defying gravity. Backstage at the Academy Awards ceremony in 1996, Alan Menken and Stephen Schwartz celebrate their Oscar win. In Menken's studio in 2015, Stephen Schwartz and Alan Menken take a break from their work. Author's introduction, "'Cause Getting Your Dreams." It's strange, but it seems a little, well, complicated, wicked. Defying Gravity's first edition followed the peaks and valleys of Stephen Schwartz's artistic life, from his childhood dream of writing musicals through the opening of Wicked on Broadway in 2003. Because the real-life storyline is reminiscent of a 3-act play, I labelled the major sections of the book Act 1, covering the rise. That began with Godspell and Pippin, Act 2, moving through the flops, and Act 3, revealing stories from Hollywood and detailing the creation of Wicked. In 2008, after Applause Theatre and Cinema Books published the Biography, I decided to keep up with Stephen for possible updates. But I never imagined the extent to which his projects would keep multiplying. Since then, he has worked on 4 full-length musicals, 2 revivals that involved significant revisions, and the beginnings of several movies, among other efforts. It doesn't seem to matter to him that he is now 70 years old. He keeps on creating. As this edition goes to print in 2018, major Hollywood projects are in the pipeline, among them the Wicked movie. The stage adaptation of The Hunchback of Notre is being performed around the world, and The Prince of Egypt stage adaptation is moving forward with developmental productions. There's another potential major production under consideration based on the Austrian premiere of his new musical, Schikaneder, to make room for the new material that is covered topically in chapters 30 through 33, as well as to sharpen the focus on behind-the-scenes creativity. Both Stephen and I have reflected on and refined all the earlier chapters. My interest has always been to take readers inside the musical-making process and into the creative spark moments for a leading practitioner. That's why I included creativity notes, in which I quote Schwartz and others who share insights about their process of bringing forth original material. These have proved to be so popular with readers who draw from them for their own projects that I have included more in this edition. My own efforts as a first-time author started while I was a struggling freelance writer who happened to love musicals, though I was mostly exposed to them through recordings. I grew up listening to my mother's cast albums like The King and I and South Pacific. My husband, Terry, and I lived in an 800-square-foot bungalow in the small Iowa town of Fairfield, about 5 hours southeast of the Music Man writer Meredith Willson's hometown, Mason City. Like Marion in Wilson's musical, I had worked for several years as Madam Librarian. However, I longed to cross over to the creative side of the publishing world, so I completed a writing degree and started sending out stories for regional publications. I also joined a team developing website content for a retailer that wanted to sell recordings online. We were all to write several pages of text about musicians, each taking different parts of the alphabet for last names. I was assigned last names with the letter S. That's when Stephen Schwartz came into my life. I logged on to stephenschwartz.com, and after noting his impressive bio, I read some of his articulate and charming answers to fans' questions about his work. Something resonated. I realized this was a writer-composer with reliable artistry who was also self-aware enough to describe his process. Plus, he wrote in an art form that I already loved, the musical. It was just what I wanted to cover, not for one article, but for a multi-year effort on a book. When I emailed him requesting permission to interview him for a biography, he replied, "No one to date has asked," and he agreed to cooperate with my efforts if I focused on his artistic output along the lines of Craig Zerdan's book, Sondheim and Company. His new collaborative effort for adapting Gregory Maguire's novel Wicked into a musical hadn't yet been made public. When I flew to New York City for my first interview in July 2000, he was about to enter his writer hibernation cave to finish the first act score, meaning he'd have his assistant answer emails and calls for a while so he could devote himself to the one effort. I followed the musical's progress over the next 3 years and was able to report on some of the development issues that might otherwise have been forgotten in retrospective interviews. Early on, my husband and I relocated to the New York City metropolitan area, which meant I could get to know the Broadway world and catch the busy songwriter for interviews when he was available. Over time, I met biographers who have written about historical figures or unauthorized books of celebrities. For me, a great benefit of writing a career biography of a living person was being able to interact and ask many questions on behalf of future readers. Although challenging, it was often fun. There were periodic restaurant meals with my recorders pointed in Stephen's direction, and even warm weather moments spent at a table on my back deck in Connecticut reviewing content with him. After Applause Theatre and cinema books published Defying Gravity, I started to spin off some of the development stories into specialized books. The first was the Godspell experience, inside a transformative musical which explores the creativity behind Godspell in all its colourful detail. Stephen Schwartz wrote the foreword. I have other musical theatre books in the works as well. Achieving my dream of being an author has had its complications and unexpected turns. But I'm lucky to have found a colourful and cooperative biographical subject who has an almost unfathomable amount to say about being human, Carol de Geer. www.caroldegeer.com. In a Connecticut library meeting room, Stephen Schwartz and Carol de Geer discuss chapter drafts, June 2018. Act I, 1948 to 1974. Chapter 1. A Focused Childhood. With a talent like yours, dear, there is a diminished chance. If you work as you should, you'll be making good. Wicked. On warm days in the Long Island suburb of Roslyn Heights, 7-year-old Stephen Schwartz could hear piano music coming through his open window. Next-door neighbour George Kleinsinger worked at home while preparing a musical, Shinbone Alley, for Broadway. Occasionally, he would invite Stephen's parents over to play them a new song, and Stephen would tag along. I, of course, don't remember this, Schwartz says, but my parents report that after George would finish playing and they'd go off for a celebratory drink, I would steal over to his piano and pick out the tune he had just performed. After a couple of times of this, George apparently told my parents he thought Steve had talent, and they might want to consider getting him a piano and music lessons. In his own living room, Schwartz stretched his small fingers over the keys of the family's new upright. Although he did learn classical pieces assigned by his neighbourhood piano teacher, Mr. Harrell, he much preferred to improvise. He was always fooling around at the piano, his mother Sheila recalls. Every once in a while, I'd realise what he was doing, and I'd say, "Let's practice first, do that later." Stephen Lawrence Schwartz had arrived at dawn on March 6, 1948, at what was then called the Woman's Hospital on Manhattan's Upper West Side. He spent his first 15 months in an apartment in the post-World War II residential district called Stuyvesant Town on the city's east side. His father, Stan, was a World War II veteran who had been wounded in the infamous Battle of the Hurtgen Forest and wound up losing part of his right foot. When Stan used GI Bill funds for college tuition to enroll in graduate school in political science in Paris, the Schwartzes relocated there. During the family's year and a half overseas, Sheila observed how quickly her son learned 2 languages. He would speak to his little French friends in French, and then he'd turn and speak in English. To me, even more noteworthy to his parents than his facility with language was Stephen's love of music. His favourite toy wasn't a stuffed animal or his little red wagon, but rather his phonograph on which he played yellow 78 RPM records. There was always music in our house, since I'm a music lover, says Sheila, who had sung in shows in high school. I remember we didn't have heat in our house. When Steve had an ear infection, we went to stay with our friend, Hilda Cazares, who had a nice warm apartment in Paris. She had a recording of the opera Boris Godunov that Stephen loved. There was one aria that he referred to as the High Lady. He just loved it. Kind of strange taste for a little boy. Schwartz reports that Boris Godunov remains his favourite opera to this day. In mid-1951, the family moved back to New York in time for Sheila to give birth to a daughter, Marge. 3 years later, Stan and Sheila purchased a small home for their family of 4. The upper-middle-class suburb of Roslyn Heights was about 20 minutes from where Stan worked at the Naval Training Devices Center. The Schwartz home at 140 Yale Street was part of a development that featured 2-story, wood-shingled houses on flat quarter-acre lots, accented by a tree or two. The development had what was meant to be a picturesque name, and Schwartz was fond of telling people years later that I literally grew up in South Park. In the backyard or basement playroom, Stephen and Marge commandeered their parents as the audience for their adventures into playmaking. I was always writing songs and putting on little musicals, Schwartz recalls. He got started by staging puppet shows using a little theatre fashioned out of a cardboard box and resting it on the backyard picnic table. Stephen's musical High Dog was among the shows mounted in this petite venue. It starred Marge's stuffed animals and dolls in lieu of puppets. High Dog presented the tale of a runaway puppy and included music and lyrics for his first original song, Little Lullaby. Stephen absorbed the musical atmosphere, mostly created by his mother. Stan was relatively tone-deaf, but Sheila sometimes sang as she worked around the house. She frequently played their growing LP collection of classical music, opera, Broadway musicals, and folk music. Another influence on his tastes were Disney animated features that his parents took him to in movie theatres. I vividly remember seeing Cinderella, Sleeping Beauty, and my particular favourite, Lady and the Tramp. He comments, I think, like many kids of my generation, it was an introduction to musical theatre and understanding that part of the story could be told by characters singing a song. With a broad-ranging passion for music, Stephen might not have set his heart on writing for the Broadway stage, if not for the proximity of the Broadway composer next door. Kleinsinger was best known for Tubby the Tuba, a 1945 hit record performed by Danny Kaye. With Joe Darion, he also wrote a successful recording of a musical adaptation of Archie and Mehetabel, based on the Don Marquis stories about Archie the cockroach and Mehetabel the cat. Kleinsinger and colleagues started converting it into a Broadway musical, Shinbone Alley. Unfortunately, when the show finally opened at the Broadway Theatre on April 13, 1957, most of the critics panned the show. But when Sheila brought her excited son to see his first Broadway show during Shinbone Alley's brief 49-performance run, he was completely enthralled. This would not be the last time Schwartz would find himself at odds with the New York critics. By the time Archie, Mehetabel, and the ensemble of dancing cats poured their full song and dance power into the Toujours Guy finale, Stephen Schwartz's new life passion had been aroused. From then on, Schwartz reflected later, that was my ambition and goal, to write for the Broadway musical theatre. I think a lot of us who wind up in theatre get smitten and fall in love with it the first time we see it. While other parents encouraged their children to prepare for practical professions, Stan and Sheila never tried to dissuade their son from a career in the arts. My parents were supportive, Schwartz affirms. I didn't have to go through what Leonard Bernstein did. He encountered such enormous resistance from his family, particularly from his father, and I didn't experience that at all. It was a fortunate convergence of nature and nurture. Stephen came equipped with an innate talent for music and also benefited from an environment that fostered and accelerated artistic development. For Father's Day in 1957, Stephen took his dad to see Damn Yankees on Broadway. Over the subsequent years, while he lived at home, Stephen eagerly opened large, flat presents for birthdays and Christmas, finding new Broadway albums beneath the wrapping and ribbons. He attended the original productions of My Fair Lady, Gypsy, and West Side Story, and would continue to add to the list of Broadway experiences every year. Sheila brought home books about Broadway that included charts of the longest-running shows, and these inspired her son's ambition for his future musicals. I remember making up a fictitious list of my long-running shows, Schwartz says. It would be like High Dog, 873 performances. Schwartz's early music training included not only the weekly private piano lessons, but also group lessons in music theory. In 1960, Stan and Sheila heard about classes for children at the Juilliard School of Music Preparatory Division in Manhattan. They brought their son in to audition, and he received a scholarship. Nearly every Saturday for 4 years, they either drove him into the city or he travelled alone by train to study piano, theory, composition, sight reading and orchestration. I used to go to the library and take out the scripts for musicals I hadn't seen. I would look at the lyrics and write tunes to them, then go listen to the cast album and hear what the composer had actually done. Stephen Schwartz, a dramatic lyricist in the making. As Stephen's music skills flourished, so did his proficiency with language and academics. In the spring of 1958, he and 3 other gifted students were advanced from 5th grade into 6th, with permission to enroll in 7th grade the following year. In the new 6th grade class at Meadow Drive School, he and his neighbour, Billy Gronfine, became close friends. After school, they played at each other's houses, expanding their linguistic skills with puppet theatre, writing play scripts, and discussing intellectual topics. Gronfine remembers that everyone in the Schwartz home loved to talk. His parents were very intelligent, very verbal. So I think that's associated with why Steve loved words so much. It would be natural coming from his house. Not only was he verbally proficient, Schwartz also evidenced a quality essential to the constrained craft of matching lyrics to music, the love of working puzzles. He was very good at putting puzzles together, remembers Gronfine. We had a puzzle called Hex, and it involved putting together variously shaped pieces in such a way that the colours formed a particular pattern. It was very difficult, but Steve got it. Mystery novels attracted him, especially the whodunit puzzles of Agatha Christie. He and Billy even tried writing an Agatha Christie-style novel together and made it all the way through 20 pages before moving on to other pastimes. He also liked foreign films, especially those of Federico Fellini and Ingmar Bergman. He freely admits that Bergman's The Seventh Seal imagery would later influence the staging of All Good Gifts in Godspell, and Fellini's Juliet of the Spirits greatly influenced Pippin. There was one language-based trait Schwartz seemed to be born with that sometimes got him in trouble. He spoke his mind. His mother reports on problems at school related to her son's willful expressions. He would speak out of turn and maybe want to talk without giving other people a turn. He didn't do anything seriously delinquent in any way, but he was not a docile little boy in class. His behaviour made some of his peers feel uneasy. He had a little bit of a take-no-shit attitude, says Gronfine, and you weren't supposed to if you were a nerd or geek in our position. He would speak his mind more than others of us would. Schwartz remembers bringing home a report card with all A grades except one. When it came to deportment, it said D. My parents were like, "How could you get a D in deportment?" He is grateful to Mrs. Green, his 5th grade teacher, who had the ingenious idea of assigning him extra classwork to keep him busy. It gave me things to accomplish and kept me from being bored and disruptive. High school drama and future plans. At Mineola High School, Schwartz poured his extra energy into creative outlets such as the Extracurricular Thespian Society. Although he never aspired to become a professional actor, he took to the stage with his characteristic, bold flair and played several father roles, including one in The Diary of Anne Frank. I did a lot of shows with white shoe polish in my hair, he remembers. He also accompanied shows on piano and even drafted his first original musical. Steve was a dominant figure in the high school drama scene, says Gronfine. Schwartz was even allowed to direct a show, for which he chose, not surprisingly, Agatha Christie's And Then There Were None, featuring his friend Billy as the murderer. Also, not surprisingly, He disliked the happy ending of the published script and rewrote it to reflect the ending of the original Christie novel in which everybody dies. Despite his enriched surroundings and opportunities, and despite seeming to have a lot of friends, Stephen still felt alien and alienated. He has said, "It's as if I was born on Mars and was passing as an Earthling." Gronfine explains about the estrangement his friend felt. It was not just his intelligence, but where his intelligence put him in the distribution of people in Mineola, he was way out there. Gronfine adds that his friend's disinclination toward team sports gave his peers further reason for disdain. In our high school, that made kids wonder what kind of weirdo he was. "You're a boy and you don't like sports. What's wrong with you?" His short stature didn't help, and he and Billy were sometimes bullied. To better adapt to his high school environment, he adjusted his behavior. "My way of dealing with feeling out of place was to be chameleon-like and assume a kind of protective coloration in order to fit in," he explains. "I wound up having a very good time and having a lot of friends, but there was a sense inside myself of fraudulence, of wearing a mask, because I was sure that if people knew who I really was, I would be completely isolated." In future musicals, such as Pippin and Wicked, he would write songs exploring themes of alienation and acceptance. At least if he could get out on his own, he could determine his surroundings. He would be graduating from high school at age 16 rather than the usual age of 18. He felt ready to burst out of the gate for the race toward a more fulfilling future. Stan Schwartz had high expectations for his smart son, but for a while it didn't seem Stephen was having luck in the college entry arena. In 1963, the 15-year-old applied to Harvard, Yale, and Oberlin. To his embarrassment, even with excellent scores on the Scholastic Aptitude Test and high grades, he was rejected by all of them. The future was suddenly looking dire, but a solution came from an unexpected source. "It's better to be lucky than smart," Stan used to repeat to his family. Luck had come Stan's way years earlier when a friend shared his invention of a process that polarized light. They formed a company called Technomation, manufacturing signs and training aids, and did very well with it, including a contract to supply signage at the 1964 World's Fair in New York. During an exhibit hall installation for the fair, Stan found himself working alongside the renowned Broadway and film scenic designer Joe Mielziner, who had graduated from Carnegie Institute of Technology. When Stan described his son's predicament, Mielziner said, "Well, if he's really interested in the theatre, he should check out Carnegie." Stephen hadn't heard of this school that included the oldest college drama department in America and drew the cream of young acting and directing talent to the campus in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. It was called Carnegie Institute of Technology at the time, and shortly thereafter merged with Mellon Institute to become Carnegie Mellon University. Schwartz applied there and was accepted to the drama department as a playwriting major after submitting a play he'd written. That fall, Stan and Sheila Schwartz drove their 16-year-old freshman and his belongings across the mountains of Pennsylvania to his first home. Away from home, a shared room in a modern concrete dormitory at the edge of the attractive college campus in a quiet area of Pittsburgh. Carnegie turned out to be exactly the right school for me, exactly the right environment, and so my ending up there was serendipitous. It was the beginning of my belief that sometimes when things seem to be going wrong for you, they're actually going right. Stephen Schwartz. Stephen Schwartz, age 7, practices his piano lessons on the family's upright. Stephen Schwartz performs in a theatre camp production of Spoon River Anthology in the early 1960s. Stephen Schwartz plays mandolin in As You Like It. For this Carnegie Drama Department production, Schwartz set Shakespeare's lyrics to his own music. Chapter 2. Morning Glow, the College Years. Morning glow, starts to glimmer when you know. Winds of change are set to blow, and sweep this whole land through. Pippin. From 1964 to 1968, Stephen Schwartz studied for his BFA in drama, while across America the non-conforming youth culture blossomed. On the lawns of the Carnegie Mellon University campus, colourfully adorned art students in jeans and fringed vests tossed frisbees between classes as slide-rule-toting engineering students walked past them in their button-down shirts. Schwartz's own membership in the liberated 1960s was assured on many levels, from his often flamboyant clothes to his anti-war sentiments. The school newspaper, Carnegie Tech Tartan, showed no photo of him, but his peers remember the wildly coloured print shirts he often wore and his peroxide-lightened chin-length hair, a kind of New York artsy bohemian meets the Beach Boys combo. His freshman year he remembers wearing a cape in cooler weather, though no beret. In terms of liberation and doing your own thing, Carnegie was the 60s squared. It was very extreme in that way, and I found it an enormous relief to begin to feel safe being my authentic self. Stephen Schwartz. The social idealism reflected in much of his later lyrics awoke in his moral conscience during this period. He was a proponent of the civil rights movement, and more than anything responded to music from African-American artists, particularly the songs of the Holland Dozier Holland writing team. During his first semester in Pittsburgh, he came back to his dorm room one day and found his roommate playing an album he'd never heard, Where Did Our Love Go?, written by Holland Dozier Holland and sung by the Supremes. The beat and energy on the recording captured Schwartz instantly. We pretty well wore the record out. The Motown sound became one of the kinds of music that changed my writing from more theatrically oriented music to more pop, and one can hear Motown influences in many of my songs. Schwartz also listened to Martha and the Vandellas and the Four Tops, who had hit singles of Holland Dozier Holland songs. While he still would listen to and write songs in other genres, chart-topping pop music began seeding his musical soul. Student life. Carnegie students majoring in the visual and performing arts walked to classrooms on the marble floors under vaulted ceilings in the magnificent College of Fine Arts building. Some of the drama department faculty members maintained a traditional approach to their classes and productions, staging Shakespearean dramas and shows like Hedda Gabler in the building's theatre or the neighbouring studio theatre. Others explored newer, more experimental directions. No one offered musical theatre training. Musicals represented mainstream, and this was a very rebellious time, explains Leon Katz, who taught drama history there. When you mentioned My Fair Lady, you had to frown and turn up your nose. Oh, one of those mainstream musicals. Sitting in playwriting classes, Schwartz, already a loner in his dedication to musical theatre, felt isolated. He persuaded the dean to let him switch to a directing major so that he could broaden his experience and be more involved with other dramats, as the students in the drama program were called. He wrote songs during his free time, Among Schwartz's early companions at school was a beautiful young drummer named Colette Bablon, who listened to his newly composed works. There was a tiny cubicle of a rehearsal room in the Fine Arts building with a piano, Bablon recalls. That's where he would play me his songs. I was amazed at what was coming from this kid, and the lyrics were really clever. He was very precocious. Her composer friends stood out from the crowd by the strength of his dream. It never occurred to him that he wouldn't be successful. That was quite unusual. The actors were like, "I hope we make it. Wouldn't it be great?" Stephen was just, "When I'm famous." On September 22nd, 1964, Schwartz attended the Broadway opening of Fiddler on the Roof as guest of star. Maria Karnilova's daughter, Katie Irving, whom he had befriended when they were camp counselors the previous summer. Had he been told he'd one day collaborate with the show's book writer, Joseph Stein, it wouldn't have surprised him, for that was the level of his unequivocal dream. The Scotch and Soda Club musicals. With the force of his ambition to write for the musical theatre, Schwartz identified the extracurricular Scotch and Soda Club as the best outlet for his creativity. The club, funded by student activities fees and ticket sales, mounted an original musical each spring in a theatre in the Skibo Student Centre, designed to promote cooperation between students with different majors. The club's activities brought together students from a range of departments. It served as a testing ground for budding talents in a similar way that the University of Miami's Dramatics Club had for Jerry Herman. For Stephen Schwartz, the next 4 years of musical making for Scotch and Soda proved instrumental in training me for my career that followed. Before the end of each academic school year, the club's governing board held auditions for ideas for the following year's musical. In the spring of 1964, Iris Rayner Dart won the committee over with The Funny Story of What's-a-Face, a show about a cleaning lady who becomes a spokesperson for a cosmetics firm. However, the show's songs weren't in good shape. Board members were delighted when a real composer showed up the following fall. Schwartz transformed What's-a-Face into a full musical. He was a whirlwind, says Kay Morgan, who acted in What's-a-Face in 1965. She watched the then 17-year-old whip a group of assorted singers into shape as if he had been doing it for years. Morgan remembers his charisma. He had a respect for talent, and everyone was happy to do things his way. There was an aura of knowing around Stephen. He was trying to get everything just perfect, and he did. After weeks of preparation, using a makeshift stage in the Skibo Student Centre ballroom, What's-a-Face opened. The audience went crazy for it, Morgan recalls. The comic musical's financial success at the box office refilled the club's coffers, which had been depleted by the previous year's over-budget extravaganza. For Schwartz, it was his first experience working with an orchestrator, and there were lessons to learn about how to balance the sound. Too heavy on the saxophone here, too little piano there. It was hard to get it right. In years to come, he would always give orchestrators specific suggestions. With the popular and financial response to What's-a-Face, the Scotch and Soda Committee was pleased to receive a proposal for Nouveau from Stephen and Iris for the following year. With the 1966 production of Nouveau, Schwartz could add another campus box office hit to his resume. The show was based on the art scene and featured a jubilant score in the mode of Jules Stein, with hints of a pop music sound. It included an intricate 4-part fugue called A New Society, which the composer transformed 8 years later into the Goldfarb variations for the magic show. Schwartz has often advised college students who are aspiring musical theatre writers to take advantage of the college environment they are in while they can. I can't overemphasize how helpful it was to me to write 4 musicals from scratch in the years I was at Carnegie and see them performed in front of an audience. I made so many mistakes and learned so many pitfalls to avoid, but I also learned a lot about what works. There's no way my career would have gotten off to as fast a start if I hadn't had that experience. The drama of drama studies. In the fall of 1966, 2 students joined the directing program who would become key collaborators in Schwartz's musical theatre career. One was John Michael Tebelak, who, several years later, would conceive Godspell. The other was Nina Fosse, a petite, raven-haired girl from an Italian family in Syracuse, New York, who grew up loving opera, musicals, and popular music. She eventually would share much of Schwartz's career journey in her roles as the future stage manager for Godspell in New York, director of several companies of Godspell, co-adapter of Working, and, for a time, co-director of Rags. Faso and Schwartz quickly became friends when she started dating one of Schwartz's roommates. Not that drumettes had abundant time to socialize. The directing program required students to train in every area of theatre, from acting through the complete range of technical production procedures. Faso reports, "We were carrying double loads, the acting program and the directing program. It was a very exhausting regimen. She and Schwartz occasionally relaxed over Italian food and listened to opera recordings. We used to go out to dinner and to all the main stage productions at the Pittsburgh Playhouse. We always sat together and ate opera mince, and he would make snide remarks. He just cracked me up. To keep music as a centerpiece of his existence, Schwartz took a part-time job accompanying silent films shown on campus, inventing the scores as he watched the movies on screen. The movies were shown 3 times in a row, and Schwartz remembers playing at screenings of Birth of a Nation until his fingers were sore. The first screening, I would always be a moment behind the action, because I was seeing the movie for the first time. The second would be just right, but the third one, I was always a little ahead of the action because I knew it too well. During this period, he moved off campus and tested his freedom to make choices, though not with recreational drugs. He explored the use of different names. For his first college musical playbill, he had listed himself as Stephen Sanford just because he liked the name. Colette Bablon recalls, Stephen had a notion that when he became famous, he was going to change his name to Lawrence Stevens because his name is Stephen Lawrence. He used to joke about the fact that only my real friends would know to call me Stephen, and that's how you would know that you were really my friend. Schwartz would later describe his next musical, Pippin, as full of bitchy, sarcastic dialogue, which Colette says represented the way they talked. They would sit in the back of a theatre or movie dissing people. We were very judgmental in the way that 18-year-olds who don't know anything about anything can be judgmental. We thought we were cooler and better and funnier and smarter. Schwartz's untamed roguishness at least allowed him to move into the centre of things creatively. Pippin in Pittsburgh. For Schwartz in 1967, the approach of spring signalled an opportunity to stage his next Scotch and soda show. On his 19th birthday, as director, choreographer, and co-writer of Pippin, he whirled fellow students into the fast-paced rehearsal period for the musical. The Tartan reporters had been chatting up preparations for this new musical with news and feature articles, as if the show had every reason to be taken seriously. As reported in the paper, the idea of making this piece of history into a musical came from Ron Strauss, a music major, was reading through his history book when he came upon the idea for this year's Scotch and Soda show. Eliminating several historical figures and reviving others, he and junior director Lawrence Stevens wrote the Charlemagne succession drama into a musical they called Pippin, Pippin. What Strauss considered stage-worthy was the real-life quagmire of family issues relating to the sons of Charlemagne, especially his illegitimate son, Prince Pippin, born around 770 AD. According to historical records, discontented nobles encouraged the prince to stage an uprising and assassinate King Charles. When that insurrection failed, Charles sent Pippin to live out the rest of his life as a monk in a monastery. Pippin, Strauss knew, was the anglicised spelling of Pepin, and he used the name in the title. The collaborative effort began one day when Schwartz heard music coming from a practice room in the Fine Arts building. He entered the room where Strauss was playing the piano. "That sounds wonderful. What are you doing?" Schwartz inquired. Strauss replied that he was writing a musical for Scotch and Soda. He explained the story concept, which instantly appealed to Schwartz. It was a time when all of us drama students were very enamoured with James Goldman's The Lion in Winter, Schwartz recalls. The witty and nasty dialogue, the betrayals and court intrigue, the medieval melodrama of it all. When I first heard the idea for Pippin, it seemed like a cool way to do something like a musical Lion in Winter. So he asked Strauss, "Do you want some help?" "I'd like to help you do this." Strauss agreed, initially pleased to share the process of completing such a huge task, even though he eventually wanted to write a full opera from this material on his own. With the draft of a script and partial score already completed, Strauss had focused on Prince Pippin's life immediately preceding his attempt to overthrow his father, and the strong emotions that seemed appropriate for opera. But Schwartz had in mind something more oriented towards musical theatre, which meant adding humorous songs and production numbers and developing a stronger story structure. He wasn't yet sensitive to the nuances of collaboration and wanted to test his ideas. By the time the two writers completed a score, Schwartz had added lyrics to most of the 20 musical numbers and written music for nearly half of them. As a vanity record pressed for the cast attests, the work was uneven but mature for teenagers. This early score was not pop music inspired, but rather attempted a medieval sound blended with a musical theatre style. Schwartz's favourite of his songs was a nasty duet between Queen Fastrada and her stepmother, Berthe, entitled "Begging Milady's Pardon," and inspired by numbers like the Jealousy duet from Three Penny Opera. He was sorry years later that it had to be jettisoned when the plot and style no longer fit the Broadway Pippin, but an ensemble number, victorious, anticipated glory for his Broadway version, and he revealed his greatest virtuosity with a 5-part piece inspired musically and conceptually by the Tonight Quintet from Bernstein's West Side Story. With casting completed at the end of 1966, preparations began in earnest the next spring. Since March 6, the 33-member cast has been meeting 6 days a week in order to learn the staging and choreography, reported the Tartan. Keeping with the show's medieval milieu, Director, choreographer Lawrence Stevens has staged such events as a country dance, coronation and sword battle. Chorus members portray courtiers in one scene, peasants in another, and monks in still another scene, all in the same act. As with any Scotch and soda show, the college students approached it with ambition, not only acting in the shows, but also creating the music, lyrics, book, lighting, set design and construction, costumes and orchestral performance. Pippin, Pippin on stage. Pippin, Pippin opened April 28, 1967, with Stan and Sheila Schwartz in attendance. The show rewarded the audience with its ambition as much as its content. This original musical offered a varied score, an involved story, elaborate costumes, sets and dances. Billy Gronfine flew in from Chicago for the show. I remember being blown away that my friend, this person I knew, actually did something as gigantic as this, whether it was West Side Story or not. Gronfine remembers that after the Pippin performance that night, Schwartz seemed tremendously exhilarated and joined an opening celebration with the hard-working cast and orchestra. This was the morning glow, the glimmer of good things to come. The climax of the story came later when the Vanity album pressed for the cast became important to the show's future. Sometime in 1967 or early 1968, Schwartz returned to his apartment after class and found a letter with a New York City return address. In the letter, a stranger named Harry Lynn wrote that he'd heard the recording of Pippin and believed it had potential. He inquired as to whether the writers would like to take it further. Schwartz remembers excitedly bringing the letter to Pippin's co-writer, to discuss further development. Strauss didn't really believe in the legitimacy of the producer who had written the letter, and besides, he had been uncomfortable with the way the other young songwriter had moved in on his work in progress. He told Schwartz he was relocating to Oregon but wished him luck. Lawrence Miller, a Scotch and Soda Board member, admits that Schwartz glommed onto Strauss's project and eventually took it over. But the board encouraged it, especially after the financial success of What's-A-Face and Nouveau. Steve had been so wonderful that it was worth it to have him write the score, as long as Ron was willing. It ended up as a collaboration. In any event, once Schwartz graduated and moved to New York, he was determined to pursue the opportunity and started rewriting the show. Slowly, the story morphed from a medieval melodrama to a parable about a young man in search of himself. It became simply Pippin, and over the coming years not a word or note of the original would remain. Even so, because Strauss had conceived Pippin, an arrangement was made so that Strauss would have continuing financial interest in the fully revised musical. A BFA and new life. In the spring of 1968, Schwartz was ready to graduate with a Bachelor of Fine Arts degree. During that final semester, he had also collaborated with friend David Spangler for a Scotch and Soda production of Twice Upon a Time. Schwartz created a one-act opera, Voltaire and the Witches. He describes Spangler's half of the show, Shakespeare in London, as being a charming musical that was better than his own. As Schwartz switched over from student to alumnus, he joined the ranks of his peers who would eventually land television, stage and film roles in Hill Street Blues, LA, Law, Sesame Street, Godspell, Grease, 1776, and others. He would always count his training in the dramatic arts as essential for his future artistic efforts, and is glad he got into drama school rather than majoring in music somewhere. I believe everybody writing for theatre should take acting. I think the single most important and influential class I took at Carnegie was my senior acting class with a teacher who had come down from the neighbourhood playhouse to teach Meisner technique. While I myself remain a terrible actor, it taught me what performers need from material in order to make it actable. When I am working on a musical number for a show, I try to become the character, think about what the character's action is, and then express myself as that character would. Stephen Schwartz. It was at Carnegie, also, that he decided to focus on lyrics as well as music. I had always wanted to be a composer. I basically started writing lyrics out of self-defense. I couldn't find people to write lyrics for my songs that felt right often enough, so I thought I might as well try to do it myself. Thus he became a composer-lyricist, evolving a rare skill set that would allow him to excel at the combined role or either on its own. Creativity notes, a working process that connects with feeling. While writing songs for his Scotch and Soda Club musicals, Stephen Schwartz established his compositional process. He later contrasted his process with that of composers such as Leonard Bernstein, who sometimes wrote out music without first playing the notes. I understand the logic of writing away from the piano, Schwartz comments. You're not limited by your own technique or by habit, but for me, the emotion comes out through my fingers on the keyboard. A lot of times, I don't know what something is going to be, musically. I sit there and think, what's the story I'm telling? And who's the character? And what is he or she feeling? And I kind of let my fingers tell me. There is this automatic, unconscious process going on, and part of me is just trying to stay conscious and alert to it. I'll hear something my fingers have just played and say, oh, it seems like that would be good, as opposed to sitting at a drafting table with music paper and writing from there. It's just a different way of working. In terms of how he writes the strong melodies he is known for, he says, my process is that I sing the songs as I'm writing them. I'm playing something at the piano and I'm singing to it, either to words or la-las. I don't have the greatest voice in the world, so sometimes they are written for better voices than mine, but my songs are written to be sung. While Schwartz likes to work at the piano, other artists find their own route for connecting to a core emotion or idea. In Wild Mind, Living the Writer's Life, author Natalie Goldberg advises writers to warm up with regular writing practice. If they feel they are treading water, they can stop mid-sentence, add a dash and write, what I really want to say is, and then proceed. Says Goldberg, it allows you to drop to a deeper level or to make a 180-degree turn in what you are writing. It's a device to help you connect with what is going on inside. College of Fine Arts building at Carnegie Mellon University. Left, Nina Faso right. In the Skibo Student Center, Stephen Schwartz accompanies an early work session for Pippin in December 1966. Nancy Schwartz dances during the Come With Me number in Pippin, while several of the 34 other cast members look on. The programme for Pippin reveals the level of ambition of its creators. Scotch and Soda productions were full-scale original musicals. Chapter 3, Transitions. Keep dancing through. Let's go down to the Ozdust Ballroom. We'll meet there later tonight. We can dance till it's light. Find the prettiest girl. Give her a whirl. Wicked. In the summer of 1968, with so many steps to master in the real world of theatre, Schwartz headed to the Green Hills of New Hampshire for the new London Barn Playhouse just as he had for the previous 2 summer stock seasons. Had the 20-year-old gone straight to New York to work in theatre, his lack of experience might have been more of an obstacle. At the new London Barn Playhouse, he could rise to as many occasions as his natural talent would allow. After starting as assistant musical director, he advanced to musical direction, musical staging and directing, expanding his experience with shows like How to Succeed in Business Without Really Trying, Oliver, and Camelot. Occasionally he appeared in a show, as in the chorus for Kiss Me, Kate. That was one of the more embarrassing experiences of my life, he recounts. The actor playing Petruchio couldn't remember his lyrics, so I and 2 other guys were drafted to follow him around as his servants, wearing tights and singing his songs in the third person. Where is the life that late he led? When the Playhouse lost its contracted choreographer, the director drafted Schwartz to fill in. I had a bit of a flair for it, Schwartz comments. I have absolutely no dance training, so I worked out musical numbers by figuring out stage movement patterns and flow rather than by specific steps. I sort of planned it like football plays. When I needed actual steps, I would rely on some of the dancers in the company to help come up with them. One of those dancers was Joanne Jonas, whom he later invited to audition for the cast of his first off-Broadway show. Another performer would help with the dance in his broader life drama. 21-year-old actress Carol Piasecki played the role of Gladys Bumps in Pal Joey, which Schwartz ended up musical directing and choreographing. Carol brought a bold, powerful energy to her stage performance and a down-to-earth practicality to her perspective on musical theatre. She had gold hair with a gentle curl, as he would later write in A Wicked Song. That's the girl he chose to receive the roses, pearls, and the house in the country one day. With her unassuming pragmatism, Carol would serve as an essential sounding board for his creative outpourings over the years to come. The 2 continued seeing each other during the fall of 1968. Carol had moved to Manhattan and was singing in clubs, and Stephen resided on 72nd Street with a friend. Through Carol's contacts, he got a job playing piano for a tour of young Abe Lincoln put on by the Theatre Works Children's Theatre Company, while Carol performed in the show. His parents knew that Carol, with her Polish Catholic background, would celebrate Christmas. As the gift-giving season approached, his mother asked, "What are you giving Carol for Christmas?" "I think I'll give her an engagement ring," he answered. "We were rather surprised," Sheila Schwartz remembers, "because he was only 20. "Surprised?" retorts Stephen. "My mother almost drove off the road." Carol and Stephen married on June 6, 1969. Stephen moved into Carol's apartment at 155 West 81st Street, a relatively quiet section of Manhattan's Upper West Side. At a used furniture store around the corner, for $100, they bought a piano on which he would write much of the music for Godspell and Pippin. Carol had the necessary talent for a professional acting career, but was already experiencing the downside of the uncertainties it entailed. She had been chosen for a small part in 1776, and had looked forward to her Broadway debut until the entire role was cut during the out-of-town tryout. In February of 1970, she understudied the lead role in a new Broadway musical. She notes, "When I got into a Broadway show, a flop called Georgie, I discovered that once you attain it, you find that it's really not what it's cracked up to be." Her experiences with the disillusionment of attaining one's goals found its way thematically into the still-developing Pippin. Meanwhile, Carol's desires shifted toward a starring role at home, raising a family, and letting her new husband step into the limelight. Left, Carol Piasecki Wright. Carol plays the lead in South Pacific in a production in Flint, Michigan. Creativity notes. Subterranean ways. In the early days of their marriage, Carol Schwartz learned that a songwriter playing solitaire is a songwriter creating. She tried conversing while Stephen pored silently over card arrangements with his blank writing pad beside him. He'd be polite for a while and then ask her pleasey not to disturb him. "You're just playing solitaire," she used to say. "No, I'm working," he'd insist. Playing solitaire is one of several types of activities artists use to access subtler intuitive processes. Schwartz says that if he gets stuck while working out a lyric or a song idea, he'll stop and engage his attention in something that requires extremely shallow consciousness, like driving or playing solitaire, or repetitively hitting tennis balls fired from a ball machine, or even taking a shower. These activities become a kind of meditation, a way of detaching and getting into a different space. He comments, "You're engaging in just a little bit of mental activity. You're thinking about watching the road or watching the ball or something, but it's not very deep thinking, and I find that frees up my subconscious, and suddenly whist. All this stuff comes from my unconscious into my consciousness. It feels like channeling because you're not in control of it at all." Career connections. Meanwhile, Schwartz followed up on his only lead for New York's entertainment industry. He looked at the address on the letter he'd received his senior year of college from prospective producer Harry Lynn, who wanted to stage Pippin, and made an appointment to see him. For many years afterward, he would remember the climb to Lynn's tiny sixth-floor walk-up apartment, and his surprise in finding a space so small that the bathtub, covered with a piece of plywood, doubled as the dining room table. Sitting at the bathtub table, he and Lynn, another young man with aspirations, planned a backers audition to get seed money for further work. By the time of the audition, Lynn had dropped out. But agreeing to attend was an agent wannabe who was courting Carol as a client. He still worked in the mailroom at a large talent agency, Ashley Famous, but he persuaded an actual writer's agent, Bridget Aschenberg, to attend with him. Aschenberg was impressed. "I don't know anything about music at all," she said to Schwartz, "and in fact I don't really like musicals, but I think that you are talented. I'm going to go back to my agency and tell a friend of mine about you." About 2 weeks later, Schwartz received a call. "Bridget Aschenberg keeps haranguing me to call you, so come in and meet with me." It was Shirley Bernstein, composer-conductor Leonard Bernstein's elegant and sophisticated sister, who knew her way around the entertainment world. Some weeks before his 21st birthday, Schwartz entered an agent-client relationship with Shirley Bernstein. She agreed to represent him after listening to him perform songs from Pippin in the small audition room at the Manhattan agency office. Among other suggestions, Shirley asked Steve to use his full real name rather than the Lawrence Stevens and Stephen Sanford noms de plume he'd been experimenting with, and Stephen Schwartz officially became his professional moniker. Shirley would be Stephen's key to unlocking doors of the show business world. She invested time in an untested client, and he would make them both a fortune. The moral of the convoluted story about finding Bernstein, he sometimes quips, is if you want to get started in this business, meet someone who works in the mailroom. Musical futures. Schwartz's first effort came by way of another client of Bernstein's, Keir Dullea. The actor needed a song to sing in Leonard Gershey's play Butterflies Are Free, in which he was cast as a blind folk singer. Bernstein made a deal with the producers to allow her young songwriter to submit a piece on spec. After reading the script, Schwartz wrote the song Butterflies Are Free. He recalls, "I tried to write something that sounded a little like an amateur folk singer and lyrics that were devoid of visual imagery because he was blind. It worked well, and he earned his first Broadway credit when the show opened on October 21st, 1969. The play ran on Broadway at the Booth Theatre for 1,128 performances. However, a one-song credit seemed only a first step to the ambitious composer-lyricist, and certainly didn't offer financial security at $25 a week in royalty income. His pathway to greater prosperity came as a result of youthfulness, talent, and good timing. One day, Bernstein brought her client to a meeting at RCA to talk to them about a music publishing deal. He played his Pippin score on a piano and gave them a demo recording of 2 pop songs. To his astonishment, they offered him a job in their A&R department. Much of the job would entail going to clubs to listen to new acts and recommending to RCA those he thought had potential. He was to bring the most promising in to the studio and record demos with them. He cautioned them, "I don't know anything about recording studios," but they responded that he would learn. It was at a time he remembers when older people who had been in the music industry a long time weren't trusting their judgment anymore as to what the record-buying kids wanted, so they were willing to hire young people without a lot of experience. One of the most fortunate parts of the job was producing demo recordings and some full albums. He became acquainted with technical details about sound equipment and seemed to have an ear for what would work, so that in later years he could produce his own cast recordings. Among the albums that Schwartz produced for RCA was the 1970 original cast album of Gretchen Cryer and Nancy Ford's The Last Sweet Days of Isaac. Although his job interrupted his work on Pippin, he realized his good fortune. "I was 21 years old and making what seemed to me an enormous salary while learning about the studio. Synthesizers were just coming out, so to me it was like being paid for going to recording school." Musical transitions. In the late 1960s and early 1970s, Schwartz often listened to other people's recordings, a habit that helped him cultivate the kind of blended sound in his own songwriting that would later make his work so popular with theatre crowds. Among the record album covers near Stephen and Carol's turntable at the 81st Street apartment was one with a painted self-portrait, a Canadian singer whose blonde hair hung straight and long. Stephen would listen as Joni Mitchell's voice slid through poetical songs on her album Clouds, like Chelsea Morning. The final track, Both Sides Now, was the most breathtaking for him and would remain his favourite song of all time. Both sides now expressed how he looked at things. Joni Mitchell sang about life's illusions and seeing things from multiple points of view. The topic of illusions and reality would remain a major theme in Schwartz's work for his entire career. He had not faced the hardships that others of his favourite artists encountered, like James Taylor with his drug problems, or others having to take non-music-related jobs to make ends meet. Still, he had his share of challenges. "I came to New York not knowing anybody or how to break into the business. and I just sat in my apartment on 72nd Street looking out at the people on the street thinking, I'm just going to die up here, not having done anything, not even knowing how to try to do anything, while all these people down there seem to be going on with their busy lives. But as he absorbed the music of his favourite pop artists, he unknowingly moved himself closer to his goal. Another artist whose work impacted his style significantly was Laura Nyro. Her album Eli and the 13th Confession would frequent the front of the stack beside the turntable. The cover featured Nyro with her eyes cast down, as if contemplating her inner universe. A reporter with the New York Times once described her as having a 3-octave range of emotions. Schwartz loved how she let the tempo flow and change as suited the mood of her songs, as well as how she'd combine a chord with an unusual bass note. What Laura Nyro used that I hadn't heard before in pop music, Schwartz says, was her polychords and tempo changes within songs. They became part of my own sound. Schwartz's musical vocabulary expanded further as he listened to the rich harmonies of the Mamas and the Papas and the Beach Boys, the passionate music of Jefferson Airplane, the mellow sounds of Sweet Baby James, with James Taylor classics like Fire and Rain and the title song. Although Stephen would be writing for musical theatre, he felt liberated listening to pop artists like these, as if they gave him permission to explore new possibilities. I think that everybody is influenced by things that particularly speak to them. I just feel like my style is a big mishmash of all the things I've heard that I really liked, and I just recycle them in some way. Stephen Schwartz. Of course, he was also influenced by Broadway composers whose work he loved: Richard Rodgers, Jerome Kern, Irving Berlin, Jules Stein, Leonard Bernstein, and Jerry Bock. And he maintained his constant appreciation for the serious music training he'd received in his piano studies when he explored the works of Handel, Bach, Beethoven, and others. Later composers also suited his taste, including Mussorgsky, Rachmaninoff, Puccini, and Copland. All of this music poured into Stephen Schwartz's musical melting pot and somehow helped meld the style that fans came to love. As musical historian Stanley Green would later write, what the composer has brought to the theatre is a modern, youthful, crisp sound, primarily influenced by rock, but also endowed with sensitivity and melodic grace. He drew from an amalgamation of influences as he revised the score for Pippin, moving it away from the medieval music pastiche of some of his college efforts into a blended pop-rock score. Schwartz also followed the young musician's urge of the day and joined a rock band. He and college buddy David Spangler, along with others, formed the Pipe Dream, sharing songwriting efforts in the classical rock style, as Spangler describes it, with multi-part harmonies. Their success remained a pipe dream, but it was good practice in songwriting. A first music team member, Schwartz was certainly not alone as a young musician in the process of making and remaking himself in the early 1970s. New York was a mecca for aspiring songwriters and performers looking for that big break by being offered a recording contract or by winning stage roles. The closing of Minnie's Boys on Broadway in May of 1970 had left one such seeker, Stephen Reinhardt, asking himself, "What do I want to do with the rest of my life?" He'd been a dancer in the show, but now drew from his natural rhythmic and musical talents to become a singer-songwriter. Reinhardt, with his long hair falling into his face, became a wandering troubadour auditioning at record companies. On the afternoon of Reinhardt's appointment at RCA, a then unfamiliar Schwartz entered the waiting room where several wannabes had gathered. "Who's my 3 o'clock?" Schwartz said. Reinhardt raised his hand. Okay, come on in." As the two walked toward the audition room, Schwartz sighed and remarked, "Boy, it hasn't been a good day. I hope you're good." Reinhardt sang a few pieces, accompanying himself on piano. Schwartz said, "I want to record you." They felt at ease with each other and became friends as they worked on demos. Not long afterward, Reinhardt got a call from Schwartz. "I'm writing this show called Pippin," he said. "You have kind of a similar style of playing as I do. Would you like to work with me on it? I need to get some arrangements together." Despite his lack of experience, Reinhardt, in a what-the-heck mood, said, "I'd love to." Yet the breakthrough would not come with Pippin, but with another musical newly emerging from Schwartz's alma mater, for which Reinhardt would later become the music director. The upright Soma piano used by Stephen Schwartz when he composed songs for Godspell and Pippin. Chapter 4. Early Godspell. "So let your light so shine before men, let your light so shine, so that they might know some kindness again. We all need help to feel fine." Godspell. When Shirley Bernstein's efforts to get Pippin produced yielded nothing in terms of percentage income for her agency, her superiors pressured her about the kid she seemed to be spending an inordinate amount of time working for. But she continued shepherding New York producers into her office to show off Stephen Schwartz. Edgar Lansbury and his business partner, Joe Beru, were on her long list of people to invite. "She had a young man with a musical that she wanted very much for us to hear," Lansbury recalls. Lansbury, a former scenic designer, and Beru, a Carnegie Mellon graduate, were on the lookout for new shows to mount at the Promenade Theatre on the Upper West Side, which they owned. They also booked shows at the Cherry Lane Theatre in Greenwich Village and had a certain amount of control over its offerings. To satisfy changing tastes of the early 1970s, they sought something unusual in theatrical style. Also, if they could find it, they wanted a piece with a spiritual bent. When Stephen Schwartz played and sang Pippin for them, they didn't feel the show was ready for serious consideration, but they were enthused about the songwriter. "We were very, very impressed with this talented young guy who seemed to be fluent in all kinds of ideas and styles," Lansbury says. Ingredients for Godspell. Unbeknownst to any of them, an early version of Godspell had recently hatched at Carnegie Mellon and was about to play off-Broadway. The show was the brainchild of John Michael Tebelak, another directing major at Carnegie. Tebelak was an experimenter, living in an age that supported the breaking of traditions. In vogue among the less traditionally minded faculty members and guest artists at Carnegie were improvisers who created shows through group participation. Nina Fosse also remembers Tebelak's fascination with Jerzy Grotowski's work. Grotowski was a revolutionary Polish director whose theatre would look almost like a boxing arena, with benches on both sides. Actors would sit on benches in sight of the audience, and when they had to do something, they just got up and became that character. Over the summer of 1968, Tebelak set up a wild summer stock program for his fellow students in his native Cleveland and mounted a production of Marat Sadi. In the play within the play, a group of mental patients performed for the aristocracy of France. Some of them wore clown outfits, a wire fence surrounded their stage. These images became central to the original Godspell. That summer the group also performed Mac Bird, Tebelak appropriated pop music, rewrote lyrics, and inserted songs to enhance the production. The show was the hit of the summer, so he was encouraged to try something similar again. The specific impetus for Godspell originated from Tebelak's master's degree thesis requirements for directing a show. After an unpleasant experience at an Easter church service in Pittsburgh, he decided to create his own more or less original show with material from the four Gospels, especially Matthew. It would emphasize values he felt were missing at that Easter service: joy and a sense of caring community. To help justify the show's style academically, Tebelak read and referred to Harvard professor Harvey Cox's treatise, The Feast of Fools, describing the concept of Christ as a clown, a bringer of joy. Tebelak brought together 10 students who were cast as clowns to co-create the show, although most of them were traditional actors, not trained in improvisation. They couldn't understand what he was talking about by associating clown characters with the Bible. Then one night he brought in grease paint and explained that they were going to paint each other. They started drawing crazy pictures on each other's faces as their mood shifted from skeptical to light and playful. When they realized he expected them to wear clown faces for the show, they suddenly understood the theatrical context for performing Bible parables. The room exploded with creativity, and the earliest Godspells sprang to life. They experimented with reverse engineering scenes based on Bible phrases. Knowing how Jesus completed a parable, actors invented a charade or game or other goofy behavior to give him a reason to teach that lesson. As the students clowned around, Tebelak either approved or nixed their antics for use in the show. Meanwhile, his friend Dwayne Bollick wrote some rock music to go with lyrics from hymns or psalms. These became the songs for Tebelak's thesis project, then called the Godspell. Student designer Susan TSU created the original costumes. Accompanied by a small band, the cast performed the musical in the tiny cinder-block studio theatre on campus that only held about 50 people. It only played for a few days in December of 1970, but was a smash hit on campus. Next, Tebelak ventured into New York City to meet with Ellen Stewart, founder of the experimental theatre La Mama. She could fit the show into a 2-week opening in her calendar in late February 1971. For the La Mama cast, Tebelak recruited some students and recent graduates, including several who had performed in Cleveland as part of his 1968 summer group. Another college friend, Peggy Gordon, came to help with music and then decided to join the adventure as an actor at La Mama. It was for this production that Peggy Gordon and cast member Gilmer McCormick brought in by my side music by Gordon, lyrics by their mutual friend Jay Hamburger, and vocal harmony by McCormick. The Godspell proved popular in that off-Broadway venue where it ran for 2 weeks. Schwartz is ready. Around that same time, Stephen Schwartz quit his job at RCA. "I just let it end," he says about the 2-year contract he chose not to renew. He'd already been moonlighting as music director for a rock musical called The Survival of St. Joan, but the show might fail. I said to Carol, "I won't have the courage to quit my RCA job if St. Joan closes, so I think I'll do it now." So, just before his 23rd birthday, Schwartz found himself jobless and uncertain about his future prospects. The uncertainty was not to last long. On Saturday, March 6th, the telephone rang at Stephen's parents' home on Long Island, where he and Carol were visiting to celebrate his birthday. Stephen picked up the phone and listened to the enthusiastic voice of his college friend, Charlie Haid, who invited him to see the Godspell the next day in Manhattan's East Village. It was the final performance, explained Haid, who was becoming an associate of the show's prospective producers, Beru and Lansbury. They had hopes that the piece was right for the Cherry Lane Theatre if someone could write a contemporary theatrical score. Stephen was reticent about schlepping into the city in the spring rain, but spoke with his agent and with Carol. They both encouraged him to check it out. The next day, Stephen and Carol arrived at La Mama on East 4th Street and entered a new world. To Stephen's surprise, on stage he saw mostly familiar faces from Carnegie. He enjoyed the cheery clowning around by his peers. The show was Woodstock-made biblical. My first impression of the show was that it was messy but inspired, Schwartz said later. On Monday, Schwartz walked into the Lansbury Borough office on West 51st Street and Broadway, feeling a little more optimistic about his future. When asked if he could help turn Tebelak's mixture of a show into a full-scale musical, complete with new song and dance numbers, he answered, "Sure," without betraying any apprehension. "Great. We go into rehearsals April 11th, and that was that." About the absurd deadline, Schwartz later remarked, "I was so young and stupid, I had no idea that you couldn't write a whole score in 5 weeks. I didn't say to them, 'But that's impossible.' I just said, 'Okay.'" The producers brought him to meet with the La Mama group with the intention of delicately introducing to the cast a stranger who would be altering their show. The place filled with shrieks of delight over the small world serendipity. "They had accidentally hired one of our friends to do our music," recalls Nina Fosse, who had become the show's stage manager. Although Tebelak and Schwartz had not been buddies in college, they had seen each other around the drama department. In fact, in 1968, Tebelak had helped make tissue paper flowers for the set of Schwartz's final directing project. They would make an odd-looking creative pair, athletic and trim Stephen Schwartz at 5 feet 8 inches, and overalls wearing John Michael Tebelak, whose bushy hair accentuated his height of 6 feet 1 inch. Yet there was a comfortable feeling between them. Lansbury and Beru left them to do their work while making other preparations for an open run at Cherry Lane Theatre. Somewhere along the way, the Godspell became Godspell, first professional collaboration. When the two writers of the new musical held their first meeting, Tebelak handed over 11 mimeographed pages that formed a rough script and included psalms, hymns, and parables for Schwartz to work with. New song placement and tunes were now up for grabs, though the show's basic structure remained intact. For most of his career, Schwartz would become involved with shows from their inception. For Godspell, he had the luxury of being an audience member before beginning his score revision, and since lyrics take Schwartz much longer to write than music, the idea of using lyrics already adapted from hymns and psalms seemed ideal. He notes, "It's a lot easier to write something when you see it, and you know what it is, and it works. It wasn't like it had to be fixed. It just had to be cleaned up a little bit and musicalized in a way that was more accessible and emotional and had more variety." Neither he nor his casually Jewish parents saw a problem with him working on Godspell. He hoped his ignorance would prove an advantage in terms of a novel perception. "I don't come from a Christian upbringing, and therefore I really didn't know the New Testament," he once explained. "I was reading some of these parables for the first time, and the hymns that I set with new music for the show are all from the Episcopal hymnal. I basically was responding to the material fresh. The Cherry Lane Theatre in Greenwich Village. Chapter 5, The Godspell Score and First Grammys. You guessed, it's all for the best. Godspell. As Stephen Schwartz composed music at the piano he and Carol had bought, he found ways to express the themes of love and joy, as well as the energy and exuberance of the La Mama production. His experience taught him that musical theatre had things like an opening number, a character singing about what he or she wants, a first act finale that enticed the audience to return after intermission, and several powerful songs near the ending. There had to be a balance of ballads and up-tempo numbers. Could this approach be imposed upon such a sprawling hodgepodge of material? He was eager to try. His Godspell credit would read music and new lyrics, for he wrote all new music, but mostly, in the interest of time, he only slightly amended hymn or psalm lyrics. Schwartz decided to keep the song By My Side by J. Hamburger and Peggy Gordon that was included in the show at La Mama. In his meetings with Tebelak, he said, I could try to write a new song for this spot, and maybe I could write a song as good as this, but why bother if we already have this wonderful song? As he would do on all his future musicals, Schwartz focused on the whole story arc. He and Tebelak discussed ways of making the show dramatically compelling and thereby appealing to people of all faiths. For example, if Jesus and Judas had a conflict at the end with the betrayal, then earlier in the show the pair needed to develop a close relationship of some kind. And so Schwartz wrote All for the Best as a vaudevillian soft-shoe duet number to demonstrate an early phase of the Jesus-Judas friendship. For the song's music, he drew from a childhood memory of a favourite Irving Berlin tune, You're Just in Love from Call Me Madam. He explains, someone sings, I hear music and there's no one there. Then Ethel Merman sings, You don't need analysing, and then they sing the two things together. I loved it. With Berlin's counter-melody style in mind, Schwartz developed the song and dance number. Tebelak had previously invented the show opening, nicknaming the scene Tower of Babel after a Bible story in Genesis 11. When Schwartz watched it at La Mama, he felt that lengthy quotations from philosophers and others were not really suited to musical theatre, so he edited them down and musicalized the whole scene, weaving 8 parts together in fugue form. Unlike the original music at La Mama, which had been a succession of group numbers, Schwartz's score for the rest of the musical involved a lead singer for each song. Schwartz comments, and each disciple had a musical number that began with him or her and became his or her signature tune. As jumping-off points for the songs, Schwartz drew on the singer songwriters he'd been listening to as a fan. For instance, for Bless the Lord, Schwartz followed the lyric he'd been given and wrote a flashy new 3-speed tune in Laura Nyro style. For Day by Day, he decided on a Burt Bacharach-ish jazz waltz that has the feel of what the world needs now. Then it goes into the 4 quarters, which is more straightforward pop. He found inspiration for all good gifts from the chord relationships for James Taylor's 1970 hit Ballad Fire and Rain and Elton John's Your Song. Creativity notes, musical diving boards. For Stephen Schwartz, being creative does not mean operating in a vacuum. Naturally, he is pleased if melodies spring to his mind unbidden, yet he also loves discovering a touchstone for a new song in the musical groove of someone else's song. I would define the score for Godspell as pop pastiche, Schwartz has stated. It wasn't that I was trying to satirize or make an homage to any given pop artist, but that they were the jumping-off points. Because I was writing the score so quickly, I would put a lyric in front of me and think, well, how do I jump into the pool this time? What's my diving board? And I would pick something, and I'm sure there were ones I picked where I hit my head on the cement and went back up to the diving board and tried a different entry point. Artists of all types can benefit from researching style models. When in a quandary about how to begin a piece, they may seek models that have the kind of energy they're working toward. New diving boards for the dip in the pool of inspiration. Transitions. While Schwartz tinkered with songs, 8 of the 10 La Mama Godspell players reassembled. Schwartz sought out Joanne Jonas, whom he remembered from summer stock in New Hampshire, where he'd admired her vocal and dance talents. He'd written the song Bless the Lord with her voice in mind and wanted her in the show. That made her audition easy. She came into a rehearsal hall, learned Bless the Lord on the spot, and then debuted the song for the producers an hour later. They loved both the song and Joanne, so she was in. Lamar Alford, a well-trained singer, had performed in another La Mama show, and Tebelak recommended him. Schwartz wrote All Good Gifts with him in mind. Before proceeding further, Schwartz phoned Stephen Reinhardt to ask if he would be music director and keyboard player for Godspell rehearsals and performances. Although Reinhardt replied, "I've never been a musical director for anything in my life," Schwartz just said, "I know you can do it," a gesture of faith that he would give many aspiring musicians in the coming years. Reinhardt was one of the first to hear the new Godspell songs, and remembers they were really wonderful, very clever, and very heartfelt. From that point on, they started preparing for the production together. Schwartz gave him handwritten laid sheets. All we had were notes, words and chords, and my idea of how it went, Reinhardt recalled later. There were no recordings or demo tapes or anything like that. I learned the songs off these pieces of paper. Once the producers heard and approved the music, it was time for an in-house debut. The cast, who had been working up a new version of the script, assembled at the New York City apartment of one of the producers. Stephen Schwartz, Steve Reinhardt, Joanne Jonas, and Lamar Alford performed the new score. Until that moment, the show had been eccentrically non-traditional. No one in the earlier cast was quite prepared for it to sound like a professional musical. When the debut was finished, the room settled into a fidgety silence. There was no warm applause or congratulations. Without saying anything, 2 cast members pulled out their guitars. Not knowing how else to respond, they began singing the familiar old songs. "We were stunned when we first heard this music," says Peggy Gordon. "It was not only different, but there was so much more of it. We were protective of the old and a little reserved toward the new." Edgar Lansbury believed Schwartz was on the right track, even if the cast balked a little bit when asked to let go of their previous songs. Actors are like that. They become very possessive of the way things are done. Soon enough, the cast adjusted to the new material. With an opening scheduled for May 17th, rehearsals began in April at the historic 99-seat Cherry Lane Theatre, nestled in a quiet corner of Greenwich Village. Finding Godspell again. The cast, now with Joanne and Lamar, and minus 2 of the 10 La Mama cast members, returned to the improvisation process used for the earlier incarnations of the show. As before, they worked primarily with the Gospel according to St. Matthew and made new choices about who would bring to life each parable. Peggy Gordon remembers, "We fashioned ourselves after the 7 dwarfs, the shy one, the bold one, the showy one. My concept of my character was she was the shy one. Gordon knew she would be singing by my side, which includes a line about daring to walk with Jesus. Becoming a shy character gave credence to the whole thing of putting the pebble in the shoe, daring herself to go with him." Schwartz and Tebelak discussed appropriate spots for musical numbers. They evaluated the event of each song so that the actors wouldn't just be stopping the story to sing. In most instances, songs suggested characters' moments of revelation or conversion. They are pledging their loyalty, their belief, their faith to become a member of this community that's being formed, Schwartz explains. As preparations continued, Schwartz, who handles details well, often found himself running rehearsals when Tebelak had trouble coping with the fast-paced development pressure. Experiencing inner turmoil over his art and his personal relationships, he often turned to alcohol and drugs and wasn't always functioning well as a director. But by then his ideas had taken root in the imagination of his collaborator and cast members who would bring them to fruition. This last part of the process of creating a commercial musical was mostly Schwartz's territory anyway. As Nina Fosse explains, Stephen had been writing musicals and studying musical theatre for so long. He knew things that we didn't know, like how to get applause on a number. For the La Mama production, Fosse wrote out a minimal version of a script in longhand, but as the show moved closer to opening at Cherry Lane, the producers began to panic about copyright. Fosse says, "There was no script and you can't copyright something that isn't on paper or add lighting cues, and the musicians couldn't play music that wasn't written down. So when Stephen came along, everything had to be written down, codified. The characters had to have names. They had just been clowns 1 through 10. They used the actors' first names for character names. Fortunately, by then they were sold on Schwartz's new tunes. It was heaven," says Peggy Gordon. "Pure, blissful, joyful, exuberant heaven to learn these songs, to learn our individual harmony parts, and then sing them in the context of the show, with no official choreographer. Stephen Schwartz, Stephen Reinhardt, and Joanne Jonas served as ringleaders for staging Godspell. Jonas had been hired, in part, because of her years of experience as a dancer, and she developed movements for some of the major numbers. Reinhardt knew how to stage a soft shoe, so he choreographed all for the best and others. Schwartz managed it all and explained the kind of thing he wanted, while Tebelak said things like, "I don't know how to make it feel like this, but here's the way I want it to feel." Student designer Susan Sue had taken apart the clown-like costumes after the college show, not knowing they would ever be needed again. For the La Mama production, she gathered some pieces and packed her bags for Manhattan to finish the new job, and then refined costumes for Cherry Lane. The lighting design included plans for bringing in colour after the prologue. This presaged Schwartz's theatrical connection to The Wizard of Oz 3 decades later. John Michael and I viewed the prologue as being like the black and white opening of The Wizard of Oz. The prologue is interrupted by the arrival of John the Baptist, and then the whole band comes in and all the coloured lights bang on, relates Schwartz, corresponding to the switch in the movie from black and white to Technicolor. Final preparations. The gaiety of the previous weeks began to drain away as technical rehearsals began. Schwartz recalls, As we got close to the opening, all of a sudden it began to occur to us that people were going to come and look at the show and write things about it. Before the first preview, Joe Beru invited the young composer to dinner at the Blue Mill Tavern next door to Cherry Lane. That night, Beru made a prediction. Schwartz remembers, "I guess I was pretty terrified, and Joe said, 'Look, I just want to let you know that this is going to be okay. I can tell you right now, I've been around. But if you really work hard these next few days, and you guys really pull this together, you and John Michael and the cast, if you really do your work, you're not going to believe what's going to happen.' Godspell's run at the Cherry Lane Theatre started with 3 previews. According to Reinhardt, the group worried that although the show seemed perfect for Greenwich Village, the mentally overwrought critics were going to come down and tear it apart. You have to have your heart on your sleeve when you come to see Godspell in order to receive the full experience that it has to offer, opening night and beyond. On Sunday evening, critics started attending the show. More came on Monday, the official opening. That night, reviews would be published in newspapers or presented on the 3 local network television stations. Their opening night party was to be at Sardi's restaurant on 44th Street, where theatre producers and others traditionally gathered to wait for reviews. After the May 17th show, Schwartz joined his fellow Godspellians at the party, but he was worried because he didn't believe it was the best performance. "I was quite trepidatious," Schwartz recalls, "as one would expect from my first major show in New York." His agent stayed beside him and reassured him in a way he would remember for many years. "Well, maybe tonight's performance wasn't that strong," Shirley Bernstein began, in an effort to calm her client. "But you said that Sunday's performance was your best yet, and that was the performance the New York Times came to. This is off-Broadway, and the only thing that matters off-Broadway is the Times. No one really cares about anything that anybody else says." A moment later, the press agent came up and told Schwartz, "I feel I have to tell you that we've heard that the Times review is not very good. They just didn't go for the show." Shirley overheard that and said, "Well, the Times doesn't matter off Broadway. It's all about a consensus. The Times is very important on Broadway, but off-Broadway the people just read all different things. It's all going to be a big consensus." Schwartz says, "Of course, by this time I was completely hysterical, and we get into the elevator to go upstairs because they used to show the 3 television reviews, which were very important at that time. Shirley is saying to me, 'Look, this isn't really your show the way that Pippin is your show. I mean, that was a show that started with you. That's really your show. This is a show you came in on and worked on. It's not like this is really your show. You'll have a chance with your show. The doors of the elevator open. There are 3 televisions. Channel 2 comes on, and Channel 4 comes on, and Channel 7 comes on, and they're unqualified raves. And then we start to find out that everything but the Times has been a rave. We're watching the television reviews, and Shirley turns to me, and she says, 'This is your show, darling,' and she hugged me delightedly. I thought, at that point, I'm staying with this woman for the rest of my life. This is what you want in an agent. You want someone that's going to try to make you feel good about things no matter what." After the party at Sardi's, Carol and Stephen drove out to Long Island to Stephen's parents' home, reviewing the thrilling experiences of the evening along the way. Stephen remembers saying, "No matter what else happens in my life, no one can take this night away from me." Reviews were positive enough that the actors could start getting booked on some TV shows. Still, the first month was slow. Cast member Robin Lamont recalls that once the cast sang Day by Day on the Today Show, everything shifted. When we came to the theatre that night, the producers were jumping all around. They said, "The phones are ringing off the hook." From that moment, we were sold out almost every night as a result of that appearance and word of mouth. It was delightful. Schwartz often attended performances, standing in the back of the theatre. It was so amazing to watch the audience, and there were all these celebrities coming down. I was 23 years old. I went a lot. Godspell soon outgrew the 99-seat Cherry Lane Theatre in Greenwich Village and moved to the Promenade Theatre in August. The show would run for 2,123 performances at the Promenade, becoming what was then the fourth longest-running off-Broadway musical. Godspell was like a fire lit in a cold neighbourhood, and people came and warmed themselves by it. Gilmer McCormick, the first of many cast albums. The cast album played into the success mix. In the summer of 1971, Schwartz brought the cast into the studio and recorded an album. Although they were tired from performing during the week, it was an exciting moment for the young actors. Voices sounded a bit worn, and there were some pitch problems, but the overall folksy effect was, more or less, what he wanted. Drawing from his RCA experience, the composer also worked as the record producer, a role he would play on most of his cast albums in the future. He once said about producing cast albums, "I do them because I like being in charge of the sound of my recordings." Unlike the traditional Broadway cast albums up until that time, which recorded the lead singers, chorus, and orchestra simultaneously, Schwartz recorded the show as he'd learned to do with pop albums, layering in instrumentals, then lead vocals, and then backup vocals. And he could do things like double the backup vocals, which he feels is a sound that our ears have become accustomed to. Schwartz decided not to record the lyrically dense prologue to give the album a better chance to cross over as a pop album. Bell Records released the Godspell original cast recording in July 1971. The album won the Grammy Award for Best Original Cast Recording, and the cast performed on the televised Grammy show. At the Grammy Awards ceremony, Schwartz ran into Larry Uttal, the head of Bell Records. Uttal had been promising Schwartz that the best-selling pop group, The Fifth Dimension, was planning to record Day by Day as a single, but they still hadn't done so. Schwartz suggested, "Let's capitalise on the Grammy. Let's just release the cast album version." Uttal agreed, and in the spring of 1972, Day by Day climbed the top 40 Billboard pop chart into the top 10, becoming the first cast-sung hit single since Ezio Pinza's Some Enchanted Evening from South Pacific over 20 years earlier. The album reached gold record status after about a year and a half, and, of course, all of this supported ticket sales. First blockbuster musical, Godspell's popularity soon spread around the country and around the world, and Schwartz travelled to most of the productions for casting or giving notes. At one point, in addition to international productions in London, Paris, and elsewhere, as many as 7 resident companies of Godspell operated simultaneously in North America, New York City, Boston, Washington, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Chicago, and Toronto, as well as a national touring company. Many of the companies had extended runs lasting 1 to 2 years. "We really had to hustle in order to get enough casts together," Lansbury recalls. Schwartz reflects, "I look back on 1971 and 1972, and I don't know how I did everything that I did. I can't imagine how there were enough hours in the day and months in the year to have done all that. It seems insane to me now. More about Godspell. Another book, The Godspell Experience, Inside a Transformative Musical, provides a complete account of the show's evolution and features a foreword by Stephen Schwartz. In addition to development stories, photos, and a song-by-song section, the Godspell Experience also includes a chapter on the 1973 Godspell movie and one on the recent Broadway revival. Anyone wishing more coverage about the show, the cast, the movie, and the songs may refer to that other book. Creativity Notes, The Playfulness Factor. The creation of something new is not accomplished by the intellect, but by the play instinct acting from inner necessity. The creative mind plays with the objects it loves. Carl Jung. Godspell was really all based on play, the innocence of children who see the world uncorrupted. That is how the whole piece evolved. Through improvisations, we found what worked and what didn't work. Ultimately, in the rehearsal process, we solidified those moments that seemed alive and true and suited the structure of the piece. It was a very transformative process. Stephen Nathan, who played Jesus in Godspell at La Mama and Cherry Lane Theatre. Godspell's success is a testament to the value of play for the creative process and the attractiveness of exuberant enthusiasm. The Artist's Way, written by Julia Cameron with Mark Bryan, connects enthusiasm, play, and the needs of artists. Enthusiasm is an ongoing energy supply tapped into the flow of life itself. Enthusiasm is grounded in play, not work. Far from being a brain-numb soldier, our artist is actually our child within, our inner playmate. As with all playmates, it is joy, not duty, that makes for a lasting bond. In theatre work, directors sometimes use improvisational games to initiate spontaneous play. Theatre game developer Viola Spolin once commented, "Through spontaneity, we are reformed into ourselves. It creates an explosion that for the moment frees us from handed-down frames of reference, memory choked with old facts and information, and undigested theories and techniques of other people's findings. Another value of play is the balance it provides the mind. Stephen Schwartz has always involved himself with recreational activities. He plays tennis and bridge, works word puzzles or Sudoku, and travels to out-of-the-way places around the globe. Recharged and back at the piano, his inner child romps with renewed enthusiasm. John Michael Tebelak chats with band members Jesse Cutler and Ricky Shutter on the set at the Cherry Lane Theatre. Stephen Schwartz sings with you from his forthcoming musical Pippin at the wedding of original Godspell cast member Gilmer McCormick and music director Stephen Reinhardt, February 1972. Nina Faso, Edgar Lansbury, Carol Schwartz and Stephen Schwartz attend the opening of Godspell in London, November 1971. Larry Utel, president of Bell Records, speaks with Stephen Schwartz at the Grammy Awards dinner party March 15, 1972, after Godspell won 2 Grammys. Chapter 6. The Bernstein Influence. There's no trick to staying sensible, despite each cul-de-sac. Cause each step's indispensable when you're on the right track. Pippin. Although Schwartz had expected to launch his career with Pippin on Broadway, 2 major projects opened before it. First Godspell, and then Lyrics for Mass, with music by Shirley Bernstein's brother Leonard. Both were facilitated by Schwartz's ever-loyal agent. In the pre-Godspell days, Shirley fielded complaints from her bosses at the talent agency, for which she worked, about spending too much time on a young composer who was not making them any money. She stood firm, believing that he would eventually succeed, but in February of 1971 the agency let her go. She decided to form her own company, and Schwartz chose to show her the same loyalty she had shown him and go with her. A month later we got the call about Godspell, Schwartz recalls, and after it opened, suddenly her agency was profitable. Godspell quickly became a huge moneymaker. Bernstein's former employers attempted to get some of the royalty percentage, assuming that some of Schwartz's work had been completed while he was still part of the original agency. But Bernstein was able to demonstrate that the call for Godspell came through after she was booted out. "They didn't get a cent," Schwartz says with glee. "Justice is rare in this world, but that was one nice example." Schwartz remained Bernstein's loyal client until the day she passed away in 1998. They spoke by phone every day about whatever project the songwriter was working on, or they chatted about their lives. It wasn't really an agent-client relationship, Schwartz explained years later. "I think I reminded her of her brother, and that's why I was so important to her. I don't know if it was customary or even common at that time for agents to work so tirelessly for young clients or be so supportive of them. It certainly doesn't seem to be that way anymore. All I know is that I continue to feel Shirley was almost single-handedly responsible for my career, and in addition helped guide me through the complicated challenges of the early success she made possible for me." Shirley Bernstein relaxes at the home of Stephen and Carol Schwartz several years after she became Stephen's agent. The Leonard Bernstein connection. Schwartz was a long-time admirer of Leonard Bernstein's music for West Side Story and other works. As if to foreshadow the family connection, one morning during Schwartz's high school days, his clock radio, tuned to classical station WQXR, woke him with the overture for Bernstein's operetta, Candide. They must have announced what it was right before it started, so then I spent months trying to find out what it was, he recalls. Entranced by the music, he asked anyone whom he thought might know it, humming or playing the opening passage until finally a friend's mother identified it. The older maestro's works became a source of inspiration for the young composer who never imagined having an opportunity to work with him. Lyric writing for Leonard Bernstein's Mass slipped into Schwartz's agenda shortly after Godspell opened. The project, eventually titled Mass, a theatre piece for singers, players and dancers, but often called Mass or Bernstein's Mass, had been in the works for many years. Back in 1966, the press announced that the great composer-conductor had accepted Jacqueline Kennedy's invitation to write an original piece for the opening of the new arts complex in the nation's capital, the Kennedy Center. The gala premiere had been scheduled for September 8, 1971. Bernstein, never one to finish projects early, got behind while maintaining his conducting schedule. He returned from international conducting work in May of 1971 to face Mass full-on, including writing English lyrics for songs he would intersperse with elements of the Catholic Mass in Latin. Bernstein wanted Mass to express an enduring interest of his, the difficulty of sustaining faith in seemingly inhumane times. Shirley paid a visit to her brother in June, finding him terribly depressed and searching desperately for a collaborator to work on lyrics for the songs. In her mind, Stephen Schwartz was the obvious best choice. She decided her brother should see Schwartz's newly opened musical, Godspell. Lenny was almost docile, Shirley remembers. I took him by the hand and led him into the show. Having enjoyed it and noted Schwartz's clever lyrics for songs all for the best and learn your lessons well, Leonard Bernstein invited Godspell's young songwriter to assist with English lyrics for Mass. The two met in Bernstein's Park Avenue studio, and they clicked. The elder composer called his sister to say, "Oh my God, this is it. Now I can finish Mass." Schwartz stepped into the rush to finish the piece that summer. He and Carol flew to Southern California, where Lenny was involved in a production of Candide. They all stayed in a bungalow at the Beverly Hills Hotel, where the composer and new lyricist completed much of the work. On Mass, with some additional late summer work at the home of Lenny and Felicia Bernstein in Fairfield, Connecticut. When Schwartz entered the scene, Mass wasn't fully shaped. Even though it was more of a concert piece, Lenny wanted there to be a dramatic arc, Schwartz recalls. I worked with him on shaping the dramatic structure, and I think that structure, more than the English texts, was my main contribution. They were designing this theatre piece as if it was a musical, filled with dramatic tension between the celebrant and his congregants, as well as with himself. Schwartz feels that some of the youthful spirit of Godspell influenced the content of the piece and the character of the celebrant that Lenny and I devised. Both wound up being about a charismatic leader around whom a community forms, and then the leader leaves them to their own devices to carry on without him. There's even a sort of resurrection in Mass. After the divided and polarized congregants reform the community, the celebrant can return as the simple and unencumbered figure he was in the beginning. Once the show's structure crystallized, Schwartz and Bernstein hurried forward with the songs, usually starting with music, most of which had already been written or sketched. But in the case of two of the songs, the Word of the Lord and the celebrant's massive breakdown aria, beginning with the lyrics, the writers were integrating sacred and secular texts while roughly following a liturgical structure. Simple Song, adapted from Psalm 121, would become one of the most memorable and frequently performed pieces from Mass. The Kennedy Center was set to open at the beginning of September, Schwartz recalls, and something had to be up on the stage. Therefore, many of the lyrics were first draft without time to go back and polish. Because they were living in the same bungalow, when they weren't working, they could converse about music and about life. Schwartz notes, "That's why when people ask me if I ever had a mentor, I say Leonard Bernstein was the closest." We would discuss his experiences with some of the criticism he had received, both about his work and about his life choices and political choices. He introduced me to the tricky crossword that I still like to do. They were published in a magazine called The Listener, so Lenny called them listener puzzles. He was a big game player. Bernstein had been a world-famous musician for many years, but he didn't seem to set himself above others. Early in their working relationship, Lenny took Stephen and Carol out to dinner. Carol explained later that he had spent much of the dinner asking about her life and her experiences so far as a young actress. She said, "Though I couldn't really have had anything of particular interest to say to him, he made me feel as if I was one of the most interesting people he had ever met." Stephen notes, "That was so typical of who Lenny was. I thought to myself, if I ever become famous or in a position where I'm someone people admire, I want to remember to treat other people that way." About Leonard Bernstein, aside from being a genius and one of the most talented people that I have ever encountered in my life, his generosity of spirit and his boundless energy and love of music and theatre was inspirational to me. Of all the public figures that I've encountered in my life, he was the most influential. Stephen Schwartz. Schwartz also attributes some of his musical tendencies to Leonard Bernstein's style. Even before working with Lenny, his music had been an enormous influence on me. After spending those brief months working with him, that influence became a permanent part of how I thought about music. As an example, Schwartz attributes an interest in shifting meters to Bernstein's West Side Story song, America, and other pieces. He has said he was accessing his inner Lenny when writing songs with multiple rhythms and time signatures, such as in The Magic Show and Wicked. Finishing Mass. Mass had to be finished quickly, which meant they knew it would be imperfect. Schwartz comments, I learned a lot from the mistakes I made on Mass, and I did make a lot of mistakes. I didn't know enough about the collaborative process at that point to do as good a job as I like to think I would now. For instance, if I provided a lyric first and then Lenny set it to music, I didn't know enough then to go back and rewrite the lyric to help it sit on the music better. But there's so much in the piece that I'm very proud of, and I think the structure is pretty successful. In any event, it got done. Carol Schwartz had turned down an opportunity to be cast in Mass at the upcoming Kennedy Center opening because she had already committed to perform the title role in Hello, Dolly in New Hampshire and would have missed rehearsals for Mass. In September, one of the singers in Mass became ill, and Carol was asked to step in. Stephen was pleased because it meant the couple could be together in Washington, D.C. for the big event. On September 8, 1971, the premiere of Mass inaugurated the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts. The show received mixed reviews, but continued to play to enthusiastic audiences. An original cast recording, including the Norman Scribner Choir and the Berkshire Boys Choir, came out on the Sony Music label in 1971. Since then, other recordings and performances have kept the piece very much alive in the attention of Bernstein aficionados. Schwartz revised the lyrics in 2004. As of this writing, almost 50 years since the premiere, Mass continues to be frequently performed in concerts around the world, despite the demands made by its size and complexity. Schwartz has said that he feels the piece has aged surprisingly well. The conglomeration of musical styles, for which Bernstein was excoriated by some critics at the time, is now mainstream for contemporary classical music. It turns out Lenny was ahead of his time, and now everyone else has caught up. Creativity notes, comparison, a creative block to avoid. Artists who achieve success often face new creative blocks related to fame and their reputations. Stephen Schwartz once wrote about a lesson he learned while working with Leonard Bernstein on Mass. One day, when I was waiting for him to start working, I was working on a song for Pippin. He came in, listened for a bit and said, I remember when I used to do that, just sit down at the piano and knock out a tune. Now it's so hard for me to put two notes together. I think, are these two notes worthy of Leonard Bernstein? I never forgot that. It was a great lesson when I was 23 to hear that and think to myself, no matter what, don't let that happen to you. For Bernstein, trying to live up to his own reputation had become a trap that sometimes paralyzed him creatively. He felt that he would be attacked no matter what he did. I think he was trying to find a way back to the sort of free and easy and instinctive way he had written when he was younger and wasn't so scrutinized by himself and others. Many years later, a Schwartz fan raised the topic of living up to his reputation. I can't think of anything that would be as destructive to creativity as the fear of failure. So, how do you silence these kinds of thoughts, if you have them, so that you'll be free to do the most creative work you can? Schwartz answered, I never worry about trying to compete with past accomplishments. To the contrary, I always see past work as flawed and hope to do better next time. Far from being intimidated, I tend to feel goaded to try to improve. I've never done anything I thought was so perfect that I was worried about living up to it. At the curtain call for Mass in previews at the Kennedy Center in 1971, director Gordon Davidson, Leonard Bernstein, Stephen Schwartz and the cast accept audience applause. Note Schwartz's mod garb, which now really embarrasses him. He calls it What the Well-Dressed Leprechaun is Wearing. Chapter 7, Pippin, Broadway and Schwartz versus Fosse. I wanted magic shows and miracles, mirages to touch. I wanted such a little thing in life. I wanted so much. Pippin. Long before the famed director-choreographer Bob Fosse agreed to contribute his unique artistry to Pippin, Stephen Schwartz actively nudged the musical toward Broadway. The show's content and creative team shifted many times between the 1967 Spring College debut in Pittsburgh and the fall 1972 opening in New York City. Schwartz's corner of the era, as he continued reimagining a new version of Pippin for the 1970s, Schwartz was in the middle of his own quest to find his place in a world that wasn't turning out to be as storybook-like as he'd expected. He and his peers felt at odds with the older generation's values and their government's politics, exemplified by the war in Vietnam. News reports were filled with stories of student activism and anti-war demonstrations, like Columbia University sit-ins and the March on Washington in November of 1969 that brought together hundreds of thousands of dissenters. Although Schwartz participated in a few New York candlelight vigils and other anti-Vietnam protests, his primary march was more private. Through his songwriting, he could criticize war efforts and comment on other social issues about which he felt strongly. He wasn't alone in wanting to reflect the changing times in his music. From his favorite songwriters came Joni Mitchell's Woodstock, describing his generation's quest for meaning, and Paul Simon's America, with its sense of a lost generation in a country that had also lost its way. These and other contemporary songwriters expressed an ache for meaning, as the life created by the previous generations seemed empty. As Pippin the musical evolved, Prince Pippin's angst and restlessness expanded, reflecting both Schwartz's personal experience and cultural context. Schwartz says Pippin became a semi-autobiographical story about a young man on a quest to find meaning in his life, and that got grafted onto this medieval setting. Nights and weekends, Schwartz settled in at his old upright piano, notepad resting on top, rewriting songs for Pippin. No Time at All and With You were already done. About No Time at All, he comments, I remembered seeing the Weavers in concert when I was a kid and the audience singing along with Good Night, Irene. That experience led to my wanting to do an audience sing-along in Pippin, so he structured No Time at All to work that way. His latest song, then called Maybe You'll Show Me, would introduce Pippin's youthful quest for his life's purpose and meaning. Schwartz liked the tune but couldn't work out the lyrics. After several weeks of struggle, he realized he had to scrap it and start over. While Stephen worked at the piano, Carol Schwartz memorized lines for her upcoming leading role in The Last Sweet Days of Isaac. The rock musical had done well enough off-Broadway to spawn a regional production in Washington, D.C., in which Carol would perform, with the show opening scheduled for November 12, 1970. Stephen made several car trips to the nation's capital during Carol's rehearsals and then for performance days. The Schwartzes remember one trip during which Carol was driving while Stephen pored over his notes about Pippin. By then he had a new concept for Pippin's I Want song. The naive character Pippin would be searching for something beyond what existed in reality. That's when the title Corner of the Sky came into Schwartz's mind. Because the sky doesn't have corners, the expression worked as a metaphor. Pippin could sing a lyric something on the order of, "This fits here, that fits there. Why do I feel I don't fit anywhere?" Over the hum of the car engine, he explained to Carol what he needed. "What are some things that fit places?" "Well, cats fit on a windowsill," she replied readily. The image settled in his imagination, and from there he was on a roll, penciling lyrics that sprang to mind. Cats fit on the windowsill, children fit in the snow. Why do I feel I don't fit in anywhere I go? Back home, he wrote new music to finish Corner of the Sky, a song that would help establish a sizable corner for him in the hearts of Broadway music fans around the world. Creativity notes, knowing when to quit. Persistence for reaching one's goals is essential for creative success, and yet sometimes labouring at the same thing is counterproductive. Schwartz noted that when he gave up Maybe You'll Show Me, a much better song, Corner of the Sky, emerged. After a few more experiences like this, he recognized a pattern. We always feel like we're supposed to work hard, Schwartz reflects. But one thing I've learned about the songwriting craft is that if something is too difficult, there's probably something wrong with it. You have to throw it out and start again. That's not to say it doesn't always take you time to write a song, and you don't have moments when you come up against a wall and have to break through. But if you're really struggling, there's something misbegotten about it. It's hard to give up. But there's a certain point where I think you have to say, you know what? This is not working. I just have to start again. Enter producers and collaborators. For the practical matter of getting the emerging musical mounted, Shirley Bernstein attracted the attention of producers and book writers. First, she helped hook producer David Merrick, who briefly optioned Pippin in 1969, presuming a suitable book for the musical could be prepared. But an early draft by a recruited book writer didn't meet expectations, and Merrick released the option. It was a decision he later regretted. For Pippin's development to continue, clearly a new book writer had to be found. A writer whom Shirley Bernstein recommended was Roger O. Herson, who had written prolifically for television during its golden age and had playwriting credits as well. In addition to penning plays for off-Broadway and London's West End, he developed an original book for the 1966 Broadway musical, Walking Happy. Schwartz was cautious about choosing a new writer. I read a lot of plays and talked to a lot of people who were recommended to me before I finally found a writer who understood Pippin and what I was trying to do with it. In Herson, Schwartz found a writer whose slightly absurdist style and mordant tone matched his vision, and the two formed a compatible writing team as well as being occasional tennis partners. Herson stated in an interview years later, "My relationship with Stephen, both working and personal, has been warm and exceedingly pleasant from the beginning and to this day." At one point during the show's early development, Bernstein arranged for the famed director and producer Harold Prince to listen to a Pippin pitch. On the appointed day, Schwartz and Herson headed over to Prince's office in Rockefeller Center. Schwartz remembers being awed by the huge roulette wheel mounted on one wall, with images of Prince's shows around the rim. Schwartz performed his songs and explained the story, which at that point still included considerable lion in winter-style court drama. Although Prince declined, one of his comments helped the writers restructure the show. Schwartz explains, he said, "I'm more intrigued by what happens after your show ends. You should take the entire show and make it the first act, then tell the rest of the story. Because he was Harold Prince, naturally we took his advice." Finally, in 1971, the evolving show attracted a hands-on producer who wanted something distinctly fresh. Stuart Ostro's 1776 had been running strong at the 46th Street Theatre for several years. But times were changing. The 38-year-old impresario believed that musicals ought to reflect cultural shifts to attract new generations of theatregoers. His first effort in this direction failed. Ostro had commissioned Archibald MacLeish and Bob Dylan to write Scratch, a new musical based on The Devil and Daniel Webster. Dylan finished a few songs, including New Morning, but the collaboration didn't gel. Instead, Dylan recorded the songs on his New Morning album for Columbia Records. Ostro felt betrayed and stuck. He mounted a non-musical version of Scratch on May 6, 1971, and closed it after 4 performances. As he explains in one of his memoirs, that's when Stephen Schwartz, recently graduated from Carnegie Mellon University, came to my Broadway office to play his score for Pippin. Dressed in the hippie uniform of the day and sporting a shoulder-length hairdo, Stephen was the embodiment of self-confidence bordering on arrogance. He reminded me of when I was 20, nose and all, and from the moment he played Corner of the Sky, I knew Stephen was the new voice I was looking for. The rest of the score was just as fresh, and I agreed to produce it on the spot. Ostro, Herson and Schwartz began meeting regularly in Ostro's home, a rural retreat in Pound Ridge, New York. As the script unfolded in Herson's hands, Pippin increasingly included dark plot elements in its quirky mix of medieval history and contemporary storytelling. The writers added a troupe of travelling players who invite Pippin to join them. The players then lure him toward an act of self-destruction that could fulfill his quest for the ultimate extraordinary experience. The idea for the players slipped in by way of Stephen Schwartz's cinematic affection for the films of Swedish director Ingmar Bergman. Bergman's The Seventh Seal, an existential film about a medieval knight returning home from the Crusades, included scenes with a troupe of actors who travel around with their caravan. Calling to mind the players in the movie, Schwartz wrote the song that became Pippin's famous opening number, Magic to Do. In Scene 1, the players introduce our most mysterious and miraculous tale, partially inspired by real-life cynic philosopher Peregrinus Proteus. Peregrinus threw himself into a flaming pyre at the Olympic Games in 165 AD as a way of affirming his beliefs. The fire image and the idea of ending one's life in a blaze of glory was present from Herson's earliest draft. In this draft, As in the final version, Prince Pippin's story begins as he returns from school in Padua. He realizes that nothing in his life is particularly fulfilling, certainly not his interactions with his father, King Charles, his half-brother, Louis, or his stepmother, Fastrada. He launches his quest for an extraordinary experience. After going to battle with his father, a felled soldier confirms Pippin's suspicions that one battle is like another. Pippin laments, "I thought there'd be more plumes," a Roger Herson line that remains Schwartz's favourite in the musical. Pippin plots to overthrow King Charles and stabs him to death, but then discovers he doesn't like making royal decisions. Charles obligingly comes back to life and assumes the throne, and his son sets out again in search of fulfilment. He meets Catherine, a widow with a small boy and a large estate, but runs away from the prospect of an ordinary domestic life. That's when Pippin meets up with the players. They coax him to perform the role of Peregrinus in their play, showing him the flashy costumes he would wear. They also hint that during his performance he would consume fire and perish in a spectacular display. Pippin wakes up to the sinister intentions of the players and life's realities. He sings, "You showed me crimson, gold, and lavender, a shining parade. But there's no colour I can have on earth, that won't finally fade." He returns to Catherine, ready to compromise his ideals and settle down. He sings of his realization, "I'm not a river or a giant bird that soars to the sea, and if I'm never tied to anything, I'll never be free." On one level, the show's ending reflected transitions in Schwartz's own life as he and Carol settled into the first home of their own in rural western Connecticut. The New England setting on a winding, heavily wooded road about an 80-minute drive northeast of Broadway provided the peace the songwriter needed for his work. New visions and talents influenced the story. To further refine the script and score, Schwartz and Herson needed input from a director. Michael Bennett and Joseph Hardy were approached, but both rejected the project. Turning elsewhere, Stuart Ostrow thought of Bob Fosse. Ostrow especially admired Fosse's choreography for The Pajama Game and Damn Yankees and had been aspiring to produce a Fosse show. When Ostrow approached him about helming the new Stephen Schwartz musical, Fosse agreed to hear the score. He had been a fan of Godspell and was intrigued about coming back to Broadway. The next time Schwartz flew to Los Angeles to work on a Godspell production there, he met with the 44-year-old Fosse, who was in Hollywood completing the movie version of Cabaret. Upon hearing the Pippin score performed by its composer, Fosse signed on. He agreed to begin after he finished Cabaret and focus on it further, while also completing the already promised Liza with a Z television special. Schwartz called Herson, eager to share his elation that the musical had attracted such a big name in the business. Herson replied, "This is our last happy day on the show. The prophecy would play out accurately." For Schwartz, this first Broadway gig would prove as different from what I had been doing as becoming a professional athlete is different from playing sandlot baseball. The creative team flew down to Texas, where Ostrow bankrolled a developmental reading of the show in progress, with local actors performing the latest script. Schwartz recalls meeting with Herson, Ostrow and Fosse afterward. It was his first experience with this key feedback phase of musical writing, and Fosse's direct involvement in the writing process came as a bit of a shock. By the time Stephen Schwartz turned 24 on March 6, 1972, Pippin had found its Pippin. Fosse's pick for the title role was pianist Arthur Rubinstein's son, the slender 25-year-old actor John Rubinstein. Schwartz was pleased, and he and Rubinstein soon became friends and counted on each other for moral support in the months to come. The role of Pippin's love interest, Catherine, was promised to Katie Hanley, who charmed Fosse in auditions and was scheduled to appear in the Godspell movie. At the last minute, Fosse opted for Jill Clayburgh instead. Schwartz argued for his friend Katie, especially because she sang a good deal better than Clayburgh. He recalls, "Jill was someone that Bob felt very strongly about. He felt that she had movie star quality, and it turned out he was right. With Catherine's entrance coming late in the show, he needed someone who would really make an impression, who would stand out from the rest of the cast, and Jill did. But he felt that the show improved when another unique personality, Betty Buckley, who could also sing really well, took over the role. There was one character, then called Old Man, who narrated part of the story to the audience. We need someone vivid for the part," Fosse told casting director Michael Shirtliff, "and I'd love to have a dancer." Shirtliff, who later reported the process in his book about auditioning, contacted seasoned character actors in the city, but few had kept up their dancing. Then Shirtliff mentioned 25-year-old Ben Vereen. Fosse was delighted to consider him, having worked with him as a dancer in the film Sweet Charity. Vereen had been stunning critics and audiences with his power-packed Broadway performance as Judas in Jesus Christ Superstar. Shirtliff remembers Vereen's audition. For the first time, our old man came to life in the person of a young, sexy, humorous black actor who was an irresistible singer and dancer. Schwartz remarks, Bob brought him in and said, "I don't know what we can do with this guy, but he's amazingly talented." Ben gave this fantastic audition. We met afterward. Bob said, "Maybe he could be the old man, but there's not enough to do." And Roger said he thought he could combine a bunch of parts to make one good role. Back at his apartment, Hirson crafted dialogue for a leading player for Vereen, drawing from previous lines for the old man, a balladeer character, and some comments that players had directed to the audience. Schwartz wrote a new version of Magic to do for this leading player, setting his existing lyrics to a fresh tune, a bluesy vamp to suit the new context and cast member. As the expanded creative team focused the musical, they explored ways the leading player role and the show's fire theme would fit together. They cut all references to Peregrinus and let the players attempt to influence Pippin more directly. They decided that the leading player could be a companion for Pippin throughout the show, seductively luring him toward his demise. Schwartz then revised his earlier versions of Simple Joys and Glory for Vereen to sing. We can be seduced by things that are self-destructive, or we can overcome that influence. Stephen Schwartz. The magic trick with fire had to be replaced with something larger and more dramatic. The creative team decided the players should motivate Pippin to leap through a special gateway into the flames. They promise a most extraordinary experience for Pippin and a spectacular climax for the audience. Schwartz wrote the rousing finale for that moment. Pippin finally realizes he must release his restlessness before he can experience fulfillment, crashing ideals and approaching finales. On June 17, 1972, the Washington Post announced a break-in at the Democratic National Headquarters located in the Watergate Hotel and Office Complex. A subsequent cover-up investigation led to President Nixon's resignation. Coincidentally, Schwartz, who used much of his antipathy toward Nixon and the Vietnam War to inform the writing of Pippin, would stay at the same hotel later that summer while preparing the musical's out-of-town tryout. While still in New York for final casting and rehearsals, Schwartz tried to hold his own against Fosse's authority, but ongoing interactions with the intense, chain-smoking director constantly startled the show's young composer, who had never worked with anyone so autocratic. Animosity burst open between them over casting of the ensemble. As Schwartz noted later, in America, most live professional theatre is under the auspices of contracts which are approved by the Dramatists' Guild. One of the key components of the Dramatists' Guild contract is authors' approvals over the casting. Fosse wasn't casting for vocal prowess, but rather for dancing ability. Schwartz wanted there to be at least a few strong singers as part of the ensemble, and protested when his choices for ensemble singers were all vetoed. Fosse turned to Stuart Ostro and said, "Either I get my dancers or I quit." Ostro sided with his director. When Fosse began demonstrating his ideas for staging to the dancers, Schwartz squirmed again. As reported by Fosse biographer Martin Gottfried, when dancers finished performing a draft of the opening number, the songwriter explained that he'd pictured it more like Jerry Robbins's choreography in West Side Story. Then he rose from his chair to give a little demonstration. Had this been the group of 20-somethings working on Godspell together, no problem. But Bob Fosse was the 45-year-old god of dance. In the eyes of the dancers, Schwartz had just sinned big time. It seemed that the closer the show moved toward a full physical production, the more it became a divisive nightmare. Schwartz was being told to shut up and stay in his corner, don't talk about casting, dance, or even the orchestrations, which were assigned to Ralph Burns. Fosse's roots from childhood were in vaudeville revue-style shows and burlesque, where storylines weren't the key to success. Some of his most renowned pieces were dance numbers set off from the storyline, like Steam Heat from The Pajama Game and Who's Got the Pain from Damn Yankees. For Pippin, it would be a piece from a war carnage scene that came to be nicknamed the Manson Trio. It featured a wordless soft shoe by the show's hat and cane-wielding leading player and two companions. The segment was later featured in a television commercial about the musical that only showed off the dance aspect rather than its other features. People around Fosse guessed that he saw Pippin as a show where the story could serve the dance and not the other way around. This often meant that creative decisions for the visual impact of Pippin took precedence over writers' concerns. Fosse's focus and personality made for challenging collaborations. Los Angeles Times reporter Paul Rosenfield once asked the director-choreographer for 6 adjectives he'd used to describe himself. Fosse didn't miss a beat. Eager, pushy, needy, scared, hungry, confident. At that point, Schwartz was still young, idealistic, proud, determined, vulnerable, and easily disheartened. Because my career got off to an astonishingly and bewilderingly quick start, Schwartz remarks, I still had enormously romantic illusions about what working in the professional theatre was going to be like. And those illusions were, for both better and worse, bolstered by the experience that I had on Godspell. It was my first experience, and it turns out it was a totally anomalous one. It had nothing really to do with working in professional musical theatre. It had much more to do with sort of amateur community theatre, getting together and putting on a show in a barn, which is all I had done up to that time. So, when I went to work on Pippin and suddenly confronted the reality of working in the professional theatre on Broadway, it was a huge shock. During part of Pippin's development, Schwartz invited his Carnegie Mellon friend David Spangler to be a house guest in Connecticut. When Spangler drove into the city for his own work, Schwartz rode along so that he could be dropped off at Bob Fosse's apartment building for meetings. Stephen had to take pills to calm himself down because he got so very upset, Spangler reveals. Fosse treated him like dirt. Bob Fosse may have believed he was doing the Broadway newcomer a favour by directing his show. Spangler suggests Fosse was truly interested in keeping current with trends that were beginning to happen, like rock music, which was starting to enter the vocabulary of Broadway. He just thought he'd whip Stephen into shape. Schwartz planned on shaping the show as well. Some of the problems arose from Schwartz's naivete about Broadway. For example, when it came to teaching songs to the cast, he didn't have vocal arrangements. I'd just come from doing Godspell. There, the way we did the vocal arrangements was that the lead singer would sing the song and the cast would start to improvise harmonies. Musical director Steve Reinhardt and I would sit there and go, "That. Keep that." When it came time to do Pippin, the chorus came in to learn Morning Glow, and John Rubinstein is singing, and I'm saying to the chorus, "Okay, you've heard it a couple of times, start to sing some stuff." They looked at me as if I was from Jupiter. In a Broadway rehearsal, I learned singers are handed their parts and they sing them. So, abashed, I went home and wrote vocal arrangements. Some other experiences were positive. There were moments, Schwartz notes, when I would come in and see a number that Bob had staged, and it would be magic to do, and I thought it was absolutely amazing, or the whole war sequence, and I thought it was brilliant and did exactly what I had hoped for, but in a way that was so much more imaginative and visually inventive than I could ever have envisioned on my own. One way the score benefited from the ongoing collaboration was the rewriting of On the Right Track. Fosse had plenty to work on, getting all his dancers to perform the Big Glory production number, the Sex Ballet, and many others. He didn't prepare any major dance scene for the homespun hero, the barefoot Pippin, played by John Rubinstein, after 2 weeks of rehearsals. Rubinstein reports, "I said to him with uncharacteristic chutzpah that I refused to play the title role in a Bob Fosse musical without dancing. He liked that idea, even though he knew full well I was no dancer, and he suggested On the Right Track as a duo dance number for Ben and me. What fun that was, and how great for Pippin," Schwartz adds. "When I originally wrote the song, all the notes of the tune had corresponding words. It was Bob's suggestion, in order to provide interesting places for dance and make the song more unusual, that I cut every extraneous word of lyric I could. He would fill those beats with dance steps. This is what led to the idiosyncratic, jagged structure of the lyrics, which I like a lot. And that was a very cool way to write a song, but he found other aspects infuriating. Like all the yuk-yuk interruptions in war is a science. Fastrada's thinly disguised Gwen Verdon impersonation, the campy backup vocal staging of Kind of Woman, or, most significantly, the way the leading player was becoming more of a primary character than Pippin. There were times I would see things that Bob did that I thought were vulgar and stupid, crass and simplistic, completely at odds with what I wanted the show to be. And it was very hard to make my case in those instances, to ask him to change them or adjust them. As the strenuous rehearsals proceeded, Fosse drew the cast closer to him. When Schwartz expressed discontent, he was shut out. He didn't know how to handle the frustration of not being heard or heeded in any way. John Rubinstein remembers he was thrown out of an early rehearsal when, in front of the cast, he argued with Fosse over a song by stating, "I'm the one who has a record in the top 10. He was out from then on. Too bad, because he had written a marvellous show, and his continued collaboration with Fosse could have made the result even better. Schwartz held out some hope that the pre-Broadway tryout in Washington, D.C. would be a better experience. Pippin in Washington, D.C. In September 1972, the Kennedy Center's stately white marble, with contrasting international and state flags hanging in the sweeping tall hallways, seemed ready for ceremonial gatherings of ambassadors or presidents. It was in the grand building's opera house that Pippin would run. The year before, when Mass was staged at this living memorial to John F. Kennedy, Stephen Schwartz had been hailed as Leonard Bernstein's hero for helping a great maestro meet his deadline. Now he was Bob Fosse's irritant and an outcast from his own musical. Fosse wanted Schwartz around for rewrites, but kept him completely away from the cast and the actual daily process, which meant the songwriter had plenty of time to pace around and brood. He was not cool about being told to clam up and couldn't understand why he couldn't play on the team. He told a reporter, "I know I'm tactless. I just wanted somebody to ask what I think, and if they give me a good reason, I'll back down." In a rehearsal hall of the Kennedy Center, Bob Fosse shuffled the cast of Pippin across the open space. Over a table in his Watergate hotel room next door, Stephen Schwartz shuffled playing cards with percussive assertiveness, then dealt another hand for a game of bridge. Conversations between fellow card players Roger Herson, Shirley Bernstein, and Arthur Laurence were supposed to help transport Schwartz from his worries. During this time of duress, inspired songwriting came as a sweet gift from the muse. Necessity inspires invention, love song, and extraordinary. In a meeting, Schwartz and Fosse discussed the Pippin-Catherine love duet, just between the two of us, because it wasn't coming across well enough to the audience. Back at the rented piano in his Watergate hotel room, Schwartz suddenly found himself tapping into what the characters needed to say, drawing from memories and letting the music flow for the replacement piece, love song. He says, "I remember that love song felt like a writing breakthrough to me, particularly in its shifting time signatures. It felt like one of those moments of really getting in touch with an inner flow and just riding that." Shortly thereafter, he invited Rubinstein and Kleiberg to hear it. "We loved it the first time he played it for us on the piano," Rubinstein recalls. "I thought, oh, thank God. Now we have a shot at making that moment really work. When you want to express an emotion and the song doesn't do it for you, or the line of dialogue doesn't do it for you, you struggle." That original love song, just between the two of us, was like that. Perfectly nice, but it didn't have that beautiful, "I'm madly in love with you" dreaminess about it, which love song did. Schwartz wrote Extraordinary in D.C. to express Pippin's determination to stay committed to his quest. Marking Time, the previous song for that spot, was clearly not working for Rubinstein. The actor comments, "Marking Time was a perfectly good song, but that part of the show needed a punch, and that song was sort of an easygoing Laura Nyro-esque piece." Fosse asked Stephen to write another, but at one point Schwartz and Fosse quarrelled over Kind of Woman, in which Catherine introduces herself to Pippin and to the audience in a self-satisfied manner. Fosse couldn't work it into his staging and insisted on cutting it. Schwartz felt that a brand-new character arriving late in the show had to establish herself with a song, and while he had given in on other occasions, this time he balked and invoked the Dramatists' Guild contract that protected librettists and lyricists from having their work altered without their permission. Fosse acquiesced and found a way to stage it to his satisfaction. Schwartz's quibble about the latest version of the show was over style. My issue with Bob Fosse was not the darkness of his vision, he later explained, but the tawdriness and the emphasis on bumps and grinds and cheap jokes. I also felt that the leading player was undercutting the focus on Pippin in some cases and forcing Pippin to become a relatively one-dimensional character. Herson had been right about Fosse. This was no fun. If Fosse's game was upsetting, it was up to Schwartz to find a more enjoyable one. He found it at Ford's Theatre, less than a 2-mile walk past the White House and over to 10th Avenue. Godspell had opened there the previous spring, starring Dean Pitchford as Jesus. The Godspell cast revelled in the rare opportunity to have the composer on hand. While they donned their knee pads and warmed up their voices in the vintage building where President Abraham Lincoln attended shows, Schwartz sat holding his pencil and legal pad, taking notes. He could relax with this group of Godspell actors who, like him, were at the beginning of their careers as they gathered around him and listened to his suggestions for improving the performance. Extraordinary results. When reviewers attended Pippin at the Kennedy Center, they found the show worthy of praise. The Washington Post's critic wrote on September 21st, "Last night's premiere at the Kennedy Center Opera House proves that the innovative spirit yet lives in the American musical theater." Variety's reviewer declared, "There is an abundance of energy and flashiness, theatricality that is always self-aware and funny." Among Broadway watchers, the buzz was that Pippin might be the first hit of the 1972-73 season. Fosse had doubts. Often anxious about his work, he attracted turmoil into his life through drugs and lifestyle choices that disregarded common boundaries. As E. L. Doctorow later wrote, "The Bob Fosse I knew was insecure, self-doubting, tormented, tense in his victories, angry in his defeats, everything I trust in an artist." But for Pippin, he didn't trust the material or his audience. John Rubinstein remembers Fosse's panic about what New Yorkers would think of him. As we approached New York, Fosse became more and more afraid that the show was too sentimental, not crisp and mean enough, Rubinstein recalls. He worried that the New York critics would label him soft. So, during the 2 weeks of previews at the Imperial Theatre, he added some off-colour joke lines and removed some of the more sentimental lines. Fosse's decision to change the ending line of the show eventually wound up in arbitration, with Schwartz and Herson winning. Although many theatre-goers liked the crude jokes, Rubinstein and others who had witnessed the show's development believed they weakened the show. One effect was to make the whole sense of the evening less heartfelt, says Rubinstein. It heightened the appeal of the leading player, it made the show snappy and hip, it definitely avoided the pitfalls of sentiment and self-pity that the authors had allowed to seep in here and there, but, by contrast with all the show, biz glitter and show-stopping numbers, the rather simple and pure story of Pippin himself became a bit dull and predictable, and many of my own efforts to overcome this with my own personality and levity were held firmly in check by Fosse. He wanted the players to dominate the evening. Not a wrong concept, unless you really want the audience to root for Pippin, to care what happens to him, to identify with his plight, and to feel his joy and pain at the end of the evening. When the new musical opened on October 23rd, 1972, at Broadway's Imperial Theatre, critics lavished praise on Fosse's work and largely dismissed Schwartz's contribution. Clive Barnes, writing the New York Times Review, raved about everything but the feeble book and the bland music, while his Times colleague, Walter Kerr, wrote, "Pippin is almost entirely an exercise in style." John Simon in New York described Schwartz's songs as having awkward and amateurish charm. Many critics made fun of the slight book, which Fosse had made all the slighter through extensive cuts. They ridiculed the Seeker story and belittled its conclusion. For Schwartz, negative remarks overshadowed any positives. The response to the show, he recalls, was very annoying and hurtful to me because some of the things we got blamed for were things we had no control over. They were things that Bob Fosse did. But it was also hard to complain about success. When the album came out, it too became a hit, especially among college-age music enthusiasts, and helped overcome some of the mediocre reviews for the score. Performer and writer V. J. Gillespie was among the early audience members who attended the show many times. He later commented about Pippin, who cared what Clive Barnes had to say about the score in his The New York Times Review. Theatre-goers were mad about the score. It was the staging and number after number of rich songs that kept Pippin running for 5 years. I didn't know a soul back then who did not own the original cast recording or couldn't sing every word to the score. Pippin was indeed so infectious that when our drama coach asked us to do a musical number for the yearly review, there was only one number brought to the table, and that was Magic to Do. Theatre critic Peter Felicia comments, Schwartz's score was one of the most influential to those who were young actors, young composer-lyricists, and young theatre-goers in the 1970s. There is no question that Bob Fosse's contributions to Pippin were invaluable, but more to the point, if he had not had the songs to work with, he wouldn't have had any magic to do. Pippin ran on Broadway until June 12, 1977, for a total of 1,944 performances. It was a success before the now famous television commercial, the first of its kind for a Broadway musical. The commercial helped sustain the run, as did the stellar talents of many replacement cast members like Northern J. Calloway as the leading player, Michael Rupert as Pippin, and Betty Buckley as Catherine. Since 1977, Music Theatre International has licensed the show for many thousands of stock and amateur productions. A video version of the show was also made, and the successful Broadway revival produced 4 decades later finally brought Schwartz great fulfillment for this show's long journey. Creativity notes. Communication styles in a collaboration. The following are comments from Dean Pitchford, who played the character Pippin for a series of Monday night performances on Broadway throughout the summer of 1973, thus getting to know and understand Bob Fosse from an actor's perspective. Pitchford went on to become an award-winning songwriter, screenwriter, novelist, and stage musical writer, as well as a close personal friend of Stephen and Carol Schwartz. Dean Pitchford. I've found throughout my career that everybody in different aspects of this business communicates in their own way. Sometimes they speak with music and they can't find words. Sometimes they speak with movement. Sometimes a designer can't describe a design, but they say let me have a piece of paper and they can draw it. The challenge of any collaboration is to find that very narrow strip where your abilities to communicate and understand overlap. I think Stephen Schwartz is very smart and very verbal. When we get together, we end up playing Scrabble. He's an amazing crossword puzzle addict, and he's written crossword puzzles. I'm only saying this because I think Bob Fosse was a hoofer. Hoofer is an old term for vaudeville dancer. He talked with his body. Bob is notorious for being loved by his cast members and loathed by his collaborators. That's a pretty broad statement, but across the board he had famous feuds with CO writers. What he did was a combination of language and body and presence. He would gesture, he'd get up and show you. Ultimately, what Bob needed to communicate was what the stage needed because it was physicalized. It took on shape. The creative team of Pippin meets to read through the script before rehearsals for the pre-Broadway tryout. Bob Fosse is leaning back in his chair. Seated at the table, Stephen Schwartz, Roger O'Herson, Stuart Ostro, and others. Broadway Arts Building, New York, August 1972. Pippin and the ensembles sing Morning Glow. Pippin and Catherine pause for a love song. Chapter 8. The Magic Show and Future Enchantments. 'Cause there's one thing I know, turns a man of 60. Back into a child of 6, watching Dunninger, Houdini, or Doug, the Magic Man, up to his old tricks. The Magic Show. Writing Pippin's song Magic to Do was only the beginning of Stephen Schwartz's professional connection with the illusion arts. In 1973, the universe had a trick up its sleeve for the songwriter, conjuring up a new musical. At the end of December, while Schwartz was enjoying the warm shelter of his Connecticut home and spending time with a very pregnant Carol, he received a phone call from Joe Berra and Edgar Lansbury at the Godspell office asking if he would please get on a plane for Toronto. There was a ticket waiting for him at the airport. I was not particularly dying to go to Toronto in what was already a very cold winter with our first child due imminently, Schwartz later recalled, but they wouldn't take no for an answer. Godspell manager Marvin Krauss had been up in Toronto for another Beru Lansbury project and caught a performance of Spellbound, a rock musical that featured little-known magician Doug Henning. Krauss watched, astonished, as Henning suspended a girl on the tip of a sword, flawlessly executed one of Houdini's escape illusions, and performed other amazing magic acts. The music was terrible, he recalls. Everything about the show was terrible except this young magician, Doug Henning. When the show was over, he called Beru and Lansbury and insisted they come to consider its potential for Broadway. They wanted to bring in Schwartz as well as Nina Faso, who was working with Beru Lansbury on other projects. Reports vary as to who travelled together to Toronto, but in any case, once off the plane and in the theatre, the magic captured them. I remember Joe being very excited because he loved magic, Nina Faso reports. Schwartz was as dazzled and charmed as anyone. Edgar Lansbury recalls, "We'd actually been thinking of doing a show with magic. I hadn't seen any magic around New York for years and years, and what I'd seen was top hat and tails type of thing. Here was this kid in blue jeans and T-shirt doing all these incredible illusions. We loved him." On the other hand, they didn't love Spellbound. Lansbury remembers insisting on being able to change the very corny story when they negotiated rights with the producer, a then little-known young man named Ivan Reitman. Although Schwartz was fascinated by the prospect of working with a real magician, He didn't believe the musical was worth years of effort, besides which he'd already been tapped for a score for The Baker's Wife. He'd consider writing songs for this magic show only if the show could be mounted in the coming spring Broadway season of 1974. That meant no out-of-town tryout. Just write it, cast it, rehearse it, and open by June. That suited the producers as well. It didn't seem to us at the time that it was a terribly difficult undertaking, says Lansbury. Really, with the magic, which was so extraordinary, that was what was important, and putting together a book and some songs shouldn't take much time. Weighing on Schwartz's conscience as he made the decision to write a new musical was a potentially sticky situation regarding his friendship with David Spangler. Spangler's new Broadway-bound musical, Houdini, had played at the Lenox Arts Center in Massachusetts in July of 1973, and Schwartz had attended. After returning from Toronto, he called Spangler. "Edgar and Joe want me to write a musical about magic," Stephen said. "I am friends with you, and I will not touch this if it would upset you, if you would feel we would be stealing something from you. If you want to do it, and you think you can make a good show out of it, then go ahead and do it," Spangler replied, pleased to have at least been asked. Schwartz later made him dance arranger for the magic show, so he'd get a Broadway credit and compensation. Grover Dale, who had worked on Houdini, was tapped to direct and choreograph what came to be entitled simply The Magic Show. Houdini's producers cancelled efforts on Spangler's show when they learned of the new competition. Even so, Schwartz and Spangler remained friends. Finishing a script in a hurry would not be as easy as had been believed. Lansbury and Berra assigned the task to Bob Randall, a successful Broadway playwright. Doug Henning's inability to sing added to the challenge. As Schwartz describes it, the notion was that because Doug didn't sing, but had this very strong and distinctive personality, we would come up with a show built around a character very much like him. His on-stage character became Doug the Magician. Schwartz continues, "We decided that the illusions would be his songs, and we would use these illusions to advance the plot in the way a traditional musical used songs and songs for other characters could be written that would lead up to and into specific magic acts. Doug gave us a list of illusions he wanted to perform, and Bob Randall, Grover Dale, and I tried to figure out how to incorporate as many as we could in the storytelling. For instance, when Henning's character in the show became irritated with his assistant, Schwartz explains, he made her disappear. When he wanted a beautiful new assistant, he conjured one up out of thin air. When he wanted to make amends to his old assistant, he turned the new one into a cougar, and so on. Henning's approach to magic helped make it possible. The thing that was so appealing about Doug, Schwartz remarks, was that up until that time, magicians had been these sort of grandiose characters in top hat and tails, or these slick Las Vegas types, but Doug had this street kid, hippie-esque personality. From this, the team took their approach. Therefore, we thought the tone of the show should be lower key. It wasn't about the Las Vegas thing, but sort of the anti-Las Vegas presentation. Henning came to his passion for magic at age 6, when he saw a magician levitate a woman on a television program. The Winnipeg native, born in 1947, studied magic both on his own and with master magicians. He dreamed of reviving magic as an awe-inducing theatrical art. For the main storyline of the magic show, the writers realized they could set up a conflict between the character of Doug, the wonder boy magician who was in love with his art, and Feldman the Magnificent, an ageing and often drunk magician from the older school of magic. As they worked with Henning, the magic show team quickly discovered that the spry and playful image he had projected in Spellbound was his real personality. Schwartz said later, "I remember him coming up to me one day with a pencil tied to a string, whirling his hands, and my suddenly finding the string attached to my shirt button and impossible to remove. Another quick gesture from Doug, and it was off again." The writers made sure to incorporate Henning's extraordinary skill at prestidigitation into the section of the show called Doug's Act. For this show that would highlight magic on both small and large scales, the producers wanted a more intimate setting than a large house would provide. They secured the Court Theatre, a 1,000-seat venue on 48th Street, a few blocks from the cluster of Broadway theatres around Schubert Alley, refining the story and score. The creative team launched into a brisk development phase, working out scene concepts with input from Henning. Bob Randall had the basic notion for the characters, the setting, and how he was going to put it all together, Schwartz explains. From there, we made an outline. We figured out what illusions would go where. Then I started to write songs for the characters that Bob came up with, plus the specific illusions. In 8 days, Randall completed a working draft of the script. Schwartz headed for his piano, while the audition and casting process went into full swing. As he would with future scores, he developed an overall concept. When I was first writing the magic show, I had this notion of doing tricky rhythms so that the songs would be tricks in themselves. The opening number, Up to His Old Tricks, was among the pieces with shifting rhythms. Others had uncommon rhythms, such as a piece called A Bit of Villainy, which Schwartz describes as being in 11. Lion Tamer has a steady rhythm but a time signature of 7/4. Influenced by the dual vocals on the James Taylor, Carly Simon hit Mockingbird, Schwartz wrote Solid Silver Platform Shoes. He spun out a counterpoint melody piece for a duet, Two's Company. For the Goldfarb variations, Schwartz pulled a 4-part fugue from his college musical Nouveau and wrote new lyrics for this J.S. Bach-like piece. Schwartz's tour de force, West End Avenue, emerged late in development. He was pleased that the song came to him more or less fully formed in a matter of hours. When asked why the unusual time signature, he explained in West End Avenue the lyrics and music more or less came together, and the rhythms were determined by the natural flow of the words. I tend to write at the piano and then write the music out later. I was quite surprised when I wrote out West End Avenue by all the changing time signatures, but since that was what I felt the lyrics demanded, I didn't try to neaten them up. On with the show. Auditions turned up actress-singer Dale Soules as Henning's flexible, fast-talking assistant. Dancer Anita Morris slid into the role of the magically conjured assistant Charmin. She was perfect for the part that called for an attractive, supple female, and she happened to be Grover Dale's wife. For the role of a conceited old-guard magician, Fosse thought of David Ogden Stiers, whom she knew from her work in San Francisco. Doug's on-stage assistants in Spellbound were brought in from Canada to assist him and to tutor the 2 dancers who would play them on Broadway. Traditional musical dazzle would come from a total of 9 singer-dancers plus their non-singer star. Henning would train the cast in a whole new set of skills to make magic acts look effortless and wondrous. For the live music, Stephen Reinhardt came over from Godspell as music director and keyboard player for the Godspell-like band. Joining him in May in the orchestra pit would be Paul Schaefer on keyboards and 5 others, a cosy group who could play a pop score with theatre music influences. During rehearsals, Schwartz helped teach actors their songs and work through issues. Dale Soules remembers him being a wonderful teacher. The production still had issues to resolve, even as late as the final dress rehearsal. Director Grover Dale had envisioned a big special effect called The Revenge of the Rabbits. When they tried it during the first preview, Henning made a grand gesture toward the mezzanine from which a giant rabbit was supposed to come sliding down a wire. Schwartz, who had been watching from the audience, recalls, the rabbit rattled down over the orchestra section, where it dangled precariously, looking like it was going to fall onto the audience any minute. The rabbit eventually got to the stage and then crashed. So that was the end of the rabbit. When the magic show opened on May 28, 1974, the hastily assembled homey musical won hearts. Even critics who knocked the score praised Doug. Martin Gottfried ended a litany of faults in his review by saying, "And still it has magic so fabulous I could watch the tricks all night." Aided by such publicity stunts as Doug Henning sawing Barbara Walters in half on the Today Show, the musical attracted sell-out crowds of every order, from theatre and magic buffs to busloads of kids from summer camps. For the magic show's songwriter, there were several disappointments. When the reviews came out, he read them and felt attacked by the criticisms of his work. It was the last time he ever read reviews right after his New York openings. He concluded later about the magic show, "To be perfectly honest, if we had been a little less slapdash from the book and lyrics aspect of it, it might have been a better show. But maybe not. There was something about it that just worked under those circumstances. It succeeded with the audience, and it succeeded financially. It ran long enough for Schwartz's son Scott, born in January of 1974, shortly after Stephen had returned from first seeing Doug in Toronto, to be old enough to attend a performance. It certainly had a magical effect on the elder Schwartz's pocketbook, helping to furnish his new Tudor-style dream house in Connecticut. Future Enchantments. After the Broadway production and a touring show closed at the end of the 1970s, a version of the magic show was recorded for Canadian television and later made available on DVD. Decades later, Schwartz would work on a musical about Harry Houdini and a revue musical, Magic to Do, that also centred around magic acts. For Wicked, he wrote spells for the main character to chant, and later worked on several fairy tale projects that included Enchantments. His personal fascination with the magician's art comes in part from the intrigue that an illusion like a disappearing act or levitation gives his puzzle-working mind. It has always been intriguing to me that I can be fooled like that. It's fun to try and figure out how something seemingly impossible was done, he notes. Since childhood, he has also appreciated how effective magic is on stage. It felt theatrical to me, and therefore something that is great to have be part of a theatrical evening. Also, a part of him wished that humans could do things like conjure or fly without it being a staged trick. Magic, in some way, represented a romantic ideal for human potential. I think maybe subconsciously I was hoping there would turn out to be such a thing as real magic. This is probably all part of the ongoing theme in my work dealing with the tension between romantic ideals and facing reality. Creativity notes. Artistic ego. Are highly confident performers simply egomaniacal show-offs who need to be noticed? Maybe some are, but others, like the late Doug Henning, readily follow the beat of their inner drummer. My picture of Doug, Stephen Schwartz told Henning's biographer, is that, in talking to him, he would always be rolling a coin. Across his knuckles, or he would be fiddling with a piece of string that he broke into 7 pieces and then suddenly made into 1 piece. He was always doing that kind of stuff, sort of like the comedian who's always on, but not as irritating. That was not the case with Doug. It didn't seem to come from, I need everyone looking at me. I need to be the centre of attention. He was this sort of not quite of this world personality. When he floated into a situation, the world somewhat changed around him. I thought he was a gentle and pleasant soul who was just extremely good at what he did. Doug was incredibly easy to get along with. He had a strong work ethic. He was serious about what he did, but his personality really was very flower child. He was a transcendental meditator, so he brought that kind of lightness of spirit and laid-back quality to what he did. In other situations, Schwartz has experienced ego conflicts with colleagues or performers. He advises, when working in a collaborative medium like musical theatre, you have to learn to be egoless about the work to the extent you can. If you're having a disagreement with a collaborator about something in a show, you need to look objectively at your own motivation. Am I just fighting for this because my ego needs to win the argument, or do I really think this is the best for the show? Sometimes it's not so easy to know. Left, right, Doug Henning. Nina Fosse comments, I thought Doug was brilliant. He had a psychology degree, and he was the first one who looked at magic as a psychological thing instead of just tricks. Doug levitates his assistant Cal, balancing her on the tips of swords, and then pulls one out to leave her floating in the air. Doug Henning and Dale Souls perform this magic act after Souls sing Lion Tamer, Act 2, 1974 to 1991. Chapter 9, The Baker's Wife, Mixed Ingredients. And then one day, suddenly, something can happen. It may be quite simple. It may be quite small. The Baker's Wife. Of Stephen Schwartz's early scores, The Baker's Wife, his 4th commercial project, offered the most robust emotionality. The passion reflected in the solos Meadowlark, Gifts of Love, and Proud Lady made them concert favourites even after the show's initial demise. The new musical's journey began in an awkward moment over lunch with Neil Simon in a New York City restaurant in 1974. Schwartz realized he was not attracted to any of the ideas for a new musical that the famous playwright was suggesting for a collaboration, such as musicalizing Mutiny on the Bounty. He worried to himself, I'm here with Neil Simon, and I'll be turning him down. At the end of the meal, Simon mentioned, well, I have this one other notion, but I don't think it's the sort of thing you'll respond to. He explained that David Merrick wanted a stage adaptation of the comedic 1938 black-and-white French film classic La Femme du Boulanger, known in its English subtitled version as The Baker's Wife. The movie had charmed audiences with quirky characters and an odd community problem. A homely, middle-aged baker named Amable moves to the south of France with petite Aurélie, his young wife, who quickly attracts the local marquis's hired hand. The young lovers-to-be steal away at dawn on the marquis's horse, leaving Amable too distraught to bake. The normally quarrelsome villagers set aside their differences to bring back Aurélie, hoping to restore their baker's morale and their own supply of fresh bread. Schwartz was unsure until Simon revealed the baker's behaviour in the final scene of the movie. Early in the story, the couple's female cat disappears, presumably in pursuit of a tomcat, paralleling the way the baker's wife vanishes with an alluring young man. When the wife and the cat return home at the end of the film, the baker chides the cat instead of the wife and accepts them both back. What hooked me immediately was the ending, says Schwartz. I responded to the humanness of the baker's behaviour in that last scene, the obliqueness and complexity of his behaviour, and how much of it was subtextual. It immediately appealed to me, and then, as I thought more about it, I liked the idea of writing music with a French flavour, possibly because of the time I had spent there as a child and my parents' subsequent collection of French vocalists. The young composer's involvement in a David Merrick production serendipitously would discharge a previous obligation Merrick had released. His option for Schwartz's Pippin, under the provision that another option would be available for a future musical. When Neil Simon moved to Los Angeles in November and opted out of the project, Shirley Bernstein linked another veteran writer, Joseph Stein, with Schwartz. Joe Stein, born in 1912, was already 62 in 1974 when he began meeting with his 26-year-old writing partner, whom he called Steve. Stein's television background inclined him toward humorous quips and an open, casual writing style. His Fiddler on the Roof libretto represented the often labelled golden era of traditional, book-based musical theatre. The two New York City natives were both short and trim. Stein's relaxed, unimposing personality contrasted with, but complemented, that of his driven young collaborator. The two were immediately friendly and believed they could write a seamless musical together despite the difference in their ages and sensibilities. To begin their adaptation, Schwartz and Stein watched the Marcel Pagnol-directed film La Femme du Boulanger, noting the material's charm and limitations for the stage. Filmgoers benefited from a camera's tour through the old town and into the bakery, with its wood-burning oven built into the stucco wall. The cinematographer zoomed close to delighted faces of men and women crowded around the bakery counter to purchase, and sometimes affectionately pat, fresh loaves of bread. Audiences could chuckle over the depiction of an insular life that begs for a bit of scandal to go with the cafe's wine, and they could marvel at how well the French character actor Raimou, as amiable, embodied the laughable pathos of the baker's experience in a touching, Chaplinesque performance, as one reviewer phrased it. For a stage musical, Schwartz wanted to expand the film's meagre portrayals of the wife and her lover, making them more human and more believable. As they outlined their show, Stein and Schwartz preserved the basic architecture of the movie plot, with a few exceptions. They renamed the wife Genevieve from the original Aurélie. She would motor away in the Marquis's prized Peugeot automobile with Dominique, the chauffeur and assistant, instead of with the farmhand on a horse. They also dropped any reference to the baker's foiled suicide attempt, warming up to a score. For the research phase of The Baker's Wife, Schwartz immersed himself in a month-long French music piano-playing regime until the composer's styles became second nature. I played Debussy and Ravel on the piano just so my fingers would automatically go toward those chord structures and I would have those sounds in my head, Schwartz recalls. But when I started to write, I didn't pay attention to it, and what happened is what I'd hoped. I went instinctively to certain chords I wouldn't have gone to before I'd done that. It's like an actor's preparation, building up sense memory. The French Impressionists' expressiveness, with their frequent use of dissonant, unresolved chords, flowed into Schwartz's sensibilities like a musical river. It would eventually overflow into songs like Serenade and the mellifluous piano accompaniment to Meadowlark. He also listened repeatedly to his parents' collection of French recording artists like Edith Piaf and her one-time younger lover, Yves Montand. Their influence can be found in numbers like Merci, Madame, Any Day Now Day, and Luckiest Man in the World. As a third part of the musical palette, Schwartz recalled the French children's songs and folk tunes of his childhood, reflected in songs like the eventual opening number, Chanson. He planned for accordion and guitar to be featured in the orchestrations. At first, despite all his preparation, he struggled with the style and tone of the score. I had made several false starts at songs, and I was beginning to feel I couldn't find it, he recalls. And then, arriving almost as a finished piece he had only to sit down and play, Meadowlark came to him, a song that provided a turning point not only for the character, but also for his development as a songwriter. Except for David Merrick, Schwartz's colleagues and performers treasured the unique story song, creativity notes, emotional truth as a touchstone. To write a song for a musical, Stephen Schwartz considers a character's experience in the context of a story. But the writing of Meadowlark changed his approach from then on, for he taught himself how to also tie a character's feelings to his own. The Baker's Wife project came at a junction in his life, during which he was struggling with some personal relationship issues. While checking on the Magic Show tour in Boston, after a particularly difficult night that triggered conflicting emotions, he awoke early and headed over to the Wilbur Theatre, where he could be alone at the piano in the orchestra pit. A song flowed out of him for Genevieve to sing while she wrestles with inconsistent feelings about marriage and romance. I took the emotions that were going on in my life and superimposed them onto the character and situation, and that opened up the show and the score for me. After I finished the song, I was very embarrassed about it, and I thought, oh well, I could never actually have anyone hear this. Even though I changed all the specific facts and everything, it was very close to the bone for me, and I thought no one can ever hear this because everyone will know everything about me. And also, I felt that, therefore, it wouldn't really work within the context of the show. I was wrong on both counts. What I've learned as a writer is that the more I can get to my own emotional truth, the more a song is actually about me, thinly disguised as an Indian princess or the Hunchback of Notre Dame. Oddly enough, the more it communicates universally. He adds, for the most personal songs I have ever written, I've had people come up to me and say, "How could you possibly have known that? I felt like you read my diary." It's really an interesting phenomenon, and of course it makes our job as songwriters a lot easier. I have this glib comment when people ask, "How do you write a song?" I say, "Tell the truth and make it rhyme." But that's really it. The more you can tell your truth, the more it resonates for others. Of all the lessons about songwriting I've learned over time, that's been the most revelatory for me. Stephen Schwartz, Story Structure and Focus. For the next months of developing The Baker's Wife, Schwartz and Stein would ask themselves, what is this about? It was difficult to determine if it was Amabel's story of love and loss, or the villager's story of longing and community building, or a three-way story about the consequences of passions and infidelity. The central story is about relationships, Schwartz reflected later years. For a relationship to endure and be successful, whether it's a friendship or a marriage or whatever, Each of the parties of the relationship has to face the truth about the other one, accept the other one's flaws as well as their strengths, and love them both in spite of and because of those things. It requires being clear-eyed and honest about who the other person is. That didn't mean all the songs had to be romantic or angst-ridden. For a comic moment in the show, Schwartz came up with bread, during which villagers could clamour over the first fragrant loaves to emerge from the new baker's oven. He also wrote the ballad Where is the Warmth? As a second turning-point song for Genevieve to sing once the flash of passion with Dominique had worn off. The musical concludes with its mature message that a flash of passion, whether lingering or fading, is not sufficient for a lasting bond between two people. As Stein remarks, one of the things the story clearly says is that there's an essential difference between superficial love and true love, between physical attraction and attraction of the heart. It's a rich kind of statement to make in musical form, the long pre-Broadway tour. Merrick had booked a long out-of-town tour, expecting to warm up audiences and give the writers an opportunity to work out any kinks. He thought in terms of a big production in large theatres with an elaborate set, substantial cast, and at least one familiar star. He no doubt expected to repeat the success he had with Fanny, a showy musical adapted from a trilogy of Marcel Pagnol films, Fanny, Marius, and César. But Fanny and the baker's wife were croissants from different batches of dough. While the musical Fanny benefited from the complexities allowed in the multi-year storyline, The Baker's Wife was a thinly plotted story carried out over a short period of time. The show's chefs, Schwartz and Stein, had little interest in stirring up a showy spectacle. Instead, they pictured their musical as an intimate production for one of the smaller Broadway theatres. Still, they had to follow Merrick's plan. On April 8, 1976, the New York Times announced the upcoming show, explaining that Topol, star of the film version of Fiddler on the Roof, would make his American stage debut with co-star Carol Demas, recently seen in Greece. The new musical would first try out on May 11th in Los Angeles as part of the Civic Light Opera Company's season. For the Baker role, Joe Stein had wanted to cast Zero Mostel, Broadway's first Tevye in Fiddler. When Zero turned down the role, it seemed natural to consider Topol, who had starred as Tevye in London. As the cast began rehearsals, it appeared that 41-year-old Chaim Topol, a native of Israel, might not have carefully examined the script before signing his contract. His colleagues assumed he could adjust from playing the life-weary peasant Tevye in Russia to the optimistic, gentle baker in France. But the debonair actor apparently found playing an overweight, unattractive Frenchman distasteful and resisted his role. Demas was surprised by the casting. Topol was an extremely charismatic, virile man. I thought I must not have understood about the baker, because he's not just a kindly old man. He seemed ever so much younger and far lustier. For Schwartz, working with Topol was the beginning of the show's downhill slide. The cracks in the plaster began to show about 2 or 3 weeks into rehearsal, and they started with Topol. He was both woefully wrong for the show and stubbornly unwilling to attempt to actually play the character. By the time the show moved into technical rehearsals in Los Angeles, physical problems started factoring in. The set was a total disaster, Schwartz recalls. With its dual turntables, it was not only cumbersome and so big it dwarfed the story, but it was all a kind of Hunter Green. As David Merrick said when he came in and saw it in Los Angeles, It looked like a Welsh mining town. It was just a totally wrong choice. But there it was. Merrick had contracted with 75-year-old scenic designer Joe Mielzina, whose Broadway credits included South Pacific, The King and I, and others. The Paris-born designer was familiar with the French landscape, was a technical innovator, and had a painterly, non-realistic style that might suit the romantic show. Then on March 16th, 1976, Mielzina died unexpectedly. His associates took over. However, knowing they couldn't speak to the artist, they did not feel empowered to change his most recent drawings. And once it was built for the tour, it was too late for substantial modification. The Baker's Wife premiered in Los Angeles on May 11th, 1976. 28-year-old Stephen Schwartz entered the lobby of the Dorothy Chandler Pavilion beneath crystal chandeliers, stepping into the plush theatre. 20 years later, he would be honoured with an Academy Award in this same elegant space. But on this night, the problems that had begun to be evident in the late stages of rehearsals and tech were all too clear to the opening night critics. Reviews and changes. The following day, the Los Angeles Times Review read, "There is a musical somewhere in the 1938 Marcel Pagnol-Jean Giono film, The Baker's Wife, but director Joseph Hardy and the librettist Joseph Stein haven't found it... The charming tale of the French villages triangle-tangle of a middle-aged baker, his young wife and the mayor's chauffeur needs a delicate, bittersweet approach that it's not getting." Merrick knew the show had problems and began firing people to salvage it. When DeMars injured her arm in Los Angeles, Merrick tried to claim she was unfit to perform in order not to fulfill her contract. Years later, as Schwartz assessed the switching cast, he said, "Carol Demas was unfairly scapegoated. There were major problems with the show, and the major problem with the cast was Topol. What Merrick chose to do was to fire everybody around Topol, but not actually deal with the problem." Over the course of the tour, Patti LuPone replaced Carol Demas, John Berry replaced director Joseph Hardy, and associate musical director Robert Billig took over for music director Don Jennings. The choreographer changed multiple times, and that meant constant changes in the Big Bread production number. Terry Ralston says, "If I could tell you the hours we spent re-choreographing the bread number..." Meanwhile, Topol was doing things like pulling the stuffing out of his shirt so he wouldn't look like a well-fed baker. "I think he wanted my part to tell you the truth," recalls Kurt Peterson, who played Dominique. "He was this macho man and he just didn't want to play any little baker." After Los Angeles, the tour limped through San Francisco, St. Louis, Boston, and on to Washington, D.C., but never succeeded. Schwartz says you can fix shows on the road if all you have to do is more tap dancing. If you've got a real story, it's very hard to fix it when you've gone off. Stein adds that the producer's personality wasn't helping. Merrick was so volatile. He loved firing and rehiring people. He loved power. The touring company was leaderless for about 6 weeks, while Stein invited director friends to come see the show and consider helming it. While they were in Los Angeles, he had encouraged the famous choreographer, director Jerome Robbins, to come out and look at the show. Jerry was not a man of many words, Stein reports about his friend and former collaborator. He said, "You haven't got an opening that's right." I think he was very unhappy about the whole show, as we were by that time. Schwartz recalls how a comment from Robbins inspired a new opening number. Robbins suggested the larger-scaled chorus opening number be replaced by something folk-like. What about that girl who plays the cafe owner's wife? She's good. What about opening with her? He was referring to Terry Ralston, an accomplished young actress who had already been featured in the Broadway productions of Company and A Little Night Music. When the baker's wife moved to San Francisco, Ralston received an invitation from a professor friend to stay in one of the large old Victorian homes in the Presidio section. In the meantime, Schwartz had gone home for a reprieve from the madness, and while there he tried to come up with an opening song to fulfill Robin's suggestion. When he returned with his wife and 2-year-old son in tow, Ralston offered to share the house, which also had a piano in one of the downstairs rooms. "We were all in this house together," Ralston recounts, and Stephen said, "OK, I've written a song for you," and I do remember so clearly him sitting down and playing chanson for me. From that point on, as the lights went up on subsequent performances of The Baker's Wife, audiences saw an outdoor cafe where a few guests are, being served while Ralston, as Denise, sings a verse of the gentle, folk-inflected chanson in French, luring them into the mood of the place and time. Thus the show opened with a slow waltz-tempo song in the vein of "Oh, what a beautiful morning," but with the flavour of Provençal France. One day, suddenly, although the introduction of chanson into The Baker's Wife was a highlight, Schwartz remained discouraged and almost never attended the show during the 7-week run in San Francisco. That's how distanced I was from the show. As an author of the show, he was contractually required to stay in town in case changes needed to be made, but he remained in the shared house much of the time. Meanwhile, Carol, 4 months pregnant with their second child, but there to lend support during this difficult time, ended up carrying Scott around or pushing him in a stroller up and down the hills. Her extensive exertion may have influenced the ensuing events, and her husband's stress levels, too, could have impacted her. "It was a very stressful time for me, and I'm sure that she internalized it," he comments. As badly as things were going with the show, the drama would pale in comparison with the family drama about to unfold in a way that shifted Schwartz's focus from then on. One day, after Carol had returned to Connecticut, she phoned with an urgent message for him. Her water had broken in her 5th month of pregnancy, and she didn't know what would happen with the baby. Schwartz called Merrick and received a completely sympathetic response. There was not even a question, Schwartz remembers. "Absolutely," he said, "I should go home." Carol was able to delay the birth through constant bed rest. Several weeks later, Stephen drove her to Yale University's medical center, where the doctors delivered tiny, premature baby Jessica, who weighed 2 pounds, 11 ounces. She would remain in Yale's Special Infant Care Unit incubator until she was 4 pounds. Stephen will always remember looking at his daughter in the fish tank, like incubator, as she struggled to breathe. You could see what a fighter she was. She was going to fight to live, and she did. The life lesson seemed clear. Several years earlier, as Schwartz fretted over production details for another show, the director had reminded him, "It's only a play." He'd lost that perspective during the arduous efforts for The Baker's Wife, but he could at last say with conviction, "This is not life or death here. It's only a show." It wasn't getting better. Eventually, Joe Stein invited his film director friend, John Berry, to help fix the show that was continuing on tour. Berry had been living in the south of France, so he had personal experience with the setting. Bob Billig recalls him reflecting about the show, saying something like, "This is not the south of France. The south of France is very light and transparent and bubbly. Everything you have here is very heavy. To orient the baker's wife toward the simplicity of the film, he suggested dropping the rich orchestrations, changing the script, and altering staging as well as character portrayals. Terry Ralston felt sorry for the man she describes as being volatile. He came in with great energy and ideas, and then it just didn't get fixed. And that's got to be so hard for the director, because it's all in your hands, and when it's not getting better, you kind of lose confidence. Berry didn't get along with Topol either. That situation was not improving. In rehearsals for the final leg of the tour, Topol was overheard saying something on the order of, "I'm only doing it for the money." Finally, Merrick got serious about replacing him. The first 4 weeks of the engagement at the Kennedy Center Opera House in Washington, D.C. were part of their subscription series. The show was booked for 6 weeks, and Merrick figured he could bring in Paul Sorvino as Topol's replacement for the final 2 weeks of the relatively long run. Paul Sorvino's entrance temporarily heartened some members of the tour group, though they could not relate to his enthusiasm. Says Ralston, "Poor Paul comes in with all of this energy. Hi, everybody, we're going to fix this show, and at this point this is 8 months of a very unhappy group on the road, and we're all saying, 'Grr, don't try to cheer us up.'" Merrick especially despised the song Meadowlark and wanted it cut. Schwartz resisted. In Washington, D.C., the producer tried another tack. Conductor Bob Billig remembers a matinee when, after Patti LuPone sang the piece and the first act curtain went down, he got a call on his headset in the orchestra pit. It was the stage manager saying, "Mr. Merrick is here. He would like you to collect the orchestra parts for Meadowlark and bring them up here right now." Billig collected the music from the musicians and walked up to the stage manager's desk. I handed the parts to the stage manager. He handed them to Mr. Merrick, who put them in his briefcase, locked it, and walked out the door. I said, "Oh, God, what the hell are we going to do? How are we going to make the dramatic high point of the act happen?" We had a show to do that night. Billig called Schwartz, who was still home in Connecticut, dealing with infant Jessica. "You have to know what just happened," he told him, and explained the situation. Schwartz called Shirley Bernstein, who informed Merrick that Stephen would pull the score and close the show if it wasn't restored, again invoking the Dramatists' Guild contract he had used to save Kind of Woman in Pippin. By the next performance, the music was back in Billig's hands, and the song remained in the show. On November 13th, audiences at the Kennedy Center Opera House in Washington, D.C. watched the last performance of the tour. Although The Baker's Wife was scheduled for a November 20 first opening in Broadway's Martin Beck Theatre, Schwartz and Stein had been so dissatisfied with the seemingly unfixable show that they requested it be shut down before reaching Broadway. Merrick resisted because of his promises to Motown record investors. Shirley Bernstein intervened on the writer's behalf. According to a Merrick biographer, Bernstein flew to Detroit to meet with a Motown executive she knew and persuaded him that Broadway critics would undo any benefit that might be achieved by opening in New York. Merrick and Motown relented and canned the show. The half-year tour lost $1 million. Aftermath. There was no meeting of the minds as to what kind of show we were doing. Schwartz concludes about the failed development process. Joe Hardy had a whole different picture of what it should be from David Merrick, who had a different picture, it turned out, from Joe and myself. There was just no unity of vision. Cast albums, revivals, and revisions. Schwartz was astonished when he received a phone call from Bruce Yecko, co-owner of Take Home Tunes, expressing interest in recording The Baker's Wife. A cast recording of a show that closed out of town was unheard of, but Yecko and his wife Doris loved the score and believed it could find an audience on record. However, the budget was very limited, and they couldn't afford to pay the full ensemble, so the songs would only be those sung by the four principal performers, Sorvino, Lupone, Ralston and Kurt Peterson. Schwartz decided that for the recording, rather than simply using the songs that were in the show when it closed, he wanted to include what he felt were the best songs he had written for it, even though there had never been a single performance in which all of them had been performed. Thus, Proud Lady, which had been cut in Los Angeles, met Chanson, which had been added later. I used the recording to suggest what I thought the structure of the show should have been, he said, at least as far as the principal songs were concerned. The actors came into a tiny apartment studio on Christopher Street in New York City, one by one, to record their tracks, which Schwartz later helped mix. The album caught on with Broadway aficionados, and it ensured that the show would not be forgotten, as was the case with most flop musicals. Schwartz wasn't sure he and Stein could ever catch the personality, the mix of comedy and emotional truth that had eluded them. In 1985, he directed a revival at the York Theatre in New York. He notes, "We tried to do exactly what all the smart people had been advising, to concentrate on the central love triangle. They figured that since the album worked, and it consisted of just the solos, that was more or less how the show should be. So we cut a lot of the Villagers' material." And it didn't work at all. In the late 1980s, British director Trevor Nunn contacted Schwartz about staging a revival after he frequently heard Meadowlark and other songs from the show sung for auditions of other shows he was directing. Trevor's idea, reports Schwartz, was to go the exact opposite way from what everyone else had suggested. He told us that the main protagonist was the village itself, because all its denizens are changed by the seemingly small event of a wife leaving her husband. In effect, he wanted to return to the tone and focus of the Pagnol movie, which after all had been created to serve Pagnol's repertory company of actors. The writers reworked the musical with Nunn's suggestions, which included Schwartz writing new songs for the Villagers. It made the show problematically longer, which Schwartz believes is the main reason Nunn's production didn't entirely succeed in London. But he continues to maintain that the show got solved by Trevor Nunn. He pointed the way to finally fix the show. Really, all we had to do was take the structure we had developed with Trevor and make it shorter. Schwartz and Stein did exactly that, and in 2005, a production at Paper Mill Playhouse, directed by Gordon Greenberg, received strong reviews and audience response. New Jersey critic Peter Felicia praised the new version of the show in his review. Over the years, the authors have continually rethought it, and now they're getting the Broadway-caliber production they've always wanted. In a Manhattan season where the musical hits are laugh-fests, here's the best musical around, one with humour, to be sure, but heart, soul, passion, and a sumptuous score. The Paper Mill production was filmed for the archives at the New York Center for the Performing Arts so that future directors and performers could access the final version. The revised version is available for licensing through Music Theatre International. After this long-delayed but ultimately happy ending to the Baker's Wife journey, Schwartz reports, "My son Scott now all grown up and a successful director, in his own right came to see the show at Paper Mill and said to me, "You've been working on this show my whole life. What are you going to do now? Creativity notes, tonal disparity, and finding the right mix." Schwartz is quick to defend his collaborator when anyone suggests that Stein's book was the weak element. I think that's unfair and inaccurate. What I think is accurate is that there was a tonal disparity between the book and the score. A different kind of writer doing the book with my score might have had more tonal consistency, but similarly, if Bach and Harnick had done the score, it would have had a tonal consistency with Joe. We're different generationally. We're different in terms of sensibilities, even though we like each other and get along. Well, Schwartz and Stein would finally find a unified tone for their work on The Baker's Wife. Schwartz comments, "I think for a musical to be successful, all the elements have to seem as if they belong in the same show. You can't have a book that's in one style and songs that are in another style, or even within songs. You can't have lyrics that have one kind of tone with music that feels completely different." And I think that one of the things that happened to make The Baker's Wife become successful is that both Joe and I moved toward one another tonally. The Baker's Wife world premiere opens at the Dorothy Chandler Pavilion in Los Angeles on May 11th, 1976, with set design by Joe Mielziner, costumes by Theone V. Aldridge, direction by Joseph Hardy. Topol and Stephen Schwartz in a typically difficult rehearsal. Lovers Genevieve and Dominique share a romantic though fleeting moment in The Baker's Wife on tour. Joseph Stein and Stephen Schwartz in 2006 during their later years of collaboration. Chapter 10. Working, creating a non-fiction musical. Hey somebody, one cha turn your head. Take a look my way. Working. In the mid-1970s, Stephen Schwartz's own naivete about the working world offered essential fodder for his fifth post-college musical, Working. "I never had a real job in my life," says Schwartz. As a boy growing up on Long Island, he flung newspapers from a bicycle while on his route. As a teenager, he worked as a camp counselor and as an apprentice at a summer stock theatre, manning the box office and parking cars. As noted in an earlier chapter, college found him using his piano-playing skills to accompany silent films and musical directing in summer stock. After graduating from Carnegie, he picked up a few jobs accompanying singers at auditions and playing for children's theatre shows. Next came his relatively cushy position at RCA, and then suddenly he was making his living doing what he had always wanted to do, writing musicals. So he really had no insight into what working at a regular job might be like. Then, one day in 1974, as he sifted through his mail at home in Connecticut, he opened a book of the Month Club flyer and spotted a sales pitch for Studs Terkel's latest interview collection, Working. People talk about what they do all day and how they feel about what they do. He read an excerpt from an interview with a phone operator named Heather. The interview finished with a quote, "It's something to run into somebody who says, 'It's a nice day out, operator. How's your day, busy? Has it been a rough day? You're so thankful for these people.' It struck me with the force of a revelation," he reports. "I realized I was someone who tended to be abusive to operators when I encountered phone trouble. I would be like the guy we put in the show who curses the phone company, and I would complain about it being a monopoly. Suddenly, I realized that there was a person sitting in some location that I'd never pictured in my mind, and he or she had A whole life and a series of dreams and disappointments that I had never thought about, and that I was connected to this person through this transaction. I had never given it an instant's thought. Some people might find that obvious and not particularly compelling. To me, it was enormously compelling, and I wanted to write about it. He immediately envisioned the inherent theatricality of making otherwise anonymous workers into dramatic characters. That glimpse into Heather's life offered the kind of aha experience that he uses as a signal. He bought Turkell's book, and about halfway through reading it, resolved to adapt it to the stage. Something starts to reverberate. The first is just an instinct that says, "That's mine. That's my territory." Stephen Schwartz. He telephoned Shirley Bernstein about obtaining the stage rights and called his friend Nina Fosse to say, "I want you to read this book." He described the collection of interviews and his excitement over this idea for a new musical. He said later, "One thing that immediately appealed to me about working was the fact that this was true, that you were going to be hearing from people in their own words." To persuade Studs Terkel to release the stage rights, Schwartz flew to Chicago for a face-to-face meeting. Terkel was an author and radio personality who had been hosting an hour-long interview show on Chicago's WFMT since 1952. He met with Schwartz at a restaurant. Terkel says he was astonished by the adaptation idea, but Schwartz's enthusiasm assuaged his doubts. "I was attracted to his vision. Something told me he had something. It was more than just a musical. It was a celebration of the ordinary people whose daily lives are unsung. He would sing about them, the anonymous many, whose lives touch ours every day without our realizing it." "Go ahead," I said, and he did. The inspiration for working had illuminated a path rarely travelled by musical writers. Of the hundreds of musicals and plays Schwartz had attended, he'd only seen one musical that was completely non-fiction. The Me Nobody Knows included ghetto children's commentaries and ran for about a year on Broadway, 1970 to 1971. Later, he loved what director-choreographer Michael Bennett, composer Marvin Hamlisch, lyricist Edward Claiborne, and their colleagues created for their Broadway hit musical A Chorus Line, which opened in the summer of 1975. The dancer characters were suggested by real lives, including Schwartz's soon-to-be close friends, Stephen Boukvor, who would join the working cast, and his wife, Denise Pence Boukvor. Their interactions during recorded conversation sessions with dancers had inspired Michael Bennett to include a married couple in A Chorus Line, as well as the song Sing. While the show was partially fictionalized, as Stephen Boukvor notes, the truth was extended into a theatrical musical, extend literal truth into emotional truth on stage. That's what Schwartz believed he could do. The Everyman's A Chorus Line would later become a publicity angle for working. During the 3 years that elapsed between inspiration and readiness, Schwartz waited for rights arrangements to come through and endured touring traumas of his 4th show. He yearned for working to redeem what he thought was the anomalous failure of The Baker's Wife and gain him approval from the New York critics and intelligentsia. Meanwhile, he spent some of his time focusing on his personal life. The contrast between his experience and that of most workers under 30 probably contributed to his fascination with Terkel's interviews. His own piece of the American dream already included a large country estate in Connecticut, complete with private tennis court and pool, plenty of travel money, a supportive wife, and 2 lively young children. With the help of his wife's cooking, Schwartz gained 10 pounds over his college weight, reaching around 145, still trim for a 5 feet 8 inches man. From his earlier hippie phase of wearing floral or patterned shirts, he passed into a sporty casual look that dominated his wardrobe from then on. He grew a beard, scraggly and dark. The job begins. Finally, in 1977, he could begin serious work on the new musical. This would be the only time he worked on virtually every aspect of a Broadway-bound production as a director, a writer, adapting a book, and a songwriter. If he had known that book problems would linger right up through opening night, he might have relinquished the countless directorial decisions to someone else. Although he wanted control, he also planned to develop the show in a workshop, with the cast helping to build it as a group rather than imposing a pre-written script. That meant he and Nina Fosse needed to do their homework and bring in some chosen monologues from Terkel's text as a starting point. The two buddies spent hours in Fosse's Upper East Side condo paging through the published interviews. Terkel had filled his book working with over 130 transcribed interviews from a full range of professions, many with a raw, almost poetic power. A fireman who had been previously employed at a bank describes his new job's meaning. I can look back and say, I helped put out a fire. I helped save somebody. It shows something I did on this earth. That was one of the comments that could be lifted directly to a stage monologue. Schwartz and Fosse wanted the musical adaptation to represent Terkel's range of occupations: supermarket checker, corporate executive, salesman, interstate trucker, teacher, and so on. They considered including as many as 50 examples in a 2 to 3 hour show. Schwartz called friends and colleagues to set up an informal workshop. I'm going to rent a space in New York 2 or 3 days a week, and I'll provide lunch there and pay your car fare. Would you come and play? As many as 17 actors met in a rented rehearsal space. At the first gathering, Schwartz and Fosse handed out monologues they had selected as a place to start. Each actor received a copy of Terkel's working as well, with the suggestion that they check for passages that sparked their interest. In a free-form, experimental way, the workshop group honed potentially stage-worthy material. Every idea anyone came up with had to be tried, no matter how dumb or impractical it sounded to the rest of us, Schwartz says. During one brainstorming session, Nina Fosse came up with the idea of various telephone workers speaking contrapuntally and simultaneously. It was one of those ideas that seemed impractical, says Schwartz. How could the audience comprehend what was being said by 2 or 3 people speaking at once? But it worked surprisingly well when we tried it. To add another layer of reality-based inspiration, Schwartz organized outings for the actors related to the character they were all focusing on for a day. When discussing the firefighter, they visited a fire station. Some went to the phone company. When the whole group dined together in a restaurant, they would be especially attentive to the waitresses who were serving them. We got embedded into the real behavioral understanding of each one of those characters, workshop participant Stephen Bookford recalls. Stephen Schwartz is very organic that way. Schwartz and Fosse were also aiming for a kind of consciousness-raising influence. One of the reasons we picked many of the specific jobs that we did, Schwartz explains, was that I wanted the next experience you had with a working person after leaving the theatre to be transformed by your experience of seeing the show. So consequently, there's a waitress and there's a parking lot attendant, When you go to get your car or you go to a restaurant after the show, you think about them and you're suddenly aware of this interconnectedness. Still, it was hard for the group to completely trust in something so unusual. Matt Landers, who eventually played the fireman, remembers facing the odd structure of a long theatrical piece full of monologues. One of the huge problems with the show is that nobody talks to each other. In the workshop, we went crazy trying to figure out, let's try to get a scene here, and we couldn't do it. For cohesion, the songs themselves would have to create unifying nodes along the network of workers' experiences and dreams expressed in the monologues. Who would write the songs? At first, Schwartz thought it was his show, but he was open to new possibilities. Songwriter quest. I read Working, and it changed my way of looking at the world, Schwartz told Mickey Grant, as he sat near the piano in her wood-panelled apartment studio on Manhattan's Upper West Side. She had soundproofed her dining room to create the studio several years earlier when her Broadway show, Don't Bother Me, I Can't Cope, was about to open. Her score was one that Schwartz enjoyed, and now he could check his hunch that Grant would be right to help with some songs for Working. Schwartz had brought a copy of Terkel's book for the prospective collaborator to review, pointing out the interview with parking lot attendant Alfred Pommier. Schwartz had already attempted a bluesy musical number for the character. He slid onto the piano bench to demonstrate a couple of musical ideas. When he'd worked on a Pommier song at home, he kept referencing Grant's style of writing. I said to myself, this is silly. Why am I sitting here trying to do a Mickey Grant song? Why don't I just call Mickey Grant? They laughed. Grant said she didn't realize she had a distinct sound, but was open to the venture. Next, she began strumming her guitar. Their conversation about themes from Terkel's book had stirred her memory about another song. She sang If I Could Have Been, a piece about abandoned dreams that she had drafted for another project but never used. Schwartz grinned. I knew I made the right decision, he said about including Grant in his project. That's a number I've been looking for. It was a bonus night for Schwartz. As he left Grant's studio, he carried with him the security that a blues solo and an ensemble number were almost in hand, and that the whole concept of sharing songwriting duties was going to work. He was so gung-ho and so enthusiastic about it, your doubts were just erased. Mickey Grant. More convinced he should seek other contributors, Schwartz mailed out letters to songwriters, including Joni Mitchell and Paul Simon, who replied that they were unavailable. He collected commitments from James Taylor and Richard Rogers' daughter, composer Mary Rogers. Lyricist Susan Birkenhead joined the team when Mary Rogers plucked me out of obscurity to collaborate. Buzz about Schwartz's quest spread among Broadway followers, including writer Craig Zidane. One night, Zidane invited Schwartz to attend a cabaret act in Soho performed by his friend Craig Carnelia. Schwartz was impressed enough to stop by the dressing room in the basement afterward to discuss working with this relatively unknown writer. He asked me that night to take a look at the book, Carnelia remembers. Carnelia's sensitive songwriting talents would prove invaluable. Fosse later noted, I give Stephen a lot of credit for choosing composers he admired and whom he thought would do a better job than he would on some songs. Schwartz divvied up interviews to be adapted, met individually with songwriters, collected tapes of completed songs. He didn't want the artists to feel supervised from on high, so the group never sat together to discuss the show. Music director Stephen Reinhardt would serve as a hub for the future performances. Schwartz appreciated the privilege of working with James Taylor. He'd listened to Sweet Baby James and other albums countless times and had absorbed some of Taylor's folk aesthetic into his own songwriting style. One day, he sat in Taylor's Manhattan apartment listening to him play millwork while reading lyrics scrawled on a couple of yellow legal pads. Schwartz says, "I remember sitting there trying to remain directorial and businesslike as I listened to the voice that always seems to have the power to bring tears to my eyes, and thinking, oh my God, he sounds just like James Taylor." Robin Lamont, who was to sing Millwork, felt similarly thrilled the moment Taylor came to a rehearsal. James showed up with this guitar and mismatched socks. When it came time to do the song, he said, "Why don't I play it on the guitar, you sing it, and I'll do backups." It was one of the more exciting moments of my career. He is a lovely man, very nice, very down-to-earth, and very supportive. It was really an honour and treat to work with him. Of course, one songwriter Stephen Schwartz had to recruit was himself to write 4 songs for the show. Since the show Working is essentially a documentary, and all the monologues are edited directly from the words of the interviewees in studs. Turkle's book, the songwriters tried to use the words and locution of the characters they were writing about as possible. Stephen Schwartz, Creativity Notes, creating character through realistic detail. After seeing Craig Carnelia perform in a cabaret, Schwartz asked him to try writing a song based on Turkle's interview with a retired man. Joe was one of the first pieces written for the new musical. As a keen study in character-appropriate material, it evoked creative discoveries for both Carnelia and Schwartz. "My favourite thing about working in my life as a writer," Carnelia explains, "is that it taught me a great deal about how to write. One of the things it taught me is that people reveal their biggest truths in small ways. People are speaking about what they had for breakfast, and then I went to see my wife's grave and I had some peanut brittle. The whole book is full of the biggest and the littlest juxtaposed in the way that people actually do, as opposed to a kind of musical theatre that lives in overstatement or declaration and says, 'I went to my wife's grave and I thought of all the beautiful things we did together, and I sat down and I wept, and I saw her come to life again.' No, that's not what happens. What happens is, I went to my wife's grave and I brought along some peanut brittle, and then I saw a bird over there, and the bird made me think of something." Schwartz appreciated Carnelia's realism. All of Craig's songs for Working, but most particularly Joe, taught me something about writing for characters, and thus about writing for musical theatre, Schwartz reveals. What Craig did was to capture the essence of the character, not just in the lyric, but in the music as well. In Joe, the repetitive nature of the melody and accompaniment, and the plaintiveness of the simple harmonies belie the jauntiness of the words. The music supplies the subtext. Even if you don't speak English, you can hear Joe, and the music will tell you who he is. Since working with Craig on Working, I've tried to emulate that aspect of his writing in my own. Schwartz songs, It's an Art, and Fathers and Sons. To be a waitress, it's an art, Dolores Dante told Studs Terkel in her interview for the book Working. Dante had been a waitress at the same restaurant for 23 years. "I feel like a ballerina," Dante continued. "I have to go between those tables, between those chairs. I'm on stage." To Schwartz, her words leapt off the page as being suited to song. As he worked on It's an Art, he took a cue from Dante's comment that she speaks sotto voce, an Italian expression used in opera for soft voice. Newly inspired by Carnelia to evoke characters musically, he says, I decided to make Dolores's song very Italian and so theatrical it's practically operatic. So for the music, I used Verdi, specifically Sempre Libera from La Traviata, as a jumping-off point. The waltz-time music underscores the waitress's observation that what she does is elegant and theatrical. She even hums a bit of Swan Lake that becomes part of the music from Dante's text. Some don't care. When the plate is down, you can hear the sound. I try not to have that sound. I want my hands to be right when I serve. I pick up a glass. I want it to be just right. I get to be almost oriental in the serving. I like it to look nice all the way. From Schwartz's lyric, there's some as don't care. When they put down the plate, there's a sound. Not with me. When they move a chair, it will scrape with a grate on the ground. Not with me. I will have my hand right when I place a glass. Notice how I stand right as customers pass. Serve a demi-tasse, with a gesture so gentle. Or do it again till it's near oriental. It's an art. It's an art. To be a fine waitress. In addition to writing It's an Art, Schwartz claimed the opening number slot and composed the up-tempo song All the Livelong Day. Working score also featured his buoyant Neat to be a newsboy and plaintive Fathers and Sons. Fathers and Sons was an extremely personal song. To write it, he tapped into his own life as a father to his young son Scott and his memories of being a son to his father Stan. He comments, I think all boys have father issues. It may be a common pattern of son-to-father relationships that when you're young, you idealize your father and he's your hero, and then as you come into your teenage years and you become more realistic about who your father is, the fact that he has flaws is devastating in some way. So you have an unrealistic picture of him in the other way. He suddenly becomes this total failure, and the negatives completely take over. Other details in the song were true to life, like the baseball games beneath the lights. Schwartz notes, when there was no National League team in the New York area, my dad and I would drive down to Philadelphia once a year to see the Phillies play a night game against the Giants. And that was always one of my favorite memories. About the lyric phrase and sleeping in the car, Stephen says, I loved my father to carry me into the house when I fell asleep in the car, so sometimes I would pretend to be asleep. Schwartz almost didn't put the song into the show because he thought it might be too autobiographical to fit another character, but then he recalls Nina and Stephen Reinhardt said, I'll kill you if you don't put the song in the show. Everybody used to cry. We'd sit there in rehearsal and everybody would cry trying to play it and perform it. A workshop production in Chicago. The best way to get a grip on the musical in progress was to test it on stage somewhere away from New York City. America's largest Midwest city, Chicago, where Turkle conducted most of his interviews, seemed the ideal spot for an initial staged workshop, while anticipating a more formal pre-Broadway tryout at Arena Stage in Washington, D.C. after that. Shirley Bernstein arranged with Annie producers Erwin Meyer and Stephen R. Friedman to back the development and final production phases in association with Joseph Harris. A Chicago Loop venue, the not-for-profit Goodman Theatre, worked it into its calendar for December 30th, 1977 through February 5th, 1978. Working would breeze into the Windy City with an official opening on the 5th of January in a small theatre at one edge of Grant Park that overlooks Lake Michigan. The biggest challenge Schwartz faced in mid-1977 was compensating for the ways this new show varied from a traditional book musical. A chorus line's emotional drive came from dancers all striving to make it into a show from an audition. Working had no natural storyline, and at that point he believed a montage was not sufficient. He decided to create a storyline based on an interview in the Terkel book with Fred Ringley, a printing salesman who lived in suburban Chicago with his wife and son. The Ringleys had decided to quit the Chicago rat race, sell their home, move to Arkansas, and start a mom-and-pop restaurant. During Working's development, Schwartz flew to Blaine, Arkansas, and spent a couple of days with them. For a long time, he clung to the Ringley story as an essential answer to the show's need for a dramatic emotional arc. Fosse recalls, he kept calling their story the clothesline that we hang all the other characters on. The audience would meet Fred and Kate Ringley soon after the opening number. James Taylor wrote a song called American Dreaming that described their aspirations. Mary Rodgers wrote a song for Kate about her work as a housewife, a piece that was later replaced by Carnelia's Just a Housewife. Schwartz wrote Neat to be a newsboy for the son, John, to sing about his paper route. As the last solo in Act 2, Fred Ringley would sing Schwartz's fathers and sons. Everything else fit in between. In November, with son Scott in tow, Stephen travelled to Chicago for a few days of pre-production madness, meeting with the costume designer and auditioning local boys for a role. He knew previews were coming up too quickly. Schwartz called Terkel and asked him to go over the script. "I'm just sitting here being nervous and thinking I'm not ready," he told Terkel. The company of Working arrived for rehearsals in December to face what Nina Faso remembers was the worst winter I've ever experienced, but they all forged ahead. Mickey Grant recalls, "When we were in Chicago, I said to Stephen Schwartz, 'You have a whole class of workers that's not mentioned in your show anywhere, and that's the domestic worker. I would like to do something with that.' He said, 'Go right ahead.' And that's when I came up with Cleaning Women. It was a good song that added energy. That left the problem of fitting everything in. They had a running time of 3 hours and 10 minutes, too long for comfort. Faso recalls meeting with Schwartz before breakfast every morning for an extra hour or two, racking our brains to make things work, making plotting decisions. For musical writing newcomer Susan Birkenhead, the trials and traumas were acute. She and Mary Rodgers had worked hard on a song for the Ringley family. When Schwartz and Rodgers disagreed about it, Rodgers told Birkenhead, "We're going to pull the song." Birkenhead recalled, "I remember sitting in the hotel and moaning, 'Don't pull the song, Mary.'" Schwartz's inner game was perfectionism, especially regarding fine details of the script and songs. When the fussing over revision ideas got out of hand, it could drive others a little crazy. Faso remembers his heated arguments with Craig Carnelia over lyrics. Actors remember his high expectation for accommodating script changes. "For the most part, we all respected Stephen a great deal," says Robin Lamont. "And if we worked hard, he worked 3 times as hard. We would leave at midnight, come in the next day at 9 in the morning to rehearse after having done a show the night before, and he would have been up half the night. But there was frustration. We'd ask ourselves, why isn't this playing as well as it should? We'd come in and Stephen would say, I want to try this, I want to try that. Sometimes there was the feeling that we're sick of this, we don't want to try it one more way, we want to go home and sleep. What was driving him? Cast member Matt Landers suggested later it was partly about a public identity. Schwartz was trying to prove that he was a Sondheim or a Fosse. Now he's easier to deal with because he has proved that he's a Schwartz. But at the time he was a young guy, he was defensive. I would give him suggestions in private. The next day he would come and put them in. If I gave it to him in front of everybody else, he was like, "No, we're not going to put it in." But as much as they could, the actors made the most of a difficult process. Cast member David Patrick Kelly reflects, "The responsibilities Stephen entrusted us with was unheard of at that time, and so empowering. During previews, rewrites continued in the rehearsal space located near the Art Institute's Impressionist collection. One day, Schwartz took a break to tour the museum. He admired Georges Seurat's Afternoon on the island of La Grande Jatte, which would later become associated with another musical. From a distance, the painting made a lovely scene with picnickers and boaters. Viewing the giant canvas up close, Schwartz saw what seemed like meaningless dots of colour. In his own creative venture, he sometimes lost his vision in the dots and wasn't able to step back to view the scene he wanted. Reviews and rewrites. Opening night arrived as a bright spot on the development timeline. Turkle's interviewees, whose stories made up the show, were invited to watch and come backstage afterward for a party. Craig Carnelia remembers meeting the daughter of Joe, whom he had immortalized in a song by the same name. She came backstage and put her arms around me and said, "Thank you for making my father a hero." Lynn Thigpen, herself a 5 feet 9 inches African-American actress and dancer who had performed the role of the telephone operator, met her petite Caucasian counterpart that night. She came up and said, "You answered the phone just like I did," and there she was, 10 years older than I was, 30 pounds thinner, a small white woman. Mickey Grant recalls the smile on Studs Terkel's face that night. It was great for Studs to see that it worked. I'm sure he probably had no idea as to how it was going to turn out. He just seemed to be very, very happy. Reviews came out showing that critics in Chicago were basically in favor of the idea of staging Terkel's book. The Chicago Daily News reviewer wrote, "It's a long evening dotted with awkward bridges and dead spots, and not yet sure of where it's heading, but the musical has some genuinely wonderful scenes, a true and talented cast, a well-crafted mounting, stretches of confident momentum, and above all, the honest talk garnered by Studs Terkel." The Chicago Sun-Times thought the show a work in progress that would someday work. Connectivity was the chief issue. The most irritating difficulty at the moment is trying to connect 42 stories together. Every one of these characters has a story to tell, and Schwartz's technique to bind them into a whole is to use a family as connective tissue, a man and his wife and their little boy. It is not a cohesive ploy. It divides, it interrupts, it bores. The reviewer suggested that the audience doesn't need to have everything spelled out. Why not simply use Terkel's biographical introductions? And what's wrong with a spotlight, a downbeat, and a declarative narrative? After that, Schwartz and Fosse cut the Ringley family clothesline. Schwartz says, "When we abandoned the unifying family story, the purer review format emerged. Schwartz came to believe that the audience would supply structure as their appreciation of the workers unfolded. Instead, he and Fosse tried to emphasize the unseen relationships between the characters by focusing on the transition from one interview to the next." Schwartz says, "After all, that was the message of the show. how we're all interconnected in ways we usually don't notice. Schwartz and Fosse called it the Monty Python technique, from the British comedy show that linked unrelated sketches with clever transitions. Through Chicago, Schwartz had gotten along well enough with producer Erwin Meyer, sometimes playing tennis with him. After Chicago, it got tough. Friedman and Meyer had recently acquired the 46th Street Theatre, a Broadway venue. They believed they could bring in the new musical, and it would run for years, in spite of the creative team's insistence on a proper pre-Broadway tryout at Arena Stage. Meyer explains, "We knew if we stopped, after months of rehearsals as well as the Chicago production, we would lose momentum, the cast and the creative energy that made working what it was. To sit around for another year would have been a much worse decision than going to Broadway." Schwartz fought the decision to move to New York, but eventually relented, a decision with lasting consequences he would always regret. I still believe that their drive to open working was based on a more commercial motive, qualifying for that year's Tony Awards. It's one of the reasons I feel that the Tonys are so destructive to Broadway, because it's become the tail wagging the dog. Stephen Schwartz, Broadway Preparations. Too soon for the CO adapter's comfort, rehearsals and previews began. By then the number of characters had been whittled down to 39, played by 17 actors. The show still ran long, yet it wasn't easy to trim. It was a different show every night, Fosse recalls. We took musical numbers out, we put numbers in. The actors and crew and the orchestra performed death-defying stunts every night. The show lost Graciela Daniele as its choreographer due to a conflict with the new rushed schedule. "We were devastated," says Fosse. "She was so central to the way we had conceived everything, as she understood how to create movement from working world experiences." She was replaced by a more traditional Broadway and film choreographer, Honor White, who didn't relate well to their approach. Things looked up during previews. The audience responded with standing ovations for most performances. Schwartz's waitress song, "It's an Art," sung by Lenora Nemetz and the company, stopped the show almost nightly. James Taylor's melancholy millwork moved people to tears, as did Schwartz's Fathers and Sons. The Rogers Birkenhead number about a teacher stirred sympathies, while group numbers by Grant and Carnelia touched hearts with their meaningful lyrics and exhilarating music. Still, Schwartz wanted to delay the official opening. Meyer had two worries. Advance ticket sales before reviews came out were insignificant, and the press didn't want to wait. Meyer comments, "The show was a little long, and Stephen wanted more time to trim and polish. And we said OK, and then he wanted a little more time. And we said OK again. But then we got to the point where the critics said, if you don't open this show, we're going to just come in and review it, because you can't run indefinitely for previews. We were getting a lot of pressure through our press agent that if we didn't get our act together and open, the critics would come in anyway, and that could have been a disaster. So we picked an opening night, and we said, Stephen, we're just going to have to open. At some point in time, the show must go on." Opening and closing on Broadway. It rained on opening night, May 14th, 1978, Schwartz recalls. He and Carol dressed up and drove into the city through the drizzle. He told her, "This is going to change our lives in one way or the other. If this works, that will be one path, and if it doesn't work, I'm through." I believed that the show was ready, Meyer states. When the people came out and performed that opening night, they rose to the heights of their careers at that time. They couldn't have given a better performance. It couldn't have gone off better. Maybe so, but the critics weren't impressed with the material. Clive Barnes wrote, "Ambivalence, here we come." Martin Gottfried, in the Saturday Review, called Working an intelligent musical, but concluded it had faults, such as no dynamics or tension. Working closed after 12 previews and 24 performances. 2 weeks later, the best little whorehouse in Texas opened at the 46th Street Theatre, where it ran for 3 years. Meyer blames New York critics for unfairly burying the show. Schwartz blames the producers. "Here's the truth," Schwartz later asserted. "We were not ready to open, and we were forced to open, I think, for the Tonys, but also because it turned out that those guys owned the theatre and there was another show trying to get in. It turned out to be economically a good decision from their point of view, but was kind of a betrayal, since they were both producers of our show and the owners of a theatre that the best little whorehouse in Texas wanted to come into." Working and those connected with it received accolades in terms of Tony nominations, and Schwartz won a Drama Desk Award for direction, but he wasn't heartened by it. Working was a show that I truly loved, more than any I had done up until then, he said, and its failure broke my heart, and it stayed broken for a long time. It would be 7 years before he had another show open on Broadway. Working revamped. Although Schwartz didn't know it at the time, the journey of Working would actually end happily. When a show fails, in most cases it disappears forever, he later reflected. I've been unusually lucky in that shows of mine which have failed initially have been given the chance, with rethinking and revision, to find continuing lives. Working was the first of those, and it taught me that such a thing was possible. The initial step came from director Paul Lazarus, who asked permission from Schwartz to direct it at Dartmouth College in New Hampshire. Lazarus suggested several cuts and changes, one of which is described in the creativity notes below. When the show worked at Dartmouth, others tried it, with Schwartz continuing to make revisions, and after 5 or 6 successes, Music Theatre International decided to license it. Eventually, it became a staple for regional and community theatres, as well as schools and colleges. Like the first cast members, performers over the years have appreciated the way the show helps people notice workers of all types. Matt Landers from the original cast summarises the import of the show. For those involved, I remember how powerful the show was. It made you notice how unappreciative people can be. That's the thing, the depersonalisation of people, because they are defined by their jobs. You treat a waiter like a waiter, you treat a banker like a banker, you treat a cab driver like a cab driver. But they are all individual people underneath that, and that's the message of the show. That's what really made it work. In later years, Schwartz and Fosse updated Working by conducting their own interviews, adding new songs, and later accepting innovation from director Gordon Greenberg. Revised versions addressed concerns that some of the original show's material had become dated since its first presentation in the 1970s, given that the American workplace has changed so dramatically. For a revision in 2012, Schwartz invited composer-lyricist Lin-Manuel Miranda, then a popular writer and actor for his work on In the Heights and later Hamilton, to contribute 2 new tunes. Based on his own first job, Miranda wrote the song Delivery about a young man who works at McDonald's. Another, A Very Good Day, became the show's only duet. The song is about care workers, One cares for senior citizens and another for other people's children. After testing the revisions in several regional productions, Music Theatre International began licensing a working 2012 with updated lyrics, a streamlined book, several dropped songs and the 2 new songs. In 2018, a London production of Working led to a new original cast recording, the first to include Miranda's songs, creativity notes, solving problems of placement. In the performing arts, because a work of art unfolds through time, decisions about sequence affect how each aspect will be received. Where will songs fit in the scheme of a musical? Sometimes a perfectly good piece fails because of its placement in the sequence. In Working, a gospel rock number, Cleaning Women, added a burst of energy to the show, while the ballad Fathers and Sons set audiences quietly reflecting about parent-child relationships. When Working opened on Broadway, the songs were in the opposite order from what ended up succeeding. Schwartz recalls, "I thought Cleaning Women had to be in the 11 o'clock spot, the second to the last number. Neither of the songs really worked as well as I expected. When we did the first post-Broadway production, the director, Paul Lazarus, suggested we flip the order so that Fathers and Sons came after Cleaning Women. And suddenly, without changing a single word or note of either song, they both worked. And I learned a big lesson about musical theatre structure. Sometimes the problem with a song is not the song itself, but where it comes in the show." Legendary Chicagoan studs Turkle and Stephen Schwartz confer about the musical. Bottom left, Stephen Schwartz meets with a fireman to test his range of motion wearing gear so that his staging of a fire station scene would attain the verisimilitude he was seeking. Right. In Chicago, choreographer Graciela Daniele rehearses the cast. Fathers and sons in 4 generations of Schwartz men, Stephen, baby Scott Schwartz, Stephen's father Stanley, and Stanley's father Sam. 100 years separates the oldest from the youngest. Future director Scott Schwartz looks over the show poster. Chapter 11. Mid-Journey Reflections. One more disaster I can add to my generous supply. No good deed goes unpunished. Wicked. We expect accomplished people to steal up to misfortune. We expect those with extraordinary talent to cope with negative feedback. For Stephen Schwartz, after Working's last performance, June 4th, 1978, it was time to be ordinary. Failure in theatre is the most public form of embarrassment, he once stated. Staying home with his wife and children, he almost never left their property for 3 years. Nina Faso explores the depth of the reaction when she says, "Working kind of traumatized a lot of us, but Stephen Schwartz was really wounded." If you haven't had the tremendous pressure of being responsible for a huge, expensive Broadway show, it's hard to know how bad it feels when it fails. So many years of work gone, so much sacrifice. It happens all the time to people who lose their businesses. What can I say? Human hearts are fragile, and life is only what you can make of it. The baker's wife had been an excruciating experience, and now this show, which in some ways was supposed to be his redemption, had failed. It was the culmination of what felt to him like a long downslide. I had started to burn out, really, with Pippin. Pippin was such a difficult experience, and I felt such an outsider in the New York theatre community, which at that point in my life I really wanted to be a part of. In those pre-internet days, he had no way of being bolstered by an audience who cared for his work. A trickle of letters came in from fans who wrote him in care of the theatre. which he appreciated. But, as often seems to be the case, harsh words overshadowed positive ones. People would say unkind things to his face, and he'd carry the memory for years. About 6 months after Pippin opened, he was standing in a music publisher's office in Manhattan. A stranger walked up to him and said, "I bet you're thanking Bob Fosse every day. He really saved your ass on that one, didn't he?" When the magic show became an overnight smash hit, he'd felt even more rejected when he read the reviews and heard people talk. To him, it was as if they resented his success. I had had these 2 enormous hits, during one of which I was in conflict with a Broadway darling, and then I had followed this up with another hit that people felt artistically did not deserve to be won. When he attended the filming of a television pilot for which he had written the theme song, during the pre-show warm-up, the host asked the studio audience if they wanted to ask Stephen Schwartz any questions. The songwriter recalls some guy raised his hand and said, "Why, after shows like Godspell and Pippin, did you write something as awful as the magic show?" That was his question to me. I said, "Well, it was a fun experience, what can I tell you? Some people seemed to enjoy it, but it was really embarrassing. I felt like this kind of thing was happening to me all the time." He believes such people don't realize that they are being cruel, because entertainment is not their business. They're not actors or singers or songwriters. They're not putting themselves out there all the time. They don't understand that it actually is like stabbing someone in their flesh. They don't understand that it hurts, because that kind of thing wouldn't hurt them. About that period, he adds, my feelings were constantly being hurt. It felt like death by 1,000 cuts, that Chinese saying. I felt like I was bleeding from all these tiny little slices until finally I had no blood left in me whatsoever, and I just gave up. The words of reviews contributed to his dejection. Up through the magic show, he read his reviews. Gradually, the responses crystallized into his self-image. It was no longer simply rejection. He came to believe what he heard. It just felt clear to me that the New York theatre establishment saw me as an untalented upstart who had no business being part of their club. I felt like I had crashed this party that nobody wanted me to be at, and that I had come in and had eaten too much of the food and had too much to drink. I started thinking, these are smart people, maybe they're right, maybe I'm no good. People thought I was a success, but I didn't feel like a success. I felt like I had tried really, really hard, and I didn't achieve my goals. I wanted to be Richard Rodgers or Lerner, and Loie. As he shared his feelings with Carol, she tried to be supportive. She talked about the difference between how other people perceived him and how he perceived himself. His friends and family certainly believed in his talents. He was known for being tender-hearted. Says Dean Pitchford, Stephen is a very emotional man. He's a softy. It meant he could tap into deep emotions for songwriting, yet the same trait also made it harder to be Stephen Schwartz. He needed a thicker skin. Until he found that thicker skin, he would retreat from the world. Schwartz remembers, I called my accountant and said, "You have to structure things so that if I never make another penny, I can still send my kids to college." Royalty and investment income made that possible. News of multiple regional productions of Working failed to raise his spirits. That didn't change my antipathy for Broadway, for not wanting to write for theatre at all. I didn't see a single Broadway play between 1978 and 1981. I refused to go to the theatre, so I never saw the original production of Sweeney Todd. That's one thing I regret. I only saw it on television. I was catapulted into fame and prominence before I was ready emotionally. I was just this kid who came into New York with illusions about what it would be like to work on Broadway, how it's all going, to be this glamorous collegial atmosphere, and the community of the theatre and all that total bullshit that they say on the Tony Awards. Stephen Schwartz, Parenting in Paradise. In terms of family life, Working's failure was perfect timing. Jessica was 2 and Scott was 4.5. Neither realised until much later that most dads don't spend so many hours playing with their children. My kids were little. I ended up spending much more time with them. It worked out in this strange way, the way a lot of things in my life somehow work out in unforeseen, serendipitous ways. Asked about the impact of being a father, he says, I had no idea that I had the capacity for that depth of feeling. Before I was a parent, I had no perspective on anything. All that was important to me was writing shows or whatever. Having been born with abundant energy and continually maintaining his health with fitness routines, he would never succumb to periods of staying in bed all day or shuffling listlessly around the house. My way of being depressed was to do a lot of projects. I practiced the piano and went back to all my student piano pieces. I played a lot of tennis and started playing local tournaments. I taught myself to touch type. I learned Spanish. Why not? But I basically hid out. The Schwartz's backyard was especially ideal for the kinds of recreation Stephen loved. In addition to the tennis court and pool, there was the wide, sloping lawn with a rock formation and garden off to one side and a pond on the other. A small stream runs through the valley, and a bridge crosses it to the forest beyond. This yard was also ideal for social gatherings. Schwartz, ever the puzzle worker, concocted elaborate sets of clues and treasure maps for Scott, Jessica, and the children of friends like the Rushton family that included Jessica's friend, Sarah Rushton. The Schwartzes also held parties for adults. It was all magical, Denise Bookfall recalls. He would make a map where you go to one point, figure out the riddle, and go to the next point. The property is huge, so the clues sent you through all sorts of spaces. He made you think. Schwartz says, I sometimes think that the happiest time of my life was the 3 years when I was depressed, getting back to work. The way Schwartz started back was with the invitation to direct working as a television production for the PBS station KCET. He cast Carol as the supermarket checker, and they flew out to Los Angeles for the project. While out there, a cast member named Bill Byers helped nudge him from his resistance to seeing live theatre. We were supposed to go have dinner, and he drove. When he drove into the parking lot of the Schubert Theatre, I got nervous. I was like, "What are you doing?" He said, "Shut up. I've got 2 tickets to Evita, and you're going." I said, "I don't go to the theatre. I don't want to go." He said, "Well, it's too bad. I paid for the ticket, we're going." And then I loved it. That sort of broke that cycle. Directing the television production of Working in 1981, he discovered that it could be fun to work again. Afterward, he started looking around for things to do, creativity notes, dealing with criticism. Once Schwartz accustomed himself to criticism, he found ways of dealing with it and advising others. To a disconcerted friend whose work had been negatively critiqued, he sent the following email message. "I thought I would remind you of a sign pinned to one of the walls in my house. It says, 3 simple ways to avoid criticism. 1. Say nothing. 2. Do nothing. 3. Be nothing. In the end, if you're going to attempt something, you're going to get criticised for it. And the higher you reach, the more intense will be the criticism. If you let it inhibit you or deflect you from your own intentions, then it becomes destructive. So take it for what it's worth to you and use it to the extent it resonates with you. It's no fun to be criticised. I certainly speak from experience on that account. But I would rather have the work that I've done and the criticism it has engendered than have neither. Stephen Schwartz plays with his children Jessica and Scott. Chapter 12. Rags on Broadway and the 1980s. Sometimes we don't love things till we tell them goodbye. Rags. In the 1980s, Stephen Schwartz emerged from his retirement, ready to continue his career as long as he didn't have to submit himself to the atmosphere of working on Broadway. He contributed music for a few songs for Personals, an off-Broadway show, and wrote the score for The Trip, a children's musical later reworked and renamed Captain Louis. He also explored the adult contemporary genre of songwriting, eventually recording an assortment of new songs on albums he titled Reluctant Pilgrim and Uncharted Territory. He routinely said no to Broadway projects and might never have contributed lyrics to Rags, a new musical set in Manhattan's Lower East Side around 1910, if he hadn't first been approached to direct the show. He explains, "I thought this is the way to have my vision, be the director and not a writer. From working, I learned that I shouldn't be the writer and the director, so I thought now I'll just be the director." Joseph Stein had written a version of the book for Rags by the time Schwartz became involved. Unlike their previous collaboration on The Baker's Wife, it wouldn't have a Stephen Schwartz score. Composer Charles Strauss of Bye Bye Birdie and Annie fame had already been writing songs with lyricist Hal David. Schwartz later accepted the role of lyricist when it was decided that the collaboration between Strauss and David was yielding songs with too pop a feel. Strauss recalls, "The producers thought the score required a more serious and historic overview. Stephen and I knew each other, and I, of course, was aware of his collaboration with Bernstein, so I was greatly flattered when Stephen saw the potential of Rags." Schwartz had doubts about anything related to the commercial Broadway theatre. Brooding at home one day before starting the whole effort, Stephen talked to Carol about the prospects of working on another Broadway extravaganza. "Do you think that there's any chance that this experience won't be as horrible as I think it's going to be?" She looked at him and said, "Absolutely no chance." Still, the material intrigued him, so he committed to help make the musical anyway. Charles Strauss once commented, "I've always believed that Broadway is in Stephen's blood and that the wariness is a protective device. The development of Rags followed a pattern similar as that of The Baker's Wife, and working, hopeful beginnings, challenging creative efforts, difficult endings, and eventual revisions with satisfying results." The Rags journey in the 1980s was important for Schwartz's development as a writer. The discipline of fitting words into Charles Strauss's song structures enhanced his craft, and the quality of work allowed him to be noticed as a lyricist. After Fiddler, creating an American immigrant story. As librettist for Fiddler on the Roof, over the years, Joseph Stein had often fielded son of fiddler jokes from colleagues as well as requests from producers for a fiddler-like show. Although he didn't want to bring characters Tevier and Gold to America, he came up with an idea for a film about Jewish immigrants. Working in his Manhattan apartment, he developed a treatment for a screenplay and circulated it among friends. Producer Lee Goober read it and said, "I want to do it as a musical." The writer replied, "Why not?" For Stein, fodder for this original story was all around him. While he read many books about immigrants as research, his impressions had started in childhood. His father, Charles Stein, left a small town outside of Warsaw and travelled to America in the early 1900s. His mother crossed the ocean a few years later with his older brother and sister. Joe was born in New York City and grew up in the Bronx. Stein says about immigrants, like his parents, they were strangers in a strange land, and it was a very tough life. Unlike Stein, Schwartz didn't have many personal links to the Jewish immigrant experience to draw from for his writing, such as memories of foreign-speaking grandparents around his childhood home, sharing tales of the old country or of coming over to America. His father's German and Hungarian ancestors had arrived in the 1860s, and there were no special family stories passed along about them. On his mother's side, although her grandparents had immigrated later, the experience was also far removed. One great-grandfather's origins could be traced to Vienna in the early 19th century, but others either had been born in America or their stories were unknown. Schwartz primarily connected to the topic by way of research. "I read so many books, How the Other Half Lives, The Rise of David Levinsky, books about Yiddish theatre, the immigrant experience, and so on," he reports. "I always do a great deal of research for a show such as Rags. I did an enormous amount of reading about the Lower East Side and the immigrant experience of that time, making note, as always, of specific details that would help give verisimilitude and visual evocativeness to the lyrics." Stephen Schwartz. To gather sensory details, he made several field trips to the show's real-world settings, riding the subway downtown to the Lower East Side. With notebook in hand, he walked the streets mentioned in the show and visited sites such as that of the infamous Triangle Shirtwaist Factory fire of 1911. He also rode a ferry to Ellis Island before it had been opened as a tourist site, collecting images of the first landing point for immigrants in America. Rebecca, Bella, and all. The fictional characters Stein brought into this Lower East Side setting were primarily Jewish immigrants. The story centered on Rebecca Hershkowitz, a Russian Jew arriving on Ellis Island at the turn of the last century with her son David. Rebecca meets teenage Bella on the boat, and as soon as they land, characters proliferate. Rebecca finds a sewing job in a sweatshop and gradually falls in love with Saul, a labour advocate who tries to get her involved in a union. Early on, Schwartz asked for another character. Ben would be the type of immigrant who got in there somehow and made something of himself in spite of everything. He became Bella's boyfriend and provided, says Schwartz, that kind of brash, young, energetic character the stories seemed to require. Schwartz also wanted to toughen up the tale with tragedy. "The first thing I said when I came on was, okay, somebody has to die. It may be one thing too many, but it just sort of seemed as if we should do the Triangle Factory fire." And so they doomed Bella to perish in the fire, thus layering in more emotional as well as historical textures to the musical. Rebecca's story had another layer. She had originally come to America to join up with her husband, Nathan, but didn't find him for a long time. Nathan had assimilated and changed his name from Hershkowitz to Harris. When the couple reunited, he was not willing to accept Rebecca's interest in the labour movement or maintaining their heritage. With a complex story structure in place, Strauss and Schwartz began work on a multifaceted score. often meeting at Strauss's Midtown Manhattan apartment. After a brief period of figuring out the best collaborative process, Schwartz reports, we always worked music first. Charles would come up with a tune, and I would set lyrics to it. Years later, when Schwartz undertook his collaboration with Alan Menken, they would employ the same process, a melting pot score. Strauss, a fifth-generation American, recalls his eagerness to cover a range of styles in the rag score. My attraction to the story is directly due to the melting pot of American music, the black jazz, the Jewish klezmer, the tarantellas and the jigs. They wrote songs that reflected the multi-ethnic culture of Manhattan during that period. Among them were Brand New World, Greenhorns and Blame It on a Summer Night that brought in ragtime and bluesy early jazz sounds. The song Penny a Tune provided the flavour of klezmer brought over from Eastern Europe, but with a twist toward American jazz. For Ben, Schwartz proposed a playful pastiche of a George M. Cohan song. He and Strauss developed for My Mary that Ben could sing to Bella, accompanied by a record playing on the gramophone. The songwriters also wrote a standout number, Rags, for Bella to sing as she vented her disappointment with America. The team dubbed the entire musical Rags, evoking tattered garments and the character's frustration with poverty, as well as the period of ragtime music. By the time they were finished with Rags, the writers had juggled a bountiful hodgepodge of survival issues, disappointment, angst, dangerous romance, longing, loss, freedom quests, compromise, idealism, and more. The collaboration yielded results, although there were arguments. Strauss once said about his two writer colleagues, they're both very dominant personalities, and I would say if there's a question of giving in, it would be Joe who would give in to Stephen more. Stephen is very dominating. Even so, Schwartz did plenty of listening. He believes he especially benefited as a composer by hearing and working with Strauss's music. He leapt to ideas in ways that were different from how I work, Schwartz acknowledges. He feels Rags is Strauss's best score. Strauss returns the compliment, saying, if this is true, it stems largely from Stephen's visions, creativity notes, tonal disparity, and finding the right mix second. Working on the words for Rebecca's epic number, Children of the Wind, Stephen Schwartz learned another important lesson about lyrics and the craft of songwriting. Charles had written what I thought was a superb melody, Schwartz recalls. I wrote a very specific book-related lyric, but when we played this song at Bacca's auditions, people weren't responding to the music. So I tried another title, but again it was prosaic and geared towards storytelling. Again, tepid response. Finally, Charles said, I'll just write a better tune. I said, no, this is a great tune. It's not you, it's me. Let me take another shot at this. The other two lyrics were too small for the music. The music has a kind of epic anthemic quality to it, and my specific plot-related lyrics just didn't fit the music. I realized I had to be more poetic about it. I had to find an image and write more about the whole idea of the immigrant experience. That version became Children of the Wind, using Strauss's original melody. Schwartz reveals, when the words had a larger thematic quality, they were riding correctly on the music, and suddenly everyone loved the tune. That was such a valuable lesson about lyrics and how they have to fit the tone of the music, and how the same tune can either work or not, depending upon what the words are. When the show seemed to be ready enough in 1984, producers agreed to pay for a Rags developmental workshop, co-directed by Stephen Schwartz and Nina Fosse, and held in a rehearsal space at 890 Broadway. During the workshop, the show's major problems came into focus. Production manager Bob Strauss remembers, everybody thought it was going to be a huge hit and loved the material until we found out the book didn't work. Afterward, Schwartz stepped down from the directing position because he and his colleagues were not, in Schwartz's words, solving the storytelling problems of the show. I came to feel that it needed an outside ingredient that another director would provide. He resigned on behalf of both himself and Fosse, a decision that Fosse long resented. According to associate producer Madeline Guilford, after an exhaustive director search, the only two who agreed to direct the show were Martin Charnin and Joan Micklin Silver. Strauss wanted a director he hadn't worked with before, so Silver was it, even though her stage experience was limited. She had co-written and directed the 1975 movie Hester Street, another story of Jewish immigrant struggle set in Manhattan's Lower East Side, which meant she understood the milieu. Schwartz was pleased with her ideas and vision for the musical, production details and Broadway casting. The Rags script called for principal actors and a large ensemble cast, with actors playing up to 5 small roles like homesick immigrant or sweatshop owner. The sweep and size of the musical prompted the creators to think of hiring an opera singer for the important role of Rebecca. The creative team sought out Teresa Stratas, herself a child of Greek immigrants whom they believed could portray the emotional layers needed. Terence Mann played Rebecca's love interest, Saul, with Larry Kurt as her compromising husband, Nathan Hershkowitz. Judy Kuhn would wow crowds as Rebecca's friend Bella, who belted the show's angry title song Rags, and Lonnie Price offered a bold bent. With the creative team arguing about story issues and the new director's inexperience with getting people on and off stage, the show's forward momentum faltered. Silver departed in 1986, partway through rehearsals for the pre-Broadway tryout in Boston. Schwartz and Strauss took over while they scrambled to find a new director. Everyone was feeling pressured with the responsibility for a show capitalized at $5 million. It's difficult not to sit there and think about all that money, Schwartz told a reporter. He was not the only one feeling burdened. Strauss said, because of the economics of Broadway right now, Rags is going to be either a landmark success or a landmark failure, and that's too bad, because it's stifling to have to work under that kind of pressure. You really hammer yourself into the ground doing a musical like this. On the scenic design level, Rags was probably too rich. For the original Rags set, Schwartz started working with designer David Mitchell. We were going to do a set all out of cloth, so the whole thing would look like clotheslines with laundry hanging on them. In fact, at the first workshop, we had clothing racks with rags on them, and actors simply created different spaces by moving clothing racks. It was going to be much more low-tech, more of a Nicholas Nickleby feel, but then Joan Micklin Silver hired Benny Montresor. Montresor didn't opt for simple backdrops or flats, but had full sets flown in from above the stage. And he arranged for the stage to be boxed in by mirrors that ran back to front and floor to ceiling, which could swing out to create street scenes. A 3-dimensional, stark white statue of Liberty rolled on and off stage, and depending on where you were seated, would reflect off the mirrors. To convey the feeling of Manhattan's Lower East Side in the early 1900s, Rags overflowed with crowded tenements, cafes and hawking peddlers. Even with the spectacle, when the show opened in Boston, it was clear it had issues. Before it reached Broadway's Mark Hellinger Theatre, it underwent so many changes that each week audiences saw an entirely different show. Publicist Josh Ellis recalls, every single rehearsal day and every single performance was fraught with problems, but that doesn't mean the show wasn't appreciated. At the curtain calls in Boston, appreciative audiences stood for enthusiastic ovations. By the end of the run, the audience was absolutely captivated, confirms Ellis. The producers tried to find a director who could pull together the disjointed elements of the show for New York, and Gene Saks agreed to do whatever he could at the last minute. I tried to clarify the story so people knew what was going on, Saks told a reporter, but by clarifying it, I probably took away some. Of the camouflage that covered its deficiencies, as written, Rebecca was not a character, but an all-purpose symbol, and that's always deadly. With high expenses, weak reviews, and low advance ticket sales, the producers decided to close the show. Yet the cast and audience devotion to it was so intense that a march was held in an attempt to keep it running. On August 23, 1986, the Saturday matinee crowd at Broadway's Mark Hellinger Theatre ended their ovations and waited, watching the stars and chorus members stand before them. Lonnie Price stepped forward. I don't know if you know this, but there is a good chance that Rags will close tonight, he explained to the audience. However, after the performance, the cast is having a celebratory march down Broadway from the theatre to Duffy Square. If you'd like to join us, we'll meet under the marquee in 10 minutes. Price began to organise the unprecedented parade from the Mark Hellinger Theatre toward the TKTS booth to save a show that producers said had to close. Journalist Masha Leon described the moment. "Don't let the show close," yelled an audience member, followed by cheers and applause on both sides of the footlights. "Keep Rags open! Keep Rags open!" the audience chanted over and over. Then minutes later, over 1,000, yes, 1,000, audience members joined the cast, the musical's klezmer band, and cast member Stilt Walker Gabriel. Barry on a thrilling march from West 51st Street to the TKTS tickets booth at 47th Street to get people to buy tickets for that evening's performance of Rags. Within an hour, the TKTS booth had sold out all 784 tickets they had on sale. Sadly, the colourful march could not save a show with poor reviews and insufficient advance ticket sales. Critic Howard Kissel of Women's Wear Daily was among those with a mixed reaction. Part of the problem is the show's ambitions. It tries to cover so many issues in the immigrant's experience, the plot has so many events, that few can be treated in any depth. Even if one's overall response is fragmented, Rags taps into feelings so deep inside us we can't help but surrender. With the multi-million-dollar effort sinking, the producers quickly arranged for it to be videotaped for the archive at the New York Public Library for the Performing Arts, where Tony nominators who had missed the performances could see it. Later that season, too late to help ticket sales, Rags received Tony Award nominations for Best Musical, Best Book of a Musical, Best Performance by a Leading Actress in a Musical, Best Choreography, and Best Original Score. A recording with members of the original Broadway cast preserved the score and helped inspire groups around the country to stage the show. But none of the positive benefits touched Schwartz at the time of the closing. He wrote out a vow in front of Strauss never to work in a commercial Broadway venue again. Creativity notes, production values, moving to final form. The problem with musicals, Stephen Schwartz concludes, is that you are only as strong as your weakest element. You can have a good show that gets sunk by one performance or an intrusive design element. Every artist faces form issues. A painter laments when a painting is poorly framed. An author worries that an unsuitable cover will misrepresent his or her book. For musicals, any number of things can obscure what the writers are trying to communicate: bad casting, inappropriate costumes or sets, intrusive orchestrations, or the wrong style of choreography. Schwartz told one aspiring writer, "If you have a modicum of talent and craft, almost anything will come off in a reading, because people in the audience are all seeing a different show in their heads." Options decrease as it becomes set in the real world of specific actors, fabrics, wigs, set pieces, spotlight cues, memorized dance steps, and orchestral arrangements. You can't say, well, when they get the real person for the role, that will be better. There it is. Many shows have foundered when they go to the final production, losing friends and the beginning of the AIDS crisis. Back in the 1980s, in Schwartz's personal life, friends who had been close during Godspell's heyday were moving away. Jeffrey Milet and the Reinhardts had moved to Los Angeles. One day in the mid-1980s, the Reinhardts telephoned Schwartz to say that Milet was ill. He thought he had picked up an intestinal bug while spending time in India. Schwartz remembers his phone call to Milet. We talked for a few minutes, and then he said, "I can't really talk anymore. I'm very tired." I hung up, went to Carol and said, "That was like talking to a ghost. It was like talking to a husk of corn with nothing inside it." 2 weeks later, Milet died of AIDS. He was the first person I was really close to who died. And I just remember I said to Nina Fosse, "They're not kidding about this disease. This is going to be bad." Fosse later emphasized, everything was snatched away from us when the AIDS crisis happened. It was a major trauma. I left for California. I had a chance to do a Broadway show, but there weren't enough people to do it, and they decided not to do the show. Every time you turned around, there was another stage manager who wasn't there, a sound person, a lighting person, costume people. You can't even imagine how many musicians were gone. It was the worst. Schwartz continued his life in Connecticut, though with a different sense of its fragility. I remember that every day when I picked up the newspaper, the very first thing I did was read the obituaries. That's an unusual thing to do when you're in your 30s. Personal songs. In 1987, Stephen Schwartz met John Bucchino, a fellow songwriter who would soon become his best friend. Schwartz later explained how he learned about Bucchino and his music. "I was doing a benefit, accompanying the wonderful singer Ronnie Gilbert, whose voice he had fallen in love with years ago when listening to his parents' recordings of the folk group The Weavers. Among the songs she was performing was one called In a Restaurant by the Sea. Blown away by the quality of the music and the evocative poetry of the words, I asked Ronnie who the writer was and if he had written anything else. She gave me a demo tape of several of John's songs, and driving home that night, I popped the tape into my cassette player. A few minutes later, I had pulled over to the side of the road to listen. How could it be I'd never heard of this amazing songwriter? The next time he was in Los Angeles, Schwartz phoned Bucchino and asked if he could meet him. They got together and played songs for each other. Bucchino, who didn't know his future friend's work, remembers being shocked that a songwriter would only write show tunes. He started to play me songs, and he said, "This is from this show, and this is from this show." And I said, "Isn't there something that is about you?" He was like, "No, no, 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 I don't do that." I had only done that. It seemed bizarre to me that somebody wouldn't write just out of what they were feeling in their own life. So I think I inspired him to give it a try. Schwartz eventually gave in to Buccino's prodding. The first song he wrote, Life Goes On, was a direct result of the AIDS crisis. It described his going to the memorial service of his friend Bill Byers, who a decade before had revived Schwartz's theatre-going interests by taking him to Evita. Schwartz eventually wrote and co-wrote enough non-show songs to fill 2 albums, Reluctant Pilgrim and Uncharted Territory. While vacationing together in the Caribbean, Stephen Schwartz and Joe Stein spent part of their time finishing Rags. In Benny Montresor's set, a 3-dimensional, stark white Statue of Liberty appears in various scenes. Left at home in Connecticut, the Schwartz family poses for their 1,988 Christmas card photo. Left to right, Stephen, Jessica, Carol, and Scott. Right, Stephen Schwartz, Steve Bookvor, and friends showed trophies from a tennis tournament in 1988. Chapter 13. Children of Eden, Second Chances. From this day forward, nights won't seem so black. From this day forward, we will never look back. Children of Eden. As with Godspell, the idea for Children of Eden was not something Stephen Schwartz sought out. Rather, it sought him. Very freely, based on the first 9 chapters of Genesis, the show would be nearly as idiosyncratic as Godspell, although more linear in structure. Children of Eden emerged after a decade of development as one of Stephen Schwartz's most popular shows for amateur production. When Charles Lizombie first shared his concept for the show, Schwartz realized it had themes I've always liked: personal freedom versus authority, the quest for self-definition in a universe without definition, and parent-child relationships, in particular those between father and son. In the beginning. Schwartz first heard his next musical's concept in 1983, several years after Charles Lizombie had conceived of it. Lizombie was renowned as scenic designer for the Christmas and Easter spectaculars at Radio City Music Hall, as well as for his sizable list of credits for television and film, including the 1981 television production of Working. When he and Schwartz walked around the set before taping Working, the 6-foot 1-inch tall designer easily towered over Schwartz. For their next collaboration, Lizombie would be looking up to the experienced musical maker. Among Lizombie's clients was the Crystal Cathedral near Disneyland in California, where he had already designed the scenery and special effects for their annual shows, The Glory of Christmas and The Glory of Easter. For a new piece that would entertain throngs of summer season vacationers, he thought of Genesis. I was thinking about the cathedral and about all the special effects I could do with the creation of the world, with lasers and everything else, and it could be a sensational thing, Lizombie recalls. Years before The Lion King was staged on Broadway, Lizombie's imagination rolled through designs for giant giraffes and other animal costume magic. However, he soon realized the stage of the glass-walled cathedral wouldn't darken early enough on a summer evening for the light effects he wanted to use. Perhaps Radio City Music Hall would do it as a summer spectacular and add it to their annual Christmas and Easter shows. The concept evolved further after Lisunby watched interviews with Joseph Campbell, a comparative religions and mythology expert, that were playing on public television at that time. A comment triggered Lisunby's thinking about generational issues. In every culture, Campbell explained, a child is brought up in a world of discipline, of obedience, of his dependence on others. To become adults, young people have to learn to stand on their own. Dependence has to be transcended so that a maturing person moves into self-responsible authority. Lisunby then associated the relationship stories in Genesis with parent-child issues and the universal need to achieve independent personhood. It started with God having a problem with Adam, or Adam having a problem with his father. His act, I could begin in the Garden of Eden, and continue after the expulsion when Adam and Eve had issues with their rebellious son, Cain. Act 2 could involve Noah and Mama Noah coping with a rebellious son. In a larger spiritual context, the flood in Act 2 might represent father having trouble with his offspring, and then an acceptance or second chance after the flood. Lisunby penned a first draft of the book for a new musical family tree based on Genesis chapters 1 through 9, and then phoned Schwartz, who took to the concept immediately. Charles Lisunby thought of the idea of doing the book of Genesis, beginning with the creation and ending just after the flood. I was intrigued with doing a show about second chances and learning from past mistakes. A representative from Youth Sing Praise, an annual youth musical event in Belleville, Illinois, had recently contacted Schwartz about a commission to write a choral piece for them. He wasn't given specific content, just something suited to their program that brings high school students to Our Lady of the Snows in the summer to produce a spiritually oriented musical. Family Tree could fulfill the youth program requirements. Another factor shaped the early development of this musical. Schwartz had attended a performance of the Gospel at Colonus at the Brooklyn Academy of Music. In this version of the Oedipus story, set to gospel music, lead vocalists narrated most of the story in song while performing in front of a 60-person choir. The choral material was still essential to the storytelling, providing a Greek chorus effect and commenting on the action. Schwartz was intrigued by this structure and thought it might suit this new project. A carefully planned score. Preparing for Belleville, Schwartz not only worked at his piano, but also plunked around on a small collection of wooden xylophones he had borrowed from the private elementary school where his children were enrolled. The music instructor had taught students to play instruments developed by Carl Orff, xylophones with removable bars so that only the notes used in a particular piece can be played, thus reducing the potential for player error. Attending the school's Christmas show, Schwartz was transported by the innocent and almost magical sound of the instruments. My thought was that when they were in Eden, Schwartz comments, everything was going to be extremely simple and with very pure chords. That's why the naming, a playful piece during which Eve and Adam name the animals, is basically a minor, no sharps or flats. The mallet instruments from Orff were primordially perfect for orchestration. The song was part of an overarching plan in which musical colouring would support the story presentation. When the snake makes its entrance in a scene with Eve, the music begins to get more harmonically complex with the introduction of seventh chords. Then, in the second half of Act 1, when Adam and Eve leave the garden, guitars and other folk elements would suggest a homespun life. Act 2 shifts again. The second act, which takes place several thousand years later during the Noah story, is more pop and contemporary in style, says Schwartz. He also included world music and gospel music, so that collectively the musical numbers of Act Two would represent the growing diversity of the human population. They workshopped the musical in Lisanbi's living room, and by 1986 completed a 2-act script with about 11 musical numbers, mostly choral pieces. Stage magic, a ballooning off-point. On a sunny summer day in 1986, Schwartz sat in the audience in Belleville, Illinois, to watch Family Tree for the first time. He had flown in from Boston, where he'd been coping with technical rehearsals for the pre-Broadway production of Rags. Lisanbi had been in Belleville all week, working with the students and preparing a surprise for the attendees. He arranged for hundreds of multi-coloured helium balloons to be tied on lines that looped just behind the bandshell arch at the back of the stage. They would be hidden for most of the show and be displayed as the post-flood rainbow at the end. From his chair in front of the outdoor stage, Schwartz watched young people performing in the costumes they had made that week. They had mastered rich harmonies and exciting rhythms for Let There Be, In Pursuit of Excellence, Generations, Ain't It Good, and others. And there was still more to come during the finale, called In the Beginning, a lofty choral number celebrating a new beginning after the flood. Suddenly this rainbow floated up behind the stage while they were singing In the Beginning, and then, at the very end, they let the ropes loose, so all the balloons floated up into the air. It was fantastic. It was clear from the applause and obvious enthusiasm that Family Tree could be a full musical. To complete the show, the writers would need more songs, an improved book, and a producer, among other things. They approached Radio City Music Hall with a proposal, but were turned down. Would London be the answer? In keeping with the theme of his new project, Schwartz was looking for a second chance to experience the joyful collaborative creativity he had once found with Godspell. He wondered if London could be the answer, an ocean away from the pressures, egos and critics of New York. He had heard how his favourite show, The Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby, which Schwartz describes as the best thing I've ever seen in the theatre, had been leisurely and lovingly developed by the Royal Shakespeare Company, and how the same process had then been applied to the recent musical smash, Les Miserables. So it was natural that, when it came time to look for a director, he contacted John Caird, who had co-directed both Nicholas Nickleby and Les Miserables. Caird was then directing the first national tour of Les Miserables in Boston. Schwartz invited him and his wife, the actress Frances Ruffell, to come down to Connecticut. They arrived on their next free day and enjoyed the meal Carol prepared. After dinner, everyone moved into the living room under the cathedral ceiling. As the others settled around the grand piano, Stephen began playing through segments of the musical in progress. John was enthralled. The son of an eminent professor of theology at Oxford University, he notes, "I was very familiar with the material. I thought it was an amazing take Stephen had on this. He sang about 7 or 8 songs, and I just sat there, mesmerized by how clever they were." Conveniently, Caird was in a position to help bring a production to London, but the story needed more dramatic conflict for it to succeed as a stage musical. He spent part of that summer in California with Lisanbi, attempting to make changes. From the Londoner's perspective, the characters were very stuck. I found myself doing the impossible job of instructing Charles how I thought it should be, and hoping that he would be able to rewrite it accordingly. He's a top designer and a wonderful imaginer of things, and I was enjoying working with him. But he didn't have the requisite skills to write the dialogue and take the story to the next level. The characters needed to be fully imagined, just as the visual images had been imagined. Weeks passed, and it appeared that Lizombie's slowly revised script wasn't going to be the supporting vehicle the full-fledged musical needed. So, in the end, I said to Stephen and Charles, "Why don't I just help you write this?" And Charles was happy with that until I proposed that I should be appropriately credited and remunerated for my work. That was when he objected to the idea of me being a CO author. Caird approached Schwartz and said he wouldn't continue with the project. I can't give away all my best writing ideas and have somebody else take the credit. If I'm a writer, I'm a writer. Let the credits tell the truth. That's what the word credit is supposed to imply. He was the more experienced writer and man of the theatre, having served as a director and writer for plays, musical theatre, and opera for many years. At the time he was serving as associate director for the Royal Shakespeare Company. Lizombie balked. "I had written the entire thing," he complained later. Caird saw the story as Genesis, which had been around for millennia, and couldn't accept Lizombie's proprietary point of view. Schwartz didn't want to lose Caird, so they began making legal arrangements to enter into arbitration. Lizombie was given the choice either to collaborate freely and share future credit and remuneration, or drop out. Stephen and I begged Charles to stay with the project, Caird recalls. We said, "Come on, share. Let's all do it together, it would be lovely." He absolutely wouldn't do it. Schwartz and Caird won an arbitration settlement and kept only a tiny fraction of the original dialogue in revised versions. Lizombie would receive a percentage of royalties as part of the settlement. Schwartz notes, "Charles has brilliant ideas, and there were some beautiful turns of phrase. What he's not great at is being a dramatist. He could not grasp the concept that it's conflict that makes drama, and that's ultimately why John had to come in as the writer." Changes in London. Around that time, Trevor Nunn approached Schwartz about reviving The Baker's Wife for the West End, which meant Schwartz could travel to London to address Nunn's concerns and move forward with John Caird. Caird arranged for a no-cost workshop production. Soon the rehearsal room at Royal Shakespeare Company's Barbican Theatre was bubbling with youthful energy. Students of the Guildhall School of Music and Drama gladly offered their time as performers in trade for exposure to Schwartz and Caird. The talented young players learned the material quickly and performed it well, so the writers could sit back and respond directly to their current draft. The show's title was among the changes being considered. Inspired by the title of the French film Les Enfants du Paradis, Caird thought Children of Eden would be a more suitable name. Another change was the portrayal of God in the show. In Family Tree, God made his presence known by thunder, the sound by which characters inferred his disapproval. In a later version, he was an occasional off-stage voice. It now seemed clear that an on-stage actor should appear in the role. Caird says, "In the medieval mystery plays, God was always a character who came on and related to the other characters, even chatting with the audience. He was always played by an ordinary working man. Our God derived from the same idea. The writers labelled him Father to emphasize the father-son conflicts that were becoming increasingly thematic." Q. How do you approach God as a dramatic character in your work? A. I approach all characters in shows of mine as people, rather than as types or historical figures. This goes for God as well as all other characters, be they Pocahontas or Charlemagne. Stephen Schwartz. By that point, Children of Eden's basic structure was in place and nuances could be layered in. Acta included the Garden of Eden, the snake, the expulsion from Eden, Cain and Abel, and the death of Eve. Act 2 covered Noah's family preparing the ark for the flood, as well as scenes on the ark and after the flood subsides. The story parallels between Act 1 and 2 deepened as the development progressed. Adam in Act 1 and Noah in Act 2 both struggled with their rebel sons who were expressing their need for self-determination. Schwartz realized he could introduce the impulse for independent thinking earlier through Eve. With this concept in mind, he wrote Eve's solo, The Spark of Creation. She passionately sings about the need to be curious, to discover, and to express. Her questioning nature later shows up in Cain. Schwartz found himself identifying with Cain, for whom he wrote Lost in the Wilderness, one of his most fervent rebel songs. The character Yona emerged during this phase of writing. She existed in Lisambi's script as Anna, servant of the family and a lifelong friend of Japheth. Japheth chose her for a wife to bring along on the ark, against his father's wishes. The young couple originally sang Smile to Beat the Sun, a duet hinting at their warming love. Caird asked one of the Guildhall students for a list of Hebrew words related to their story. In her response, she included Yona as a word meaning dove. When Caird switched the name Yona for Anna, everything fell into place. Yona would be a daughter of the race of Cain, who was forbidden to go on the ark. Schwartz wrote Stranger to the Rain as Yona's lament when Noah's family members reject her from becoming Japheth's betrothed. Japheth decides to stow her away on the boat anyway, and before launching, the two sing a new love duet in whatever time we have. After 40 days and nights, Yona is discovered on the ark. Noah debates whether or not to cast her and Japheth overboard, and in a violent confrontation between father and son, Yona serves as the peacemaker, the dove. She steps in and prevents a violent act, breaking a cycle of violence begun by Cain in Act 1. This action added emphasis to the musical's message about second chances and the ability of new generations to make new choices, preparing a Children of Eden production. By the time Children of Eden seemed ready for a modest first production in 1991, the Barbican Theatre, where Caird normally worked, had lost its state funding and cancelled its RSC London season. This meant that the not-for-profit route was no longer possible. The vast Prince Edward Theatre, with seating for over 1,600 people, was the only venue available. The producers decided to chance a run there, partly at the urging of scenic designer John Napier, who had designed Les Mis and Nickleby. Schwartz was trepidatious. Hadn't he learned from working that one shouldn't plan a commercial production before the show was ready? But he was assured that there would be a long rehearsal period during which revisions could be made. And besides, this was London. Surely the West End was different from Broadway. For scenic design, Napier developed a half-finished globe curving at the back of the stage, open so that audiences were looking from the inside at the various continents hanging on ribbing. Actors could climb ladders to several platforms above the stage, adding visual interest. Matthew Bourne came in for choreography, making his pre-Swan Lake debut on the West End. Costume designer Richard Sharples created animal costumes so fascinating that they became museum pieces later on. The team ended up with a cast of 16 principals and 26 angels, including actors talented enough to sing, dance and play Aboriginal instruments on stage during several numbers. The search for a father proved the most challenging. Schwartz and Caird auditioned British actors. The vocal necessities of that role were very similar to the quality and range of the cat, Old Deuteronomy, in Cats, played by African-American actor Ken Page, whose vibrato-touched voice could hit notes ranging from high bass to low tenor. He was pleased to be cast and flew to London. As reported in Time magazine, British Actors' Equity Union didn't believe that an American actor was necessary for playing the Almighty and lodged an official protest. How could London audiences accept a Yank in such a role? Caird explained that auditions had not turned up another suitable actor. British Equity backed off, but an official noted dryly that the union welcomes talented foreign artists working in our country even when they are required to play such an obviously British part as God. The company prepared for the show in rehearsal spaces in an old-school building. Schwartz's mostly completed score was, if anything, overabundant. From that point on, it would be difficult to make changes because Caird was overburdened as both book writer and director. Design and staging concepts probably contributed to the show's fragmented feeling. Caird's team reached for a kind of meta-theatre experience, a show commenting upon itself or, at least, consciously telling a story about creating. Sets, props, and some costumes appeared to be found material, suggesting that the Children of Eden Company had made them or found them at a second-hand store. Assorted street clothes dyed for Edenware, a pterodactyl with wings made from a broken umbrella, unfinished plaster globs dangling on the half-made globe. It was a very British concept, suggests Ken Page, the way Cats, Les Mis and Nicholas Nickleby were created out of what was at hand, sort of that raw-bones theatre concept. Whatever the visual appeal or lack thereof, the show wasn't ready and it wasn't working. I knew we were in trouble in rehearsal, Schwartz recalls. You can just feel it. I think to some extent John did too, because there were moments when he would just disappear. The opening night, scheduled for January 8, 1991, should have been a cause for celebration, but instead was something to dread. The producers had arranged an apartment for Schwartz, and one day he slept in. Martin Erskine, who was on hand to create synthesizer programming, came over to the apartment because the composer was late for rehearsal. Schwartz heard him knocking on the door. "You've got to get up and come to rehearsal," Martin called in to him. Schwartz had such a bad feeling about the state of things that he told Martin he didn't want to get out of bed. It was so horrible, he later revealed. It was like being tied to the tracks and seeing a train coming at you. You know the opening is scheduled and there's nothing to be done. London critics attended on the appointed January night and went home in the rain to write mostly unpleasant comments about the show. The Times called it well-meaning, indecisive and gently soporific. Many reviewers categorized it as very 1960s. The Punch reviewer wrote, "This is yet another of those bloody quest musicals filled with soulful hymns to the mysterious, wonderful, something out there, the higher thought, the greater freedom, the incredibly awful banality." Schwartz puts the blame on the level of preparedness of the piece. It was like staging a first draft. There were elements they knew needed to be changed, but it was too late. The box office wasn't helped by the approaching Gulf War, which pushed even Princess Diana's attendance at the show off the front pages. Nobody was going to the theatre for those 3 to 4 months, Caird recalls. Everybody was glued to their televisions, watching the Middle East being blown up. Shows were closing all over the West End at that time. Children of Eden closed after 100 performances. Creativity notes. Timing for going public. How do artists and producers of art know when a work is ready for the public? Stephen Schwartz reports that for Children of Eden in London, he should have known better than to go directly to the West End. I had learned the lesson with working not to be pressured into doing a large-scale production before the show was ready for it. I couldn't believe I let myself make the same mistake again. John Caird agrees. I think most of our difficulties started from that decision that we would be brave and not cancel the show after they'd lost their not-for-profit development phase. We should actually, at that point, have said, "Nope, we shouldn't do it, we'll postpone it." For his next stage musical, Wicked, Schwartz insisted on a carefully paced development schedule, with enough time to retool the show after each reading and the out-of-town tryout. The principle of containing one's unfinished work before sharing it is one that Julia Cameron often writes about in her books on the artistic life. Creativity, according to Cameron, is an artist's most valuable asset, to be invested soundly and protected conservatively. She warns writers not to show their work too soon or too indiscriminately. Showing our writing to hostile or undiscerning readers is like lending money to people with terrible fiscal pasts. We will not be repaid as we wish. Children of Eden in America. I thought this was going to be Stephen's biggest show since Godspell. Ernie Zulia recalls about the Children of Eden production in London. Zulia, an American director with affection for all things Schwartz, had entered the songwriter's life by way of creating a review of Schwartz songs staged at the Cincinnati Playhouse in the mid-1980s. When Zulia became Associate Artistic Director at the Mill Mountain Theatre of Roanoke, Virginia, he decided to stage the review again. I called Stephen and told him we were going to do it in the summer of 1991, and he said that he had all kinds of new material that he was happy to send to me. He sent me all the Children of Eden songs and said, "Use any of it that you want." I just fell madly in love with the music. Zulia was surprised that Children of Eden didn't take the world by storm. But when he saw the photographs, heard the recording, and realized how large of a production it was, he thought that could have worked against it. After it closed in London, he called Schwartz and asked if he could do it in Virginia. The not-for-profit Mill Mountain Theatre would host an official American premiere of Children of Eden, running from November 2009 to December 22, 1991. Schwartz and Caird had to get busy tweaking the show, new sparks of creation. Working mostly at Schwartz's home over the summer, the writers, with some input from Zulia, revised the script and score. Schwartz reports, "This was the moment I found a valuable technique for working on a show in development. In keeping with my practice of not reading reviews, I had not read the reviews in London. But now, in preparation for reapproaching the show, I got all of the reviews and read them in one sitting. There must have been about 40 of them. I paid no attention to who had written them, and whether an individual review was from a major paper or a small radio station. I read them all, and I found that once one eliminated the outliers, common issues emerged, places where John and I had clearly not communicated our intention or had made choices that consistently seemed not to be working. It was immensely useful to us in fixing the show, and it is now the only way I read reviews. Schwartz would later use this technique in dealing with the changes in Wicked between its San Francisco tryout and Broadway, and again in the development of the stage version of The Prince of Egypt. Among the things London critics had faulted Children of Eden for was the fact that Cain's killing of Abel was accidental, which seemed to vitiate the biblical story. So Schwartz and Caird changed it to a clear murder in a moment of blinding rage. That meant changing Abel from a young boy, as was the case in London, to a teenager a few years younger than Cain. But the main focus of change was making Father much more the protagonist of the show. After London, says Schwartz, John and I realised Father was the central character, in that he was the one who really changed. Schwartz wrote a short piece called Father's Day that would emphasise Father's parental expectations in Act 1 for resolving the emotional journey in Act 2. It dawned on Schwartz that Father could join Noah in the epiphany moment, the hardest part of love, making the song a duet. A casting concept of Zulia's also had a considerable positive impact. In London, the principals in Act I had been different than in Act 2. Zulia decided to double-cast roles, so that the actor playing Adam in Act I also played Noah in Act 2, and the same for Cain and Japheth, Eve and Mama Noah, and Abel and Ham. This made a huge difference to the thematic continuity and audience involvement. Says Schwartz, I learned a big lesson from the double casting Ernie Zulia did. What I realised was that an audience invests not just in a character, but in the actor playing the character. I had thought that the thematic connection between, say, Adam's experience as a father and Noah's would suffice, and on an intellectual level it probably did. But emotionally it didn't really land until the same actor was playing both roles. From that point on, the authors would insist that all professional productions of Children of Eden be double cast. When opening night arrived on November 29th, critics found much to praise in this new version of Children of Eden. For his review in Southern Stages Theatre magazine, Bruce L. Partin wrote, "The real strength of Children of Eden is that Schwartz and Caird have gone far beyond a simple retelling of Bible tales. This is a show that operates and succeeds on several levels, and it is one that should be providing satisfying production opportunities on both the professional and amateur levels for years to come." Chris Gladden wrote in the Roanoke Times, "It's an affecting show with a large heart. Schwartz's brand of open-armed optimism and sense of brotherhood seem to be completely genuine, and those feelings shine through." Zulia was especially pleased. He says, "People came out at intermission just in a state of shock because the last 15 minutes of that first act resonate so deeply. I think that Stephen taps into a part of the human condition as we try to handle death and grief. It was an amazing experience. By the time we got to the finale, In the Beginning, which is such a great song, you felt as though you had some kind of insight into our existence that you didn't have when you walked in that night." Schwartz and Caird travelled around the country, from an evangelical music college in Quincy, Massachusetts, to a community theatre in Wichita, Kansas, to the Las Vegas Academy and more, to work on the ever-improving versions of the show. In 1996, excerpts from Children of Eden, directed by Stephen's son, Scott Schwartz, were featured at a theatre festival put on by the National Alliance for Musical Theatre. This organisation showcases new musicals to hundreds of producers around the country and the world. The festival performance led to the 1997 production at Paper Mill Playhouse in New Jersey, and ultimately to the 1998 RCA recording. Word of mouth spread, and the show became a hit with regional theatres, despite never having played Broadway. Theatre critic Peter Felicia calls it one of the most intelligent and profound musicals ever written. Schwartz says, "I had had the experience of working overcoming its failure on Broadway to go on to a long life, and would eventually see The Baker's Wife find its way as well. But for whatever reason, the resurrection of Children of Eden remains for me sweetest of all." Children of Eden Jr. Because of Children of Eden's continuing popularity with family audiences, the show's licensing agency, Music Theatre International, approached Schwartz and cared about doing a junior version. "At first I couldn't see how to cut it sufficiently," says Schwartz, "and I thought maybe they could do a slightly abridged version of just Act I. But then a very smart young director named Lindsay Maron conceived how to trim each scene and song so that both Acts I and II could be included in a 70-minute version." Caird notes about his further collaboration with Schwartz. "The minute he sees an opportunity to improve something, he's very inventive, and he'll throw out a lyric that's been in the show for 20 years, or throw out a tune that isn't useful. He has such an extraordinary facility for lyric writing and tunesmithery. He knows that there are 50 other ways you can crack that particular nut. He's always in there with a new idea or new thought." Creativity notes. Creative sparks. Stephen Schwartz's lyrics in the Children of Eden song, Spark of Creation, comment on the creative urge: "Where there was nothing, let there be something." How does something come from nothing? How does a composer-lyricist come up with a song? Schwartz was once asked about specific inspirations for songs in musicals. For the metaphor in Hardest Part of Love, did he see a sparrow that had fallen from its nest as a child, or did some special summer night inspire the lyrics for the rag song Blame It on a Summer Night? Or for Pippin, did he wake up one morning to see a beautiful sunrise and then write Morning Glow? He answered that although that might be the process for pop songwriters, he doesn't normally spin a song directly from an external influence. He researches settings and characters for background material, and, while keeping those impressions in his memory, he works by imagining his way into a character's experience. He explains, "It may be that Paul Williams wakes up one Monday and looks outside and it's raining and he's grumpy, so he writes a song called Rainy Days and Mondays. I don't do that. I have an assignment that I give myself, which is that I'm working on a specific moment in the show, and I go into a room that has a piano in it, and places where I can pace, and yellow pads and sharp pencils with good erasers, and I close the door and try to become the character at that moment and feel what he or she is feeling, see what he or she is seeing, and most importantly, want what he or she is wanting. Then I write down phrases that come to mind. If it comes out, this is going to be a new morning for me, and glowing like a new morning, then I get an idea to write a song called Morning Glow. It's not from, oh, look, it's a sunrise. I know, I'll write a song called Morning Glow and stick it on this character Pippin. It comes from inside me. It's really not affected at all by external events or external sensory realities. When writing for musicals, although deciding what song to write is a conscious and deliberate choice, What happens during the songwriting moment doesn't involve the same rational effort. It's unconscious and instinctive, and as I say, it has very little to do with what's around me at the time. I'm almost completely unaware of my surroundings. Charles Lisanby and his cat Geoffrey savour a quiet moment at home in Los Angeles. John Caird and Stephen Schwartz take time out to enjoy some sunlight during their preparation of Children of Eden. The London West End production of Children of Eden, with Ken Page as father. Francis Ruffell, Stephen Schwartz and John Caird attend opening night for Children of Eden in London, 1991. A piece of 8. Japheth shocks his family by choosing Yonah as his bride. Children of Eden cast at Paper Mill Playhouse, Act 3, 1991 to 2003. Chapter 14. Pocahontas and the Hunchback of Notre Dame. What I love most about rivers is you can't step in the same river twice. The water's always changing, always flowing. Pocahontas, the Disney movie. Chief Powhatan's daughter, Pocahontas, may not have rescued John Smith from death, as legend suggests, but she certainly could be given some credit for rescuing Stephen Schwartz's career. Historians agree that the Native American maiden played a vital role in the survival of the Jamestown colony after Smith and others arrived in America in 1607. Almost 400 years later, her legacy would lead to a major turning point in Stephen Schwartz's professional life. In 1991, Schwartz had given up on show business completely for the second time in his life. Having failed in London with Children of Eden, as he had on Broadway with Working and Rags, theatre once again seemed to be a dead end. That fall he commuted from Connecticut to Greenwich Village to attend graduate school classes in psychology at New York University with the intention of becoming a therapist. When Rags failed, I quit Broadway but said, "Okay, I'll try London," Schwartz remarks. When that didn't work, I gave up. I thought to myself, I'm one of those guys who had a little flash of success at the beginning, like being slightly more than a one-hit wonder, but it's over for me. He considered alternatives. I didn't really have my tail between my legs about life, though I did about show business. I thought, what else would I like to do with my life? I've always been interested in being a psychotherapist. What if I go back to school and become a therapist and that will be my new job? That's when an invitation from Disney intervened and the next leg of a legendary career journey began. This time the experience would prove to be refreshing and fulfilling. The connection to the movie came about a year after the gifted lyricist Howard Ashman lost his battle with AIDS. Disney executives had known in advance about Ashman's deteriorating condition. They would be hard-pressed to fill Ashman's shoes. He and composer Alan Menken had helped revive Disney's animated features with their Oscar-winning work for The Little Mermaid and Beauty and the Beast. To expand their talent pool, they considered other songwriters and brought in Stephen Schwartz for an interview. During that period, Schwartz reports, I really didn't expect anything to come of the Disney interview. Over the years, I'd had several interviews at movie studios, and I came to realize that the people interviewing me were simply justifying having office space. They'd talk to me and show me around, prominently displaying to others in the office that they were working, and then they'd load me up with scripts to read as possible movie projects, and I'd never hear from them again. So I decided that whenever I got called for a movie interview, I would make it a lunch or dinner meeting, so at least I'd get a free meal out of it. His interview at Disney was a lunch in the rotunda on the Disney lot. Meanwhile, Kevin Bannerman, the director of development for Pocahontas, had to decide whom to bring on board as lyricist for this new Alan Menken project. Like many of his colleagues, Bannerman loved musical theatre and was a fan of Godspell, Pippin, and other Stephen Schwartz shows. Bannerman recalls thinking that lyricist Tim Rice, who had been tapped to finish Aladdin with Menken, was always gallivanting around the world, and it was difficult to get him and Alan together. And so here was Stephen, who had written scores that we all loved and we were all huge fans of, and he lived in the New York area. It would ultimately be up to Alan Menken to agree to a new writing partner. Menken, a year younger than Schwartz, had always admired him as a composer-lyricist. "He's a very talented man," Menken states. "I wouldn't have normally thought of Stephen, and then when his name came up for Pocahontas, I checked out the work where he had just done lyrics on Rags, and clearly as a lyricist he was very strong." The two of them happened to be performing as part of a local benefit concert on March 1st, 1991. They spoke backstage. Menken asked, "Would you be interested in working with me as a lyricist only?" He hadn't realized that, at the time, Schwartz had been planning to give up songwriting altogether. A Disney team flew to New York, picked up Schwartz, and drove to Menken's studio for a final interview discussion on March 26th. During the brainstorming section of the meeting, they discussed the structure of the story. But there was a psychological component to the meeting as well, as Bannerman sensitively notes. Stephen needs to build trust in people when he first meets them. I think that's really critical for him. And then, once he trusts you, it's full speed ahead. So it was important to him to get a sense of who everybody was and what the project was. Schwartz signed a contract while story development for Pocahontas was underway. "I was definitely taking that job," he says, "although I actually thought I was pretty bad casting for it." He would also make important connections for future creative work. In addition to this project being the first of 4 collaborative efforts with Alan Menken, it was his first contact with Philip Lezebnik, one of the movie's screenwriters, with whom he would work directly on several projects in the subsequent decades. Breaking a mold with Pocahontas. With Pocahontas, Disney Animation leapt out of the familiar fairy tale fantasy mode into the world of real historical figures, Pocahontas and John Smith. Pocahontas's co-director, Mike Gabriel, had first introduced the story concept during a Gong Show meeting some years earlier. During these regular gatherings, employees at Disney Animation shared their ideas for movies with the executives. Story concepts could be reviewed quickly and rejected with gong. "What else do you have?" One day Gabriel pitched a story about a beautiful Indian princess who is torn between her father's wishes to destroy the settlers and her own love for one of them. Peter Schneider, then president of Feature Animation, explains, "At Disney, we're always searching for projects with emotionally compelling characters set in big, mythic arenas. When Mike made his pitch, we had been thinking about an animated version of Romeo and Juliet, with its clash of two worlds and its especially timely theme of, if we don't learn to live with our fellow man, we will all destroy ourselves." Pocahontas has a very powerful message for all of us, that we must stop fighting, stop killing each other because of the colour of your skin, who you are, or because you feel differently about religion. A Pocahontas John Smith story could provide the right context for the theme, although it deviated from the Disney formula. Adding to the challenge of borrowing from history was their quest to satisfy their usual audience, while delivering a Romeo and Juliet or West Side Story-style plot that necessarily had a bittersweet or sad ending. Kevin Bannerman described Schwartz as someone who helped give the film its focus. Stephen was critical in nailing the theme of the piece. We had Stephen and a screenwriter in a room together for a week, basically hammering out the structure of the story, song placements, and the thematic thrust, because not a single Disney project at that time moved forward without having a recognizable, strong central theme. And Stephen really did nail it. It had to do with, we're all one planet, all one people, and we need to learn to get along with one another to move forward. Stephen was passionate, as was I, that our goal was not to do a docudrama, but something that was inspired by the legend. We never wavered from the idea of how important it would be to make a story about the clash of two worlds. Peter Schneider, the first Menken-Schwartz collaboration, Colors of the Wind. For a Los Angeles meeting about Pocahontas, Stephen joined Alan Menken and the various directors in the company's studio. Around them on bulletin boards hung simple cards showing a few lines of text about each prospective sequence and story beat. It was Schwartz and Menken's turn to transform the pattern before them. It was almost a game. Which card would change from a dialogue spot to a song? When they decided a part of the story should be musicalized, the white card was replaced with a blue one. Thinking like stage musical writers, they considered an opening number, a comic villain's song of some kind, and a solo for their ingenue about what she wants. But the most important song would be philosophical, describing the culturally divergent points of view for their heroine and John Smith. Drawing on Native American philosophy and looking for a title that was both poetic and metaphorical, Schwartz came up with Colors of the Wind for this key song for Pocahontas. The new songwriting pair developed a general strategy for working together back home on the East Coast. By then, Menken had developed a substantial music studio as part of his large home in a pastoral setting of woods and fields in a corner of Westchester County, New York, where he lived with his wife and two daughters. To begin the song, Schwartz sat near the piano in Menken's studio, and they discussed the feel of the song as well as the title Schwartz suggested. Schwartz had also brought an early draft of a few lines of lyric as a starting point. Then Menken heeded his own musical promptings. His hands moved over the keys, and the melody emerged as Stephen made general suggestions, such as, can the melody go up there? Could that note hold longer? In the early 1990s, Menken recorded songs on tape for his collaborator to take home. One advantage of Schwartz being a composer, pianist, was that he could use a recording from Menken in his own workspace at home and pick up the tune relatively quickly, enabling him to test how a lyric would scan with the music. If the music was more or less fully developed, sometimes Stephen requested sheet music that Alan would print out from his computer. A week or two later, when Schwartz brought the first draft of the lyric in, they would work on further refinements of the music to lyric coupling. The important thing, Schwartz explains, is that the lyrics sit on the music. I think the music delivers the emotion. The lyric has to sit on the music in such a way that it rises and falls and flows with it. If the music is going up into an emotional point, the content of the lyric and the words of the lyric need to make that same emotional journey so that it's one contour. To begin writing the lyrics for Colors of the Wind, Schwartz drew from notes he made while reading Native American literature. In the song, I wanted Pocahontas to address the Eurocentrism of John Smith, so in essence, It's a consciousness-raising song. He wanted to use a style and language with a Native American flavour, including locution and imagery he came across in his research. Among the materials from which he drew was a letter to Congress written by Chief Seattle. The letter includes the lines, "The wind that gave our grandfather his first breath also received his last sigh. The wind also gives our children the spirit of life. So if we sell our land, you must keep it apart and sacred as a place where man can go to taste the wind that is sweetened by the meadow flowers." That helped inspire the title. Schwartz comments, "The title was something that popped into my head as I was exploring Native American poetry, and it had that metaphorical impossibility that can work as an image in a title. It's similar to a title like Corner of the Sky, which is also a paradox. Paradoxes, I think, land in the ear and in the mind and make people think about what they're really saying. He once explained to a fan where the blue corn moon line came from. One of the phrases I came across in a love poem was, 'I will come to you in the moon of green corn.' The phrase stuck in my head, but I didn't think the lyric, 'Have you ever heard the wolf cry to the green corn moon?' really worked, because of the association of the moon and green cheese, plus the E sound in it, etc. So I changed it to Blue Corn Moon, which I thought had a nice resonance because of the phrase blue moon and the fact that there are things like blue corn tortillas, etc. Even though it's not authentic and actually implies southwestern tribes rather than the northeastern Algonquians of Pocahontas, I used it in the lyric, and it obviously served me very well. By the beginning of June, Menken had recorded Judy Kuhn singing Colours of the Wind, and they shipped the demo recording to Disney headquarters in California. It was hard to predict what the response would be. When I sent it in, Schwartz recalls, "I thought this was the end of my Disney career. They're never going to go for this. It just seemed so outside what they'd done before. Instead, they so loved the song that they built the whole animated idea around it. That's why there are leaves constantly blowing in everybody's hair through the whole film." A field trip to Jamestown. To orient themselves further to the project, the production team took advantage of their story being based on real people. They travelled to Jamestown, Virginia, to capture images and impressions of the region where Pocahontas met John Smith. At the original site in 1607, 104 Englishmen landed after sailing the Atlantic Ocean in 3 wooden ships, a journey requiring 4.5 uncomfortable months. In June 1992, Schwartz jetted down to Virginia in a few hours to join Disney's filmmaking team for research at the historic location. While the visual artists took inspiration from the natural environment, fort and Indian village, the writers and directors learned more about the history from their guides. Schwartz says, "Being on the spot was tremendously useful for atmosphere and specific details of the lyrics, and I bought some tapes while I was there. These tapes proved central to the songwriting effort. One was called Songs of the Virginia Company, a collection of English sea chanties that he shared with Menken. These helped inspire the Virginia Company and Mine, Mine, Mine. He also bought Algonquian music tapes, which inspired the songs Savages and Steady as a beating drum. As was his custom for a project of this nature, Schwartz steeped himself in the relevant culture. In New York City, he located a store that sold Native American poetry and related volumes. Settling into a comfortable chair at home, he read the poems as well as books, such as Black Elk Speaks. Schwartz let the material inform and inspire him. From a lot of research into writings by and about Native Americans, a whole pattern of thought began to emerge, he explains. Their way of thinking about the natural world and man's relationship to it, their general philosophy as a whole, was inspiring. Just around the river bend, during the development phase of the film, Carol Schwartz watched her husband brood about how to solve a song concept. "We couldn't figure out how to start Pocahontas' story musically," Stephen remembers. "I kept saying, this character doesn't want anything until John Smith shows up. How do we launch her?" And, because dreams were so important to Native Americans, Carol came up with the idea that she has a dream that something's going to happen. Since Pocahontas was a Romeo and Juliet story, they thought about another Romeo and Juliet-based musical, West Side Story. There, Tony sings "Something's Coming" as his first song. Our Pocahontas was the equivalent of the Romeo-Tony character, and so basically, Just Around the River Bend is the Native American version of Something's Coming, moving in and writing more songs. With the Disney project moving forward and his aspirations rising for future movie projects, Schwartz decided to find an apartment in Los Angeles. He'd been staying with Dean Pitchford on some of his trips there, but he now needed a place where he could move in a small piano and work in his own space, with Connecticut still his home base. This bi-coastal phase of his life would last through his busiest years in the movie business. For the time being, Schwartz and Menken continued working together on the East Coast, rolling out Mine, 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 Savages and various versions of songs that never made it into the film, such as In the Middle of the River and several failed attempts at a song for Grandmother Willow. Before animation began, Disney hired the cast to record the vocal track. The movie would feature Mel Gibson as the voice of John Smith and Native American actress Irene Bedard as the speaking voice of Pocahontas, with Broadway performer Judy Kuhn as her singing voice. When all was sung and drawn, Pocahontas was ready to be released on June 10th, 1995. Disney decided to hold the film's world premiere in a natural setting, Central Park in New York City. More than 70,000 people attended the party that included bands, jugglers, a medley of songs from Disney films and fireworks to cap the evening. Reviewers and audience responses ranged from high praise for the artistry to anger about historical distortions. Paul Hodgins, the Orange County Register, offered a polite summary, a pleasing combination of heartfelt ballads, rousing choral scene, setters and hilarious comic relief ditties, all wrapped in composer Alan Menken's slick, kid-friendly style. Schwartz's lyrics were criticized for being didactic, a term that would be applied time and again to his work, with the suggestion that phrases like, "But I know every rock and tree and creature has a life, has a spirit, has a name," are too much of a direct lesson in Native American philosophy. Yet not long afterward, Colours of the Wind, the year's best song, creativity notes, standing on the shoulders of giants, following models. Stephen Schwartz often turned to models, provided by other writers, as an inspirational springboard for his original songwriting. In the case of Pocahontas, he specifically assigned himself the task of modelling lyrics after the style of two successful lyricists. Because I didn't think I was good casting as lyricist for the project, I consciously thought about who would have been better casting and then modelled my work on theirs, Schwartz explains. I decided on Oscar Hammerstein II and Sheldon Harnick because they wrote for ethnic people and folk people and they dealt with issues of prejudice and cultural misunderstanding. And so, as I wrote, I consciously tried to assimilate their styles. When I wrote Colours of the Wind, I thought, what would Oscar do? What would Sheldon write? I didn't steal anything specific from them. I just tried to channel their sensibility. For Godspell, 2 decades earlier, he modelled some of the music after that of his favourite contemporary songwriters. For Wicked, he would also model the music for several songs on other writers' styles. Rhymes for Wind that Stephen noted as part of his initial brainstorming for the song. Pages from Stephen Schwartz's Pocahontas notebook. The Hunchback of Notre Dame, the Disney movie. As they completed their songs for Pocahontas, it was clear that the Menken-Schwartz collaboration was working well, and the Disney executives approached them about doing their next animated musical. They were given a choice between 2 projects in development, a story about whales and an adaptation of Victor Hugo's weighty French novel, The Hunchback of Notre Dame. They chose the latter, excited by the artistic challenge of including some adult-appropriate themes for a Disney audience. In Victor Hugo's tale, villain Claude Frollo and the young man with the hunchback, Quasimodo, are thrown into a parent-child relationship fraught with issues, the kind of issues Schwartz enjoyed working with for Children of Eden. And he always liked dealing with fictional misfits. The Hunchback story, based in 15th century Paris, had 3: Quasimodo, Esmeralda, a gypsy girl, and Phoebus, a military man with principles who could not be jostled about by authority. The story also gave his imagination a chance to dive into the tortured soul of Frollo, his favourite part of the assignment puzzle. Could he reveal Frollo's twisted sexual obsession and still pass G-rating standards? From a dense novel to 90-minute screenplay. Victor Hugo's novel, published in 1831, had been set in the late 1400s, so that readers would remember a time when the cathedral was at the heart of society in medieval Paris. Hugo's aim was to inspire preservation efforts for the cathedral, hence the original title of the book, Notre Dame de Paris. He invented the central character of a deformed baby who was abandoned on the steps of the cathedral. Priest Claude Frollo raised the child who became the bell ringer. Disney storytellers would, of course, simplify and condense the long novel. Troubled by the implications of a priest as villain, their Frollo became the minister of justice. There was a lot of discussion about whether Frollo was going to be the minister of justice or whether he was going to be the archdeacon. Stephen Schwartz recalled about the development of the Hunchback film and subsequent versions. It's frankly much better storytelling if he's the archdeacon, because if he's not, what the hell's he doing in Notre Dame with this kid? You have to create a whole backstory to justify the relationship. That backstory had to be covered near the film's opening. In the Disney version, Frollo is encouraged by the Archdeacon of Notre Dame to raise Quasimodo as his own, to atone for killing the baby's gypsy mother. For that, Schwartz and Menken would write the bells of Notre Dame. Other story elements were altered from the original as well. Most significantly, Esmeralda lives at the end of the movie, whereas in Hugo's novel she dies. I read chapters and passages of Notre Dame de Paris several times while working on the film. The song Hellfire is derived largely from a 3- or 4-page Frollo interior monologue, and much of Out There, Topsy-Turvy, and A Court of Miracles came from repeated readings of the source material. Stephen Schwartz, Out There on a Field Trip. As they began pondering the songs, Schwartz remembers his writing partner fooling around with a tune he thought might work for Hunchback. He drove over to the Menkens and listened while Alan played a complete melody. Alan had written a tune that he liked, which seemed appropriate for this project. The way the harmonies shift underneath it is very Sanson, very French in feel. He played it for me and I loved it. They already knew they would need to have Quasimodo sing in his tower while looking out over Paris. In the lyricist's mind, 2 words were a perfect fit for both the song's meaning and the rhythm provided by the first 2 notes of the chorus. The chorus went plunk, plunk, da-da-da-da-da, and I said, well, it's out there, obviously, because this is a story about a guy who wants to go out. October of 1993 brought Schwartz into one of his favourite parts of the musical writing journey, the field trip. This time he flew to Paris with other members of the production team. By special arrangement, he was able to enter the great cathedral of Notre in the early hours before tourists arrived. For several days in a row, he arrived near dawn at the Gothic stone structure beside the River Seine. Entering through the giant doorway, he headed for the bell tower and climbed up the seemingly endless winding staircase, then perched in the tower where he could look out over the city as Quasimodo might have done. In his chameleon-like fashion, he mentally slipped into the character. By that point, I had done a lot of research into what Paris would have looked like in 1482, and I would look out and imagine what Quasimodo might have seen and how he might have felt about it, and I scribbled down ideas and phrases. While some people start writing lines of lyrics, I'm much more free associative. I just write anything that comes into my head. By the time the field trip was over, he had the completed lyrics for their first song for the film, Quasimodo's I Want Song Out There, Hellfire and Heaven's Light. For Hunchback, Schwartz directly applied his high school Latin studies. He brought in a Latin liturgy to be musicalized and sung by a chorus during the explosive finale, and integrated several lines for Frollo to sing in Hellfire. Schwartz comments, it just seemed appropriate to use sections of the Latin liturgy to accompany this material. Frollo's slightly stilted and pretentious locution was just an extension of his character, and it was also influenced by the way the character spoke in the original novel. Another inspiration for Hellfire came from the Italian opera composer Puccini. Conceptually, Schwartz and Menken based the song on the end of the first act of Tosca, in which the villain sings about his nefarious plans, while a chorus of worshippers sings in church at the same time. Hellfire is set up in a similar way. My favourite character I have ever written is Frollo, who is probably the most despicable human being in anything I've done. I love him as a character. He was so totally self-justifying and in such denial of his own true motives. It was really fun to go to dark places in myself I would never let myself do in real life. It made me understand why actors love to play villains. Stephen Schwartz. Schwartz was surprised that Disney did not object to the song's lyrics or ask for rewrites. He comments, I was grateful to the Disney organization for allowing me so much creative freedom. Heaven's Light emerged afterward. We thought Quasimodo needed a moment to express his delusion or hope that Esmeralda might actually think of him in a romantic way. They planned to put it just before Hellfire and decided it should have heaven in the title as a contrast. God help the outcasts and someday. Menken and Schwartz wrote Esmeralda's song God Help the Outcasts for her first entrance into Notre Dame when she is awed by the serenity and splendour of the place. Jeffrey Katzenberg suggested the songwriters try a more liftable song of inspiration, so they wrote Someday for the same spot in the movie. In Schwartz's words, Esmeralda brings with her a bitter and acute awareness of the injustice of her situation and that of her people and the less fortunate of society. So the song is meant to be a sort of prayer for justice and fairness, for society to change its ways. Ultimately, it was decided that Someday would run over the end credits instead, and God Help the Outcasts was reinstated. Finding an audience, The Hunchback of Notre Dame opened in America on June 21st, 1996, and fared slightly less well at the box office than Pocahontas. Critics tended to welcome it. Entertainment Weekly writer Owen Gleiberman wrote, "The Alan Menken Stephen Schwartz score, for all its showpiece numbers, has been woven into the action as seamless recitative. The Hunchback of Notre Dame is a true folk-pop operetta. Parents and kids were not all thrilled to have such adult themes covered in a cartoon. One reviewer in Austin, Texas, wrote, Some children are certain to be frightened by the dark machinations of the storyline. The musical score by composer Alan Menken and lyricist Stephen Schwartz leaves little impression on the memory and is not likely to have the kids replaying the songs ad nauseum." Schwartz later expressed, "Despite some tonal inconsistencies, it's my favourite of the 3 animated features I worked on, and I think it's Alan's finest score." Left when the Disney team visited the Jamestown Festival Park in 1992, they toured the full-size replicas of the Virginia Company ships. Right, Philip Lezebnik, one of the screenwriters for Pocahontas. Stephen Schwartz checks out the 100-foot-tall screens set up for the world premiere of Pocahontas on the Great Lawn of Central Park, June 15th, 1995. Alan Menken and Stephen Schwartz visit Paris during their October 1993 field trip for their second Disney movie collaboration, The Hunchback of Notre Dame. Creativity notes. Finding the song moments in a story. Question: what makes some moments demand a song? Stephen Schwartz. This is always a decision based on the instincts and experience of the songwriter. The classic response is the dictum ascribed to Oscar Hammerstein that a character should sing when the emotion has become too high for ordinary speech. That's certainly one criterion, but I can think of several successful musical theatre songs to which it doesn't apply. Another consideration is that a song extends a given moment or beat and focuses on it more. Therefore, the choice of what is musicalized is an indication of what characters and ideas the writers think are important. It's been said that a character in a musical doesn't really land until he or she sings, and I think that's true. And if there are important themes or ideas, they need to be sung about too. Lastly, there is the sense of the rhythm of the storytelling that leads one to feel we need some energy here, or we need to laugh here, or this is the point where we should find out what the show is really saying. All these factors go into making the decision. When I worked on animated features for Disney and DreamWorks, I would look at a board with the story outlined on individual note cards very early on in the process. And we would say something like, I think this card should be turned into a song, or I think there should be a song between these 2 cards, or these 2 or 3 cards can be combined into a song. In other words, it has to do with a sense of the architecture of the whole show. Chapter 15. Milan and the Prince of Egypt. No life can escape being blown about by the winds of change and chance, and though you never know all the steps, you must learn to join the dance. The Prince of Egypt. In June 1994, travel-loving Stephen Schwartz arrived in Beijing on his first trip to China. As Milan's songwriter, it seemed as if Disney had offered him a fortune cookie with multiple fortunes. You will cross the great waters, and you will find happiness through your work. He'd been pleased to work at Disney under Jeffrey Katzenberg, and now, while finishing The Hunchback of Notre Dame, the company had expanded his role, assigning him both music and lyrics for Milan. His goal for the China tour was to notice everything that might make the folktale-based story seem grounded in authenticity. Travelling with a team of about a dozen movie makers, Schwartz made notes that might serve his future lyrics, while visual artists sketched images from the sights around them at the Forbidden City and other attractions. The group travelled to the Great Wall of China, a spot that would be featured in the film, and also toured several Chinese villages, forts, homes and temples with curving red roofs. In village shops, Schwartz collected tape recordings of traditional Chinese music. Standing in a market, he held up some little metal Chinese bells, ringing them to test their appeal. Convinced they could be used in a recording session, he purchased them. Schwartz planned to write songs built around the pentatonic musical scale used in the folk music of China, rather than the traditional 8-tone scale familiar to Western ears. He wrote 2 complete songs for Milan before his fortune cookie crumbled. Disney to DreamWorks. At Disney headquarters, nothing was running like a fairy tale. On April 3, 1994, company president Frank Wells had died in a helicopter crash while on a skiing holiday. In subsequent months, studio president Jeffrey Katzenberg made an unsuccessful bid for the vacant post. Then, after a well-publicized feud with CEO Michael Eisner, Katzenberg left the company. He had managed to convince Steven Spielberg and music mogul David Geffen to form a new studio with him, DreamWorks SKG, a competitor for Disney. Shortly thereafter, Schwartz received a call from Katzenberg inviting him to a meeting in Los Angeles about the first animated feature for DreamWorks. Schwartz signed on the dotted line for The Prince of Egypt, knowing that, from his side, there would be time to complete the limited number of songs needed for both this project and Mulan. Soon enough, the powers that be at Disney found out about Schwartz's second job. They objected to having their songwriter work for a competitor, especially when a bitter former Disney executive ran the rival company. Schwartz felt as if he had walked onto a minefield. A battle was raging that I got caught in without wanting in any way to be involved. Disney gave him an ultimatum: be exclusive or leave. No matter which way he looked at his own destiny, he realized an exclusive contract would not make his own dreams work. When Disney said, "You have to make a choice," I said, "This is nonsense. People work for different companies all the time." Disney's Peter Schneider came to a recording studio where Schwartz was working to have a talk with the independent-spirited writer. "He was very upset with me," Schwartz recalled later. Schneider suggested that if Schwartz wrote for DreamWorks, his name would be removed from the publicity for the 2 Disney movies he had already worked on. I just said, "Peter, I don't want to be exclusive to anyone. I have the contractual right to do this, and it doesn't threaten you. And besides, Jeffrey has told me that they are willing to wait to release The Prince of Egypt till a year after Mulan comes out." so they are not in competition with one another. I just don't see how this hurts Disney at all." Since Schwartz wouldn't budge, he received a call from Michael Eisner. Eisner explained Disney's tradition of using artists who worked exclusively for the company. Schwartz pointed out that the very first sentence of his contract, which Eisner had countersigned, said he would work on a non-exclusive basis. Schwartz remembers the following exchange. "Michael, why would I have had that sentence in there if I didn't intend to act on it at some point if the opportunity presented itself?" "I didn't really think you meant it," Eisner replied. "Think about the opposite, Michael," Schwartz responded. "Think about me coming to you and saying, 'I'm not doing Milan because I've taken this other project instead.' That would be reprehensible, and I won't do it to either project." "Then we'll have to replace you on Milan," Eisner decided. "Well, I'll be very disappointed, but that's your decision, not my decision. My decision would be to do both of them. David Zippel and Matthew Wilder took over as songwriters for Milan, and Schwartz's work went unused. Alan Menken thought I was crazy when I started doing The Prince of Egypt instead of Milan. He said, 'You have a chance to do music and lyrics for the major company. Why on earth would you turn that down?' I don't regret my decision," Schwartz says in retrospect. "The Prince of Egypt was a very successful film and exciting to work on. The Prince of Egypt, the DreamWorks SKG movie." Recalling the phone call from Katzenberg in November 1994, Schwartz says, "I was predisposed to take whatever assignment Jeffrey, Steven Spielberg, and David Geffen offered." Schwartz excitedly attended a meeting with the triumvirate at Spielberg's Amblin headquarters. But when they said, "We want you to do the songs for our first animated feature, The 10 Commandments," his heart sank. "I thought, I can't turn this opportunity down, but I really don't want to do the 10 Commandments." He felt he'd done enough Bible-related musicals and didn't want to get tagged forever as just being a specialist in that genre. Disappointment must have shown on his face because Spielberg quickly said, "But we're not calling it the 10 Commandments, we're calling it The Prince of Egypt." They then discussed the project. Schwartz soon realized the film would actually be a dramatic tale about a man who finds out his entire life was a lie and who has to reinvent himself. That angle appealed to him. What was interesting to me was finding the personal story that we all can in some way relate to. It can be a metaphor in some way for all of our lives. So he signed on to write original songs. Hans Zimmer would write the film score, often borrowing from Schwartz's themes to create a more integrated sound. Deliver Us. Before any artwork existed or the storytelling team had looked at any details of the tale, Stephen Schwartz brought them the opening number, Deliver Us. Almost as soon as I heard that we were doing The Prince of Egypt, I knew how to do the opening, Schwartz recalls. It seemed to me obvious that if this whole movie was going to be about somebody changing his life in order to deliver people from bondage, we had to feel what the bondage was like. It wasn't enough to say, "Oh, well, they're in bondage." We really had to experience it emotionally. Back in 1956, 8-year-old Steve Schwartz had begged his parents to drive him to see Cecil B. DeMille's epic movie, The 10 Commandments, when it played on suburban Long Island. As he contemplated the opening number for The Prince of Egypt, he remembered one sequence from the film he had seen decades earlier. In that scene, Hebrew slaves are engaged in building a city when a woman, Moses' mother, as it turns out, gets her garment caught between some stone blocks that are being moved. Egyptian guards stand by, heedless of her desperation. Just as she is in the greatest danger, Moses saves her. It was the image of that single woman caught there and about to be crushed by these stones, Schwartz says, and the fact that the Egyptians didn't care at all, because it's just another Hebrew slave. For the choral number Deliver Us, Schwartz says he was trying to do something as compelling as that scene. The tone changes to a tender mood for the river lullaby section of the number, in which Moses' mother, Yocheved, takes the baby to the river's edge and floats him in a basket. Schwartz tried to imagine what it would be like for a mother to send her helpless son into the unknown, hoping to save the infant's life. Writing this part of the song with words in English didn't seem right. It started to feel like a musical as opposed to an emotional experience, Schwartz recalls. He was instinctively drawn to the idea of having Yocheved sing in Hebrew instead. I thought, well, maybe it would be better not to quite understand what she's saying, but just to feel the emotion of it, sort of like seeing an opera in a foreign language. So he called an Israeli friend, Sariel Bernstein, and asked if he would write some lines in Hebrew for the mother to speak to baby Moses. Schwartz then musicalized them, recorded by popular Israeli singer Ofra Haza. The natural accent and perfect Hebrew create a genuine, heartfelt sound. Yaldi hatov veharach, al tirave, al tifchad. In the animated scene, we see inside the home where the mother is cradling her child and looking warily out the window at the Egyptian guards. My son, I have nothing I can give, but this chance that you may live, I pray we'll meet again, if he will deliver us. Schwartz appended the main melodic theme of River Lullaby to the beginning of Deliver Us, which became the opening for the film. It was really important to come up with a melody that expressed the place and the time and emotion of the situation, he explains. It's the very first melody you hear. I knew that I wanted to open the movie with this simple solo melody, probably solo trumpet, because I love the sound of solo trumpet. It's very mournful. When the film's newly hired directors heard the demo tape Schwartz made with his New York City singer friends, plans for the whole project were still in the formative stages. CO director Steve Hickner remembers how the song was a gift, providing a template for the whole film. Deliver Us was the first song that Stephen played for us when we began The Prince of Egypt, and it really did set the tone for the movie. At the time, we were uncertain as to how to best realize on screen the difficult themes of infanticide and slavery in animation. When we heard those haunting first notes of the Moses lullaby, we knew that the movie had moved from a cartoon into the truly epic world of a David Lean film. Somehow that simple melody felt as memorable and timeless as Lara's theme from the instant we heard it. His Hebrew slave chorus of mud, sand, water, etc. also helped to set the gritty, realistic tone of the movie, and it was beautifully tempered by the haunting melody of the lullaby. All in all, Stephen wrote a piece of music that proved that we could indeed create a movie from this material, A Field Trip to Egypt. On November 26, 1995, Schwartz, Katzenberg, Hickner, and about a dozen others headed for Egypt. In addition to the tourist attractions, remnants of the ancient civilization, they viewed crummy little towns with a kind of ancient tenements where the Hebrews would have lived. They spent 2 days exploring the ancient palaces and temples of Luxor and Karnak, the colossal figures in the Valley of the Kings, and queens, and even some newly opened tombs where the tawny reds, azures and browns of wall paintings were still vibrant. From Luxor, they boarded a tourist sunboat for a trip up the Nile River. By nightfall, the boat docked near the temple of Kom Ombo, north of the Aswan Dam. Temple guardians granted them special permission to visit the temple at night when there were no tourists around. At the time, Schwartz was contemplating a crucial musical number where Moses would wrestle with his awakening to his heritage. Kom Ombo had no street lamps. The only illumination that night was moonlight and beams from flashlights carried by the art directors. I could see the lights swirling around the columns, Schwartz recalls. I pictured Moses holding a torch and going around looking at this cool, elegant, clean stone. Having just learned that he wasn't actually a prince of Egypt, I could hear the motion of the water, and this sort of Philip Glass-like theme started in my head. I didn't have anything I could write it down on, so I went around singing this musical phrase to myself. I pretty well got a whole first verse there. The moonlight, the temple, and the Nile had cast their magic to inspire all I ever wanted. The trip ended with a few days back in Cairo. With their exotic wares, the open-air shops of the amber-toned marketplace lured the movie team to browse. As he had done in China for Milan and Jamestown for Pocahontas, Schwartz scouted for recordings of music that might inform his writing. Expecting to need historical folk music, he was surprised to find contemporary Arab pop music more useful. Although they were meant to be pop, they used Arabic scales and chord patterns, as well as vocal ululations, all set to a techno beat. This inspired him to work within a specific scale that could summon up that sound. Playing with the big boys. At one point, Schwartz, Hans Zimmer, and others took a break and flew to Las Vegas to see the famous act by illusionists Siegfried and Roy. As they watched pyrotechnic displays and wild tigers and all the glitz of a big magic spectacle, they wondered whether they could adapt the entertainer's style for a sequence in the middle of their film, a meeting between Moses and the Egyptian priests. Back home, Schwartz wrote what he describes as a broadly comic number, a sort of send-up of Las Vegas-style magicians, complete with a chorus of female acolytes. I know a lot about magic illusions from doing the magic show. I know that with those big illusions, essentially all the magician is doing is making gestures in front of them, so it's a lot about showmanship. And we decided that was what we were going to do with the Egyptian priests. His aim was to show how showmanship, pomp and pretension are often used as a distraction from lack of real content in a lot of areas, from religion to politics. Years later, however, the number would be cut from the stage version of The Prince of Egypt for being tonally out of style with the rest of the show. Through Heaven's Eyes. A section of the movie known as the Midian sequence became a matter of debate in story meetings between Stephen Schwartz and the directors, sometimes joined by Jeffrey Katzenberg and Steven Spielberg. It needed a song or image montage that could compress about 20 years into 4 or 5 minutes, including almost the entire time Moses lived in the Midian desert in the Sinai after leaving behind his life as a prince. Co-director Brenda Chapman wanted to be sure to avoid duplicating what they had done in The Lion King during the song Hakuna Matata. When Simba grows up, in The Lion King, Simba literally grows from cub to full-grown lion in one swift dissolve. I didn't want just another cross-dissolve, age-quickly progression accompanied by a happy-go-lucky tune. It worked great for that movie, But we needed to say more about our Moses. What would that more be? That was the songwriter's challenge. Schwartz made the first of 4 passes at the song with a number called All in Your Attitude. He comments, it was basically about how to deal with being poor. It was a funny song, but it was too lightweight for that sequence. We didn't really want it to be that funny. One thing that did come from this draft was the line, when all you've got is nothing, there's a lot to go around. Schwartz says Steven Spielberg loved that line and said, whatever you do, make sure you can still have that in the final song. Naturally, that line appeared in all subsequent songs for that spot in the movie. Then the thought was, since Moses had left what turned out to be a false home, the song could be about him finding his true home and fitting in with a new group of people. Schwartz went back and forth from piano to group meeting with 2 more drafts of the song along those lines. I wrote a song called Don't Be a Stranger. People didn't really like that too much. A little too cute, a little too complicated, and again, it didn't really seem to be delivering the emotion that was needed for the sequence. Then I did a song called One of Us, which had a really strong, hooky tune. We thought we had finally solved it. But Jeffrey felt that even though it seemed to be a successful song, we were on the wrong track. It needed to be about something larger. It was Katzenberg's suggestion that the song be more about the philosophy of Jethro, the spiritual leader of the tribe. It should also reflect the change in Moses's way of thinking. Jeffrey Katzenberg is really smart about story. He is very gifted in that way. Stephen Schwartz. Schwartz says, I realized then that I had actually been going in the wrong direction. In the rest of the film, we were trying to take big events, famous, iconic events, and bring them down to human scale. To say, if this really happened to somebody, how would he or she feel? The opposite was true in this Midian sequence. We needed to take a human passage of time and give it a huge philosophical context. A man spends 20 years becoming part of a tribe, falling in love, taking a wife, etc. But these very human events needed a broader context. This was great to think about from a theoretical point of view, but of course I had no clue what to do. Having written 3 songs for this spot already, I was a little bit played out. CO director Steve Hickner remembered an anonymous poem that might serve as a touchstone. It was called Measure of a Man. Hickner says that when he handed Schwartz the poem, he could see the light click on. What I did, Schwartz recalls, was take the poem and translate the idea into Midianese. I basically took the idea that the measure of a man is not what he owns or how much he's worth monetarily, but in how much he gives to other people. Then I translated it with images that were appropriate to that tribe, stones on top of a mountain, or water in the desert, or tending sheep. All the imagery of the song is appropriate to the life of that tribe. So all the metaphors that they use are things that they know in life. Humbly, Schwartz likes to give credit to Hickner for finding that poem and to Katzenberg for knowing what the feeling and philosophical size of the sequence had to be. All I did with the song is take the idea contained in the poem and make it feel appropriate to the movie, but Hickner gives Schwartz full credit for taking fairly simple ideas and connecting them to a larger vision that was more angled toward God. Stephen's song reflects what would be authentic sentiments for the high priest of Midian. Through Heaven's Eyes is truly a Stephen Schwartz original. Broadway star Brian Stokes Mitchell, who recorded the song and voice of Jethro, seemed to ideally embody the character and brought smiles to the faces of all in the recording session. The plagues. By 1997, the Prince of Egypt filmmakers had reached the 11th hour moment, both in the storyline of the film and in its production. Katzenberg was getting edgy about the budget, and he wanted the project to wrap up quickly. Philip Lezebnik, who had been brought over from Disney after he finished Milan's screenplay, next completed the screenplay for The Prince of Egypt. Stephen had a lot of trouble with the plagues, Lezebnik recalls. In the story, Moses is involved in cataclysmic events, the infamous 10 plagues, that seemed to be a last-ditch effort on the part of the cosmos to persuade Ramses to release the slaves. The moment called for a song, but it wasn't working. Says Lezebnik, the song got pretty tedious and repetitive by the 3rd or 4th plague. Then he came in one day, all excited. He said he had it figured out, and the key was not to do the plagues chronologically, but to have the song be about the conflict between the two brothers. That was a real breakthrough. Suddenly, everyone saw the light and said, "Yes, this will work," and things fell into place. Hans Zimmer suggested using All I Ever Wanted, which already had emotional resonance for one of the characters. Schwartz wrote a Carmina Burana-type chorus as a musical backdrop and let the brothers sing a version of All I Ever Wanted over it in counter-melody. Jeffrey Katzenberg remained nervous. Schwartz jokes Jeffrey's contribution to this song was to say, "We don't have a lot of time, and we're almost out of money, and we can't do a 4-minute animation sequence. Whatever you do, you've got to do the plagues in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. And I said, "OK, that's part of the assignment then. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. We all laughed. But the final song is 2 minutes and 37 seconds. One of the great things about Stephen was that he was more than willing to cut a song if everybody thought it wasn't working. That was one of the first things that impressed me. He'd do an enormous amount of work to write a song, and then it would be gone if we thought something else would work better. Philip Lezebnik, When You Believe. The original inspiration for When You Believe dawned in the Sinai Desert, when the directors suggested a song celebrating the Hebrew tribe's joy at their liberation. Hickner describes the moment When You Believe was hatched during that ride out to Mount Moses. What we discussed was to try to create a signature song that would be both the anthem for the Hebrews as well as for the entire movie. We also discussed that it would be great if it could accomplish all that and end up being an anthem of sorts for DreamWorks as well, the way When You Wish Upon a Star is for Disney. Hickner acknowledges the success of Stephen's efforts. It was an amazingly tall order, and, incredibly, Stephen accomplished it. I think the song works so well and is so beloved because it not only stands out in the movie, it is a great song in itself. Stephen describes the process in When You Believe. One of the things I was looking for was how to make a transition from the mournful quality of the first half of the song into the triumphant feeling at the end. At a certain moment in the writing, I'd kind of run out of things to say in English that wouldn't feel hackneyed or sentimental, but I knew there needed to be this transition moment. So I began to think about the possibility of using Hebrew lyrics. I called one of the religious advisors on the project, Rabbi Robbins, in Los Angeles, and asked him if he knew of any Hebrew poetry that might be appropriate. He suggested the Song of the Sea, which the Hebrew tribes were supposed to have sung after they crossed over the Sea of Reeds. He thought it would be all right if I used some of the words for the beginning of the Exodus, and I selected the ones I thought were most appropriate for the situation, and then set them to music, trying to use a simple folk-like melody. This is Hans Zimmer's idea to begin the section with children's voices. yet another of his excellent contributions. But the song needed to acknowledge the ambivalent and compassionate feelings that the Hebrews may have had at that moment. When Ramses tells Moses that his people have permission to leave, the Pharaoh's son, the boy Moses had considered a nephew, has just died, and suffering has filled the land Moses once called home. Schwartz remembers saying to his colleagues, "You must show that this guy feels horrible about what happened. You can't just have him going out into the streets, whooping it up and celebrating." And so the animation scene shows Moses collapsing and weeping outside the palace. The same applied to the song, which couldn't begin with the Hebrews dancing for joy if the audience was to retain sympathy for them. When You Believe is written to have a very slow build from a mournful quality to joy and triumph, Schwartz says. Worldwide release of The Prince of Egypt. In December 1998, 4 years after its inception, DreamWorks' audacious undertaking was simultaneously released to 6,000 screens around the world. The tremendous gamble paid off, and the film drew in over $300 million worldwide. Many religious leaders applauded DreamWorks' effort, making statements like, "Hollywood got this one right." The DreamWorks founders had successfully launched their dream. The participants were rewarded for the gamble they had made. Brenda Chapman says, "Although I don't think the public was quite ready for dramatic animation, everyone who worked on The Prince of Egypt gained the respect of their peers for taking the risk and doing an excellent job in the process." Schwartz was 50 years old when The Prince of Egypt was released. Reconciled at last to a life in show business, for better or worse, he planned to spend several more decades exploring new creative ventures. He was, in fact, readying for the next major plunge, which he'd actually dreamed up 2 years before on a boat ride in Hawaii. Creativity notes, adventure and risk. When The Prince of Egypt came out on DVD, it included a special feature in which Jeffrey Katzenberg praised the artists who joined his DreamWorks team for taking a risk. Schwartz later turned the credit back to Katzenberg. "I think the risk was felt most keenly by Jeffrey, since he was literally putting his money where his mouth was in committing his new company to this huge undertaking. I didn't feel any more risk than I have with most of the other projects I have done, most of which have seemed a little loony to undertake. Do creative people need to be risk-takers? Stephen Schwartz doesn't think of himself that way. As Scott Schwartz explains, I think a risk-taker is somebody who takes risks for the thrill of it, because they need the high. I wouldn't say my dad is a risk-taker, although God knows. Artistically, he has taken many risks over the years and continues to. I think of him more as bold and strong and confident about what he wants. A small example, on family vacations he'd always be very clear about what he wanted to do and very organised. I do think he's adventurous. I don't know if that's a risk-taker so much as someone who is always excited to try and learn new things. Stephen labels himself as adventurous. I don't like staying in the same place. My joke about myself is that I have an extremely short attention span. If his attention span is a liability, his exploratory nature is a constant plus for his creative career. He loves to expand his horizons by travelling to out-of-the-way places he's never seen, from the Galapagos to Greece. And this fills his creative reservoir and helps keep his imagination from getting stuck within boundaries. He remembers Alan Menken advising him to stick with Disney. He said, "You found this niche and you should just stay in it." And I was like, well, I've done that already. There's something to be said for Alan's situation. When you've found your niche, stay there and explore it and deepen it. But that's not inherent to my personality. I tend to ask, OK, I did that, now what's new to do? Measure of a Man, an anonymous poem. Not, how did he die? Was he ever ready? But how did he live? With a word of good cheer. Not, what did he gain? To bring a smile, but what did he give? To banish a tear? These are the merits. Not, what was his church? To measure the worth, nor, what was his creed, of a man as a man. But had he befriended, regardless of birth, those really in need? Not, what was his station? Not, what did the sketch? But had he a heart? In the newspaper, say? And how did he play? But how many were sorry? His God-given part. When he passed away, through heaven's eyes, lyrics excerpt, a single thread in a tapestry, though its colour brightly shine, can never see its purpose. In the pattern of the grand design, and the stone that sits at the very top of the mountain's mighty face, does it think it's more important than the stones that form the base? So how do you measure the worth of a man? In wealth or strength or size? In how much he gained or how much he gave? The answer will come to him who tries to look at his life through heaven's eyes. Stephen Schwartz visits the great Sphinx of Giza near modern-day Cairo. At sunrise, Stephen Schwartz and colleagues climbed up Jebel Musa, the peak traditionally known as Mount Sinai in the Sinai